Right. Hello, all of you wonderful, beautiful folks. Today we've got another exciting tournament. We did one yesterday, so make sure to check out that one in the description, where we had Legend and all sorts of people. We've got some other folks on today's broadcast coming in with their incredibly great, analytical, and fun commentary. So this is Domination now. We did Conquest yesterday. This is now Domination, where we're going to be finding who is the best players in the world at Domination. Today we're going to be answering that question. So here we go. Let me go ahead and say hello to all of you wonderful folks. Hope everyone's having a wonderful weekend if you're watching this during the weekend. Hope you're having a good week if you're watching it during the week. Let me go ahead and join the lobby as one of these wonderful folks have provided us the code. So we're going to join this one. Let me just find... I think you can join with code, but sometimes it doesn't let you... It makes you join as a player, doesn't it? Oh, it's this one I want to join. This one I want to join. Hey, Random, good to see you, buddy. Oh, I don't want to play you. I'm going to kick my butt. Okay. Right, now let us ring Human Boy as he's playing, or he's doing the old sort things out. Is this green one with this Flamaster? Is this the one? That's not the one I'm looking for. The one I'm looking for. Refresh. Let me just go ahead and find where this one is. Is this it? I think the lobby's broken. All right, we'll give it a sec. But Random, good to see you. Hope everyone's doing well, guys. Just give it a second. Ooh, I can actually see the draft pick. Legends. Oh my god, this is so much better. These guys are legends. They're giving me access into the draft bands. So, right, we're going to get an inside scoop between Hitman and General KK-Back. These guys are currently doing their pick and ban situation. So this is a really cool insight. So if you guys don't know, we're doing a Domination tournament. It is a Swiss format where there's going to be 4 Swiss stages. And in each Swiss stage, these guys have to pick the relevant factions for each battle. So it looks like the first pick has gone on the side of Hitman Hippo. We can't see it just yet, but we will get there. But nice shirt, thank you so much, appreciate it. We're about to ring the wonderful Human Boy. Right. But these are the pick and bans coming in. Let's go ahead and do this.
BTLC Dumpy.
Yo, Dizzy, thanks for the 26 months. Appreciate you. Right, let me go ahead and ring Human Boy. Sorry, guys, a little bit of admin work needed to be done as the website went down briefly. So this is the pick and ban phase. No green screen. No, we will be using green screen. It's just for this one we're doing that one. So let's give Human Boy a ring. So let's go ahead and say hello. Hello, Human Boy. How are we doing, buddy?
Doing good. Just pulling up your YouTube and your Twitch at the same time so I can see the chat in both places.
That is indeed. Yeah, we do have the twofer when it comes to the stream broadcast. We're waiting on some of these guys here. Let me go ahead and showcase when these guys are in the process of it, because I know these guys are still picking in the... looks like the guest is still waiting to pick something, so we'll come back to the pick and ban phase there. We're going to have some replays shortly. But how are you doing, bud? How are you doing today, Human Boy? How's things?
Doing good. Woke up, walked the dog, now I'm here. Bright and early morning over in the States. So it's good. It's good, man. Hope you're well. Ready for some domination today?
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. Yeah, very much looking forward to it. But yeah, I think we're going to have some fantastic games. Give us a second to try and get a couple of these ones in. I know that we're having a couple of technical difficulties again, but we're working through it. As we've got the 4 brackets open, so just to give you guys context as well, let me just showcase that there's the total tavern stuff here. And as you can see, that there are currently a 4 Swiss bracket that has been opened up, so every single player knows who they're fighting throughout the entirety of the Swiss. So that's a little bit of an adaptation that we made, where we basically, moved all the Swiss stuff forward. So it's definitely a bit of an improvement there, just so you can see who you're fighting, and once you've done your first game, you can then see who your next opponent is. And obviously, Human Boy, who's on the broadcast right now, was the one that gave us the idea. So much love to him.
Thanks. It is nice because, as you noted with the first day, it's like if you have to wait till the end of the first round to generate the next one, if one person is having a really slow game, or if they're having lag issues, or if they can't find their opponent, everybody has to wait for them. Whereas this, it's like, okay, at least that person is only slowing down themselves, and most of the tournament can proceed. It runs a bit smoother.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best things about it. I think with most tournaments, we're going to be expecting a little bit of delays here and there. So I appreciate your guys' patience. But what kind of matchups are we thinking we're going to see today, Human Boy? I know there's going to be a pretty significant difference potentially in the factions that we may see, because what's super dominant on Land Battle, maybe a little bit weaker. I know Kislev are pretty decent throughout, but there are certain factions that struggle a little bit. I know Zinch is relatively dominant, but I don't know their performance on Domination. What's it like, do you think?
So, I'm the best player that's ever lived in land battles. You know that,
right?
Like people just know that.
Okay,
but
yeah.
Domination, I am a scrub noob that gets destroyed constantly, so I can't speak from experience on Dom, because it's too hard for my little rat brain. But I do talk to a lot of the Domination folks, and I actually hear Wood Elves coming up quite a lot.
Oh,
which
really?
I suppose makes sense. They have aggressive light infantry that can run at the points pretty quickly. They have pretty good light cavalry, decent cheap options, and then their archers can shoot while moving forward. So again, it's pretty good at harassing the points. So I can see it. And then with the tree man buffs, you can just stick a tree man on a central point and hold it ad nauseum. So I don't think they're like the best faction, but they're top 4. And those are actually factions you tend to see more because the top 1 and 2 will get banned most of the time. So it's like, oh well, all right. So I actually expect to see a good amount of Wood Elves today.
Yeah, it's quite surprising because for such a long time, Wood Elves were just, I guess, ignored. Like, people just very rarely think of them as a good faction, and so it's very cool to see that very, very quickly, things are shifting around. Is it a specific build that people have started to explore? Is that one of the reasons as to why it's coming back in the metal and being a little bit more dominant?
War Dancers, those like the mid-tier Wood Elf dual sword ladies, they got several buffs in a row. So I feel like that's been creeping up, and then their price point of 750 in Domination, it's nice to have some stuff on the back burner that isn't over 1,000 gold. Because in land battles, right, you were talking about the Fireborn yesterday. Fireborn are amazing, but it is so hard to get 16 or 1,700 gold piled up during the game to launch the Fireborn. Where it's like, War Dancers, I mean, they're only 750, you just keep popping them out every so often. They run up and contest the points. So in Domination, it's like, it's a lot harder to get elite units on the field late game. You kind of need to start with them and protect them if you're going to use them at all. So I think that's it. Wood Elves are just, they're mid.
Oh, interesting. So we got some feedback here. So this is the reason why two of these players are first on Total Tavern, both huge Wood Elf players. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I was looking into their stats, and I was actually seeing that a lot of them did play Wood Elves. So it's curious to see that. I wonder if it's more of a significant mastery of that faction rather than them being a little bit more dominant. Because it's always like a bit of a spicy play. Like, for example, Anticity, when it comes to Vampire Coast, plays a lot of Coast. And I would say Coasts are not in that good of a state, but he can certainly make games that shouldn't be competitive relatively competitive due to his level of mastery. So there's always that, like, there's always that kind of, like, it's a double-sided. Although I do think Wood Elves are pretty strong, right?
Yeah, Coast is not that good at Domination, but Anticity is so good at Coast that it's like, well, it'll work. It'll be fine.
Yeah, no, he's very, very very good at it.
I have had my head buried in the sands of your Discord, so I haven't exactly been paying attention to where we're at. You're just looking for a round 1 game, correct?
Yes, just trying to get a game sorted out here.
Gotcha.
Let me have a look here as well. In this, while we're waiting on this one, we do have while we're waiting some games. I want to go through the faction statistics, right? So this is the current statistics on the website, and for Domination specifically, I believe this is Wood Elves have a 67% win rate, which is crazy to me. This is higher than Kislev, higher than Dwarves, Beastmen, and everything. So this is on the tournaments that I ran for Turin, and these are for Domination specific. And a 67% win rate is wild.
That is very, very high.
Yeah.
I think a large part of it is good Wood Elf mains, because as I look at the overall leaderboard, I see Charix on there quite a bit, and I know he's an RTK player that plays a lot of Wood Elves. I know Tim the Wilder, another RTK player, wins a lot, and he tends to play what's good, so when Wood Elves became good, he probably just spammed them a lot and got good at them.
Yeah.
So I do think there's a high level of Wood Elf mains, because all the Elf factions are wildly popular, so I think if any of them are remotely close to being meta on Domination, people are going to grab them and just spam them really hard.
Yeah, and I suppose equally when other players are demonstrating the dominance with a certain faction, people tend to pick up what's good, right? And so we'll see like a bit of a resurgence of like it lowering the win rate in certain situations as players that are trying to pick the faction up but don't know it to the level, the same level of mastery. So it's always interesting. Like we'll give a league example, right? New released champions, generally speaking, have really low win rates because people suck at that champion. And in this case, as you're starting to learn and adapt something new for a faction specific here, then sometimes that can balance it out. Because we saw on the two top players, they had like an 80-90% win rate, which is wild.
Yeah,
that is not a fun person to fight against. Yeah, if I'm having to queue up, that is not something I want to fight against.
League's interesting though, because like, not to get too far down that rabbit hole, but there'll be a patch notes where it's like, oh, we gave this character 1 attack damage at level 1, and you're like, oh, okay, and then their win rate spikes by like 4%. So
yeah.
Little changes could definitely change things a lot. So I imagine Wood Elves getting all those buffs in a row that seem pretty minor. I mean, clearly, as you're saying, their win rate flew up, so they must be pretty strong.
I mean, the thing that surprises me, Nurgle has a relatively decent win rate. For a faction, I suppose, that now have a lot of mortar units, because if you were to quantify it, right, Human Boy, and we're trying to say to ourselves, what DLC massively changed the demonic factions? I would say Champions of Chaos really changed every single demonic faction to bring in a lot of mortal units, and I think that's when Nurgle especially could be a little bit more competitive. Just from my perspectives of having more units that aren't just super slow, because I remember like the OG Nurgle versus Slaanesh matchup back in the day when Domination wasn't changed. It was miserable for Nurgle because they couldn't physically have the speed to rotate to the points where Slaanesh could just play the points, right?
Yeah.
What would you say is the one of the biggest DLCs that kind of changed the way multiplayer in general was played? I mean, TOD is a big one as well.
It's the one before that. Shadows of Change.
You think so? What about Shadows of Change do you think changed that?
It took 2 factions that were pretty bad. Well, Zinch wasn't bad, but they weren't great. Kislev was actually like the worst faction in the entire game. And then...
Yeah, true.
Sorry. Berserk and Pigman have a lobby up. I was typing to Pigman.
Oh, sweet.
So...
Let us find that then. I mean, you're welcome to jump in as well if you can find it.
That's fine. I just pinged him for you on your Discord, but yeah.
Cool.
So the Centaurs of Zinch...
we got Hippoman and Romulan again.
That's fine.
I'm sorry, Karen.
The Centaurs of Zinch, as you noted, because we talked about them a lot every time we stream together.
Yeah, we do.
That made Zinch top tier, but that also brought Beastmen way up to the top. So that dragged 2 factions from obscurity to top of the meta. It dragged Kislev from literally the worst faction to being the best faction in the entire game. And it made Grand Cathay even stronger with just different styles of play. So that was like really multiplayer meta defining, and we haven't been able to shake that since. Thrones brought more people to the top, but I mean, we're still talking about Zinch, we're still talking about Beastmen, we're still talking about Grand Cathay and Kislev. So as far as impactful DLCs would go, I think that one's standing the test of time because that was summer of last year. So it's been almost a year, and the factions in that DLC have been top of the top. So yeah, I
Yeah.
think just like raw power, it'd have to be that DLC. Thrones was also super impactful, but it hasn't had to stand the test of time yet. As we're kind of talking about, I mean, Nurgle's fallen out of favor in a lot of game modes. It seems like they're holding up okay in Domination, but in Conquest and Land Battles, they're rather irrelevant. So it's like, if Empire and Dwarves get nerfed into the ground by Fall, it's like, oh, okay, Thrones of Decay wasn't an impactful DLC. It was a good DLC. It was a fun DLC, but if you're talking about like multiplayer power levels,
Mm.
different conversation. I loved Thrones. The campaigns are super fun. The units are really cool. Thrones might be my favorite DLC, but I don't know about most impactful.
Yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see how this plays out. Khorne versus dwarves. I mean, Pigmen. I'm not sure about you, but I have never really seen Pigmen play the dwarves. I mean, in the situation of that playstyle, he favors Cathay more than the dwarves, and I feel like Cathay and dwarves do very similar things, right? They facilitate very very similar things in that they can basically play very boxed up, right? Before the sorry for jumping in again. Before TOD, I would say Cathay played a better playstyle of like fixating in a box and then moving together as one before a lot of the tier D units came in. What's your thoughts on this matchup?
I think dwarves are pretty favored.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not like super experienced in domination, but dwarves are just strong faction. And Pigman is one of those players that just plays what's good. He's a winning main. He mains victory. Uh, so I imagine he picked them up just because they're really strong. Berserk, on the other
Yeah.
hand, is an insanely capable player. Very,
Yep.
very good, but he does get bored frequently. So he picks up factions he finds funds and just plays them into the dirt. Because you'll see my pattern with Berserk is when a DLC comes out, he'll try the new DLCs, he'll play them for like a month, and then he
Yep.
gets tired of the meta and grabs usually like not the worst faction in the game, but close to the worst faction in the game, and he'll main that just to kind of like be a cool guy, like just kind of an anti-hero. So
Yeah. The what is it? The protagonist? I'm not sure what it would be.
mhm.
Yeah, all the meta ones are protagonists. I think. I mean, we saw very very cool builds coming out from some of the VM members as well yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see how much these guys cook up. Because I know Battle for Itza specifically is one of my favorite maps. Honestly, I'll put my hands up. It's one of my favorite domination map because I feel like it is so simplified with what you do. Middle of the map, you just go and beat each other up. And obviously, there's a side point. And so, a lot of the time, we may see Khorne bring Hell Cannons, which is a little bit of a wild card. But no, gone with a very. Okay, we've gone with a classic Thunder Badge. We haven't banned Thunder Badge for this tournament because we didn't think it was that strong, I suppose, in some ways. Specifically within the format of Domination. Because it's like, what, 3,000 or so to bring it in? And I think Valkyrie's going to go hunting for sure.
Yeah, Valky is always very good. Thunderbarge, this is going to be maybe my first time seeing it after its nerfs. I did some
Yeah.
testing with it, and we just kept it banned in my tournaments because I just don't like casting it. Like, that's just a caster bias where I'm like, yeah, I want to talk about this unit, so I'm kicking it out. I'll be very curious how it does.
Let
Now,
me share my
Valkia
screen for
is a
you.
single entity. Like, she'll do better against the Thunderbarge than other things where, they try to surround it, and then the guns just fire in all directions and kill everything off.
Yeah, so let's go through this one. So the Thunder Badge is a very controversial pick, right? I think a lot of players just absolutely hate the Thunder Badge. But, like you called out, I think pretty much everything about the Thunder Badge has been nerfed, as far as I'm aware. But 11k HP is going to be a bit of a nuisance to get through. Obviously with the spell resistance as well. But I mean, Valkyrie is significantly capable of murdering the Thunder Badge in isolation. I think one thing that I want to comment on right now, the dwarves have limited capture weight, but I guess they're going to try and value trade as much as possible, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they're probably going to spawn Dwarf Warriors. Like we kind of talked about earlier with the War Dancers, it's a lot easier to spawn Chaff
Yeah.
later and to start with expensive stuff. So I think they put most of their damage on the field right now with the Thunder Barge and the heroes and stuff. And then we're just going to see Dwarf Warriors and Rangers filter in for the rest of the game, which, I mean, that makes sense.
Oof, yeah, the Malachi heal as well is going to be a little bit brutal. Dragon Slayer coming in, and we've obviously got a Runesmith to support with the Wrath of Rune and whatnot. We got Valkyr coming in with the Demon Shield, so it can take no damage to Spear. And we've got the Gate of Khorne alongside a ton of Bloodletters and Marauders of Khorne. It looks like they've kind of repositioned on point 1 there, not wanting to fight in the middle here. Trying to ninja cap away point 3, because I believe the doggos have, 4.0 cap to weight, which is really nice. Similar to that of an inventory. But yeah, in this situation, I think you just have to concede the middle, right? You just can't contest against the strength that the Dwarves have right now.
No, especially with the heroes he brought, that is going to be, whatever point they're on is completely uncontestable, and I think Berserk might feed some chaff into it just to put on a presence, but his strategy is going to have to be just take points 1 and 3 and never really bother with point 2.
Yeah, so the dogs have just captured and then started to run away to the side. Valkyrie is trying to take a little bit of an approach here. I think what Berserk may be looking for is completely engulf the resources that are available for Pigmen here. But I'm going to be intrigued to see how this transpires, because there is a relatively decent shooting core with the Thunderers that are around alongside the Thunder Badge. And I think the Thunder Badge will do a lot of damage. Just, it's going to naturally continue to keep printing off value, so... I mean, we're going to have to wait and see to, what Berserk throws into the battlefield to try and contend with this, but I'm hoping there's Furies, that's for sure.
Yeah, Berserk is a much, much better player than me, but I don't fully understand what he's trying to do with these Marauders in the center that are getting nuked by the Thunder Barge, where it's like, he's standing on the very corner, so he's got some sort of scheme I don't understand, but it's like, we're not contesting the point. Why are we just feeding value into the Thunder Barge?
Yeah, a lot of damage coming into the Thunder Badge with Valkyrie, though. The thing that's intriguing me the most is that the spears coming down on the Thunderers to shut them down a little bit, but nowhere near the level of damage. I wonder if Valkyrie moves and repositions to the right-hand side. Can she take 0 damage because of the line of sight of the Thunder Badge? That's what I don't know. Can the Thunderers shoot through the Thunder Badge to shoot Valkyrie here?
No,
don't think so?
Can't.
Then I think this is a really positive trade.
Yeah, that's great. I think he used the Spear Slapnir, honestly, just to knock the Thunderers down so they couldn't fire at Valkyrie while she was exposed.
Yeah, and then
damage.
Yeah, and then transitioned into the Demon Shield as well to just completely reduce any damage. Tons of damage have gone to the Doomseekers here. I'm actually, from what we were saying earlier, it seemed interesting to allow the playstyle of getting the Thunder Badge and everything in there. Feeding those Marauders definitely gave Valkyrie enough chance to come here and start battering the Thunder Badge as it gets surrounded here. A little bit scary for the Thunder Badge because there's nothing really to support it.
Yeah, he's got Thunderers beneath it, but they can't fire straight up, and Berserk is just throwing random garbage at the Thunderers to keep them honest. Like, Berserk's just an insane player, as we can see here. He's very, very good. Yeah,
absolutely. And one of the things to mention as well, Thunder Badges can't land. So in this situation, it's like, well, I can't land here. I'm going to have to fight the aerial fight. And now we can see some gyrocopters, but I think the gyrocopters are a little bit too late. It was one of those things where I can understand the Thunder Badge as a unit is very powerful. There's some healing coming in from Malachi, but I feel like in a lot of ways, unless you specifically bring resources to keep it alive or support it per se, it's going to be very difficult to keep alive, especially with the throwing axes, Furies, Valkyrie.
But I think the mistake that Pigman maybe made is he doubled up on something. He took a Thunder Barge that wherever it is, it's just going to win. But then he also took a Hero Hammer Core. Wherever they are, they're going to win. It's like, okay, but nothing is supporting them. Like, look how many bodies Berserk just has running around compared to Pigman. It's really tough.
Yeah, I mean, point 2 is well and truly solidified by Pigman, but in this situation, it's like, it doesn't matter if you have 1 point. This is a victory ticket game in the end of the day, up to 1,500, and I think unless you can, wrestle everything and the control back, you're going to struggle, because the majority of the resources have limited capture weight still on the side of Pigman, because you can see there's just so much of a Khorne core that is just moving around, and I think capture point 2 is going to be difficult to wrestle down as the Thunder Badge gets destroyed. And now the Gyrocopters.
Yeah, losing the Thunder Barge is huge. Berserk's up almost like 2,000 in damage value.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
It's almost like I'm playing the Dwarves right now, bringing in a Thunder Badge because it's cool, and then just forgetting about keeping it alive. Maybe a lot of the players are still, learning about the nerfs and how bad they are now in comparison to what it is. Because in my head, when I think of Thunder Badges, I'm like, this unit's going to kill everything. But in actual reality, that is no longer the case.
Yeah, it's tough. Malachi couldn't quite heal it up as much as he would have liked. He has like 3 charges on his heal or something, right? So he probably only got like 1 off.
Yeah, it's 100 and... Yeah, so Karen.
I was just going to say, Berserk's got point 1 unlock, and no one cares about that. Point 2, he got a good... 3, he got a good flank off, and it's like, the Dwarves are holding the center, but they're not holding anything else. Yeah,
I mean, the Gyrocopters are now being shut down by the remaining Chaos Furies, and I think... honestly, Berserk came into this one with a game plan, and he's executed perfectly, honestly. I think with the flank around that he was doing, and like you rightfully called out, I think it was good analysis where he's brought a hero core and he brought a thunder barge. It's like, yeah, you rightfully say, one or the other. I mean, he has given up so much Aegis on the sky because he took so long to pull out the gyrocopters to protect the thunder barge, and then equally the hero core is going to be completely fine because that's just the hero core. And then it's like, oh, I've lost basically everywhere because of the decision making there.
Mm-hmm. I feel like dwarves have such a hard time retaking spots that they lose. Like, they're really good at taking a point and then sitting there and reinforcing it over and over again. But he has such a hard time taking point 3 back after he lost it, because any reinforcements are so slow over there that Berserk can get, like, several Fleshhounds and Furies and Bloodletters over there before the Dwarf Warriors reach it. They're just too slow.
Yeah, I do wonder, Doomseekers versus Bloodletters, who wins that?
Probably Doomseekers
Yeah.
technically win it, but value-wise, the Bloodletters are probably happy with what they take before they die.
I think it's like 100 entities versus 32, but yeah, it'd be hard to understand exactly how that transpires, because I think Doomseekers I mean, in fairness, they're getting the ward save stacked up as part of the passive, but yeah, now Malachi and the Runesmith and whatnot, yeah, they're struggling a little bit here. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to look momentarily here. I mean, now we have a triple cap, and yeah, looks like Pigman has now thrown in the towel. So yeah, great game across both. Oh, couldn't save it because left. Great game across both of them. I mean, the Thunder Badge still came in with 1.9k gold value, but I mean, it was just shut down so quickly, which is surprising how much value it actually achieved within such a limited time frame.
Yeah, it's definitely still a very powerful piece. But it needs a little bit of support, a little bit of protection. As you were saying, with the gyrocopters coming in later, or maybe just rangers on the ground. I think the Hero Hammer is better than the Thunder Barge for this specific matchup. But if you wanted to do the Thunder Barge, probably cut the heroes. Just have Malachi or whatever. But cut the heroes and have a wider core of Dwarf Warriors and Rangers. And then it's like, if you ignore the Thunder Barge, it'll shoot you while you try and dive the Rangers. And if you ignore the Rangers, they'll cover the Thunder Barge. But with the heroes standing beneath the Thunder Barge and the Thunder Barge above them, it was like neither could support the other. So Berserk went all in on killing the Thunder Barge, and the heroes couldn't do anything about it. But he just ignored him. Like, he didn't care if the Marauder or the Bloodletter he sent towards the Hero Hammer died. He was going after Thunder Barge, like you said. So Berserk with a really good game plan. And Pigman doesn't play a ton of Domination.
Right,
and that
understood.
kind of showed where it's Berserk was showing him how this game mode is played.
Yeah, that is for sure. Right, okay, let's jump into another one. Ooh, we got a Wood Elves game. Let's have a little peek ski. So, I mean, we have been talking about for a little bit here why the Wood Elves are so dominant. So let's go ahead and download that and throw it into the thing. So we've got a Wood Elves versus DW. Let's go ahead and jump into there. Sorry, guys, just open up the file.
You're fine. I'm doing some admin stuff, so my brain is not going to be focused on words for a second.
Not a problem. Thank you so much for taking care of that. You're a legend. Oh, it's just Dwarves. DDB's Dwarves, classic. So, yeah, we've got a Wood Elf versus Dwarf situation. Oh, I love Gallagrim. Let's go ahead and jump in there. Who won? Khorne won. Displays the highest damaging missile ability. Oh, yeah. They haven't nerfed the Thunder Badge Spear as far as I'm aware. The Thunder Badge, you know, has the capabilities of doing an insane amount of damage. Like, I mean an insane amount of damage, like half HPing things. I believe chariots as well. If you bring a Lord on a chariot and a Thunder Badge uses that spear, I think it amplifies the damage, like, a lot more. So you've got to be very careful for that, you know, especially when the Dwarves have those opportunities. But what we've got is, we've got a ton of Eternal Guards, which makes sense because the very, you know, reasonably cost for the armor piercing it provides. Way Watchers as well, so just a significant amount of armor piercing coming on the side of the Wood Elves here. Way Stalkers coming in with the Arrow of Kurnos, which is an El Clasico, such a strong ability. And we've got the Brace Rance as well. And we can see that that is the wide core for the likes of the Wood Elves. If you move on over, we can see that there is a solid minor blasting charge alongside Dwarf Warriors plus Longbeard core. And we've got some Bugmans as well. Fantastic unit, Bugmans. Obviously, they are stealthed alongside having the ability to heal just in general. So a super, super consistent unit, especially if they're not taking very burst engagements. Lord coming in with perfect vigor. Nice to see that. And star metal plate, so he's able to run around the map and influence quite a lot. Garagrim, yeah, bringing in the Hurricane of Death. Insanely terrifying. It'll kill pretty much everything. So you've got to be so unbelievably careful about what that thing is going to do to you. But Human Boy, you in a good state?
What? Yeah, I'm back. What up?
Thank you so much. I appreciate you for sorting those out. Right, so we've just gone through the armies, and in this situation, I feel like Wood Elves, I would imagine, is slightly favoured just because of the availability of armor piercing, Arrow of Kurnos for single target killing, but I feel like the Bugmans are going to be a bit of a wild card depending on how the Weight Watchers play this one.
Yeah, we get to see our beloved Wood Elves. Outer Region is a very good player, and is a good Wood Elf player. I don't actually know Falling Star, so that would make me bet on the player I do know. Yeah, I mean, if Wood Elves dominate this matchup against Dwarves, which a lot of people consider to be a very strong faction, then we'll see why that win rate is so freaking high.
Yeah, absolutely. So some Glade Spears have been thrown out to try and put pressure onto point 3. I feel like Domination, there's just so much things you've got to keep an eye on, because we've already put pressure and captured point 1 with the Dryads. Point 2 is now being contested, and I am exceptionally terrified for these miners here, with the Weight Watchers just absolutely nuking them.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage on those blasting charges, but you do got to get rid of them. As the Wood Elves, almost all your infantry is weak to blasting charges, and considering how much you're paying for them, you don't want them to just disappear under one volley.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I think the blasting charges, especially against factions like the Greenskins as well, just delete infantry because Goblins' HP per entity is just so darn low. It looks like the Dwarven core is moving back a little bit, just sort of sending the pressure up because they've just now realized, we've got point 2. Where can we now try and translate this pressure? Trade value is obviously a little bit in favor of the likes of the Wood Elves, but that's purely because of the Weight Watchers getting a ton of damage on the miners, and it's kind of been utilized as a sacrifice unit. In this situation, would it not be better to refund the miners and get a little bit of juice back in?
Yeah, I think they probably should. YOLOing them forward. There's no way their leadership is going to hold up long enough for them to get the blast off. So
yeah, I think
next time they rally, just ditch them.
Yeah, because it's health dependent as well. So the points you get in return is dependent on the HP that they actually have. So then sending them in and taking a bit more damage is a little bit unfortunate. But it looks like the Bugman core is just trying to protect the miners going up. But I feel like we should just be utilizing the Longbeards, and the Dwarf Warriors to try and take the majority of those armor piercing arrows.
Yeah, I agree that he needs to get his shielded stuff up front. But what I am liking so far is you can see the Dwarves are moving as a unit, not really trickling in. I understand that it's like, we can't take the point first, but we do need to take the point correctly. And now that he has reinforcements, he's moving up on point 3 up there. So that's good.
Yeah, and you can see the Eternal Guards know not to mess with the blasting charges. Arrow of Kurnos coming on the Bugmans, but you can see that quite a few entities were killed, but they'll heal back up to the max HP that 67 entities allow. Point 3 has been wrestled into control. The Weight Watchers are trying to contest that, and some War Dancers are coming in. And these buggers right here with the Shadow Coil, 62 melee defense with anti-infantry. That is absolutely bonkers. That is some incredible, trade patterns there.
They are one of the best units in the entire game mode for Domination. War Dancers are incredible, and they would love to fight those Slayers.
Yeah, so it looks like the miner with blasting charges are the ones that are moved up. Slayers obviously are anti-large, and so that is not a situation they'll find themselves in, because Slayers will actually struggle pretty significantly to punch through that one. Only like a 10 to 15% chance to hit, so definitely doesn't seem worth it. The Lord's just going around and beating up the hero core. Exceptionally brave from the Dwarf, I'm awesome, mate. But
no, that sounds really, really brave. There's 3 heroes there.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Do not shame your ancestors, Joey, brother. Is what the Lord is saying. He's showing his men how to play, showing the dwarves how we should be doing things, moving forward with no fear. That is the dwarven way. Some trading coming in with War Dancers here, but yeah, now the Dowie has realised his mistake and is legging it.
He's trying to run away so fast.
If only he had fast for a dwarf. Feels dwarfs, man. They aren't known for their sprinting capabilities, but they are dangerous over short distances.
Man, the dwarves are going deep on archers, though. Like, I just see more and more archers keep showing up and getting spawned. Where's the oomph? Where are the meaty lads?
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, would you prefer kind of more of a solidified front line? A lot of Dwarf Warriors, a lot of Longbeards instead? Because I feel like if you're trying to outshoot the Wood Elves, you're fighting a losing battle.
Yeah, you're fighting a bit of a losing battle. I get using some of it, but having too much seems a little scary to me, especially because the Wood Elves seem to be realizing that there's too many archers, and look at it, they're just piling into that back line. And the
Yeah.
Dwarves can't outrun the Wood Elves, obviously, so now these Bugman's Rangers are going to spend the rest of their lives just backing up. Is
Yeah.
that flame cannon?
No, that's normal cannon. So normal cannons come in.
Oh.
Honestly, flame cannons wouldn't be that bad. I'm not gonna lie. You know, it obviously reduce range, but the DPS that the flame cannons can do, especially if you can protect them, it's absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
Have you used flame cannons that much? Because yeah, they can pack a punch.
Since their rework, I haven't used them too much. They're a little unreliable, but like if you can get them to fire, then they do really good damage, especially versus a faction of literally trees.
Oh my goodness, Garagrim is getting absolutely smoked by these war dancers. Yeah, I have a feeling that Wood Elves is what we're going to be seeing a lot today. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, the cannons finding themselves really nice angles of shots on the Way Watchers. Seems that the Way Watchers are positioned in a manner where the cannon's like, it's free real estate here. But yeah, Garagrim's now getting support.
They're literally daring that cannon to shoot them.
I know, right? It's like, you coward, shoot me! Love that. Alright, so the Druids have been routed off, yeah?
Going back in, trying to snipe the Lord.
Where's the Doomseekers at? You know, it's such a common thing to see some Doomseekers, but then I guess, yeah, the War Dancers are just so effective. But yeah, I believe they suck versus heavily armored stuff, but yeah, they're not the greatest. But yeah, Garagrim is not the guy for the job there, alongside the Slayers. But as these guys are trading up so nicely, got a nice frontal core. I mean, there's still a triple cap, so if we talk about this one in this situation, although yes, the trading is going relatively even, I think the Wood Elf player has done a fantastic job, you know, maintaining the point lead here. As very, very, very quickly we're going to be hitting ourselves to 1,500 points.
Yeah, damage value is very equivalent. Because if you're the dwarves here and you're falling this far behind on capture points, your strategy is definitely to take out the enemy army so that they're too weak to stop you. Because if this stays close like it is, then there's no way you're going to triple cap back, right? You get 1 or 2 points maybe, and the Wood Elves can just win it out. So I think the dwarves are in a really, really bad spot, and it's mostly because they're so behind on the capture points. Like, damage-wise, they're not doing that bad, but they're just not getting any space here.
Yeah, cheeky little blasting charge, moved over to point 3. I feel like this is one of the most difficult things about Domination, and I'll admit this. It's finding the perfect balance between value trading and actually getting capture points. Because sometimes trying to get and wrestle control of a capture point, by in turn of doing that, you've sacrificed a lot of potential value you could have gained as part of fighting. So it's such a dancing with the what's the good, you know, the best thing in that situation. It's very difficult to know.
Yeah, and that's why when I say that I'm not very good at Domination, it is that balance where it's like I take a good fight and I feel like it was a good fight. I'm like, yeah, I did it, and then I look around the map and it's like, oh, I lost everywhere else.
Yeah, it is such a difficult thing to try and find the sweet balance. I mean, on point 1 here, we can see there's some rangers. Heavily into the Bugmans and rangers. I can understand the reasoning and the rationale by going into significant amounts of ranged. It looks like there's pressure on all 3 points right now, so we may see... no, I was going to say we may see, you know, a triple capture, but I would highly doubt. Because, I mean, a lot of the time, rangers and Bugmans will struggle significantly when it comes to pushing things off the point, and especially since the Branch Wraith has availability of healing, I think this, you know, healing will make it very difficult for this Lord to do much in the middle here.
Mm-hmm. And that is, I mean, as you mentioned with Game 1 with Pigman versus Berserk, now this I'm feeling it too. That's why the general Dwarven playstyle I see succeed is heavy melee start, and then you sprinkle in the ranged later. Because this ranged start plus sprinkling in ranged, he just like can't take the points. Whenever he tries to get something together, it takes him so long to waddle up there with his short legs. It's like dwarves just don't push you well, they hold well, so you need to start on the points.
Yeah, I definitely think that's what is the advantage when it comes to the dwarves. Like you rightly called out, I think against the Wood Elves, where you know they're going to be trading heavily with ranged, if he just straight ran at him with nothing but Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards, I don't think the Wood Elves would do much, because I think the War Dancers would have struggled, and the Blade Singers would crush them, but the War Dancers would struggle. So yeah, it definitely feels like the Wood Elves have so many things available to them that it's like, okay, you bring this, I bring this. You bring this, I bring this. So very difficult, especially with the Gyrocopters feeling the wrath of the triple Way Watchers in the backline here.
Yeah, because as we said before, Falling Star is doing really well on value, but that's half the game. And the other half, he is losing miserably. He hasn't controlled any space. And it's like, It's tough.
Yeah, I think what's happening here is outer region may be a little bit more experienced with this matchup. And it looks like the dwarf has tapped in the towel, but yeah, fantastic gameplay from both sides. I actually do want to check the dwarven build out because you can see that we had the relatively core frontline, but yeah, GG's to these guys. The relatively core frontline of the dwarf warriors plus longbeard situation there, and obviously we know we've got the iron breakers. Iron breakers is such a costly unit. Honestly, I think dwarf warriors are such a cost-effective unit because, but then again, how well do they trade against eternal guards? Probably
Oh,
reasonably
they trade
well.
well against Eternal
Yeah.
Guard. Yeah, they wouldn't do well against War Dancers, but Eternal Guard they do fine.
I mean, if you have a little look see here, so let's go with the Weight Watchers, 1.2k, 1.5k, and 1.5k. Yeah, the Weight Watchers pay for themselves well and truly. I definitely think that the miners being a little bit of a sacrifice in the early stage of the game was a bit sad to see, whereas, you know, the shielded frontline core could have protected you. I think, yeah, troop-wise, it was relatively even, but due to the fact that there's obviously a hero core here, a lot more units may have been able to push up in a kind of like a unison. But Falling Side did a great job of making sure when he did, go aggressively, he leveraged his units like together, which is good to see. Yeah, a lot of blasting charges, a lot of slayers, a couple of doomseekers, the grudge rackers, and a cannon. Yeah, the cannon paid itself well and truly. I think in the situation of the Wood Elves, I don't think there was any real answer to the cannons, right?
There wasn't. I mean, you can always suicide a cav into the back line and hit it. Like that'd always do well. I will say the Slayer spam confuses me a little bit
Yeah,
because
I would
Wood
agree.
Elves, there's like they're either gonna shoot them, which Slayers hate getting shot, or they're gonna bring War Dancers, which War Dancers lack in armor piercing, but they have really high base stats. So it's like Slayers really aren't enjoying this at all. I mean, you keep saying about the Dwarf Warriors. Dwarf Warriors are built for this matchup. High
Yeah,
melee defense, where Wood Elves
100%.
don't have high melee attack, and then Silver Shield. So it's like, I'd cut the Slayers entirely and just get more Dwarf Warriors.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. And so, surprise, surprise, folks, we've got another Wood Elf matchup here, but we've got the Beastmen versus the Wood Elves. I actually think, interesting enough, in land battle, I swear for a very long time, Beastmen had countered Wood Elves. I thought, I know in Warhammer 2 especially, it was just the hardest counter. Is that translating well in Warhammer 3, do you think?
Yeah. Beastman counter Wood Elves pretty hard in my opinion. I don't know about Domination because it's not as much about getting that one brutal flank and crushing the Wood Elves,
Hmm.
but still in general just fast units, shielded units, because even Centaurs have shields. Fast units, shielded units are not what the Wood Elves want to see, and the Beastmen have plenty of them.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look. So, once again, Malagor. This guy is an absolute menace for the Beastmen. I swear I see him picked every single time.
He's real good.
Yeah, he's very, very good. I mean, it's cool that he's like good in both game, like all three game modes. Right. So,
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Human
While you
Boy,
cover the Beastman build, someone's asking a bunch of admin questions, so you cover the builds. I'll be right back.
you're amazing. Thanks so much. So, guys, let's just check out this build. So, the Beastmen have a relatively wide build. You got some Zangors, Centaurs, Ungor Spearmen, and Ungor Raiders. Very, very wide build that you often see having a lot of pressure. But keep in mind, expendable units have reduced capture weight. You see here, right? This is one of the biggest things in Domination that they changed. Expendable units, like the Bretonnians, because they were so dominant, they started to change and shift around their capture weights. So if you look over here and look at this inventory unit, the Frozen Heart Dryads, capture weight is 5. So that is less than half. Oh, well, more than half, excuse me. There is insane amount of capture weight on the side of a couple of units here. When it comes to the value trading, as we see that there's a lot of units, Malagor's coming in really cheap with a Flock of Doom, and obviously the Centaurs. None of them are armor piercing, but I guess that kind of makes sense because most of the targets you're trying to look for regarding the Centaurs aren't necessarily armored. Most of Wood Elf core inventory is not massively armored, especially with the War Dancers and Blazingers, and that's sort of what you tend to expect to see. Now, when it comes to the likes of the Lord here, and hold on, we've a special guest of my puppy. So, Freya, what do you think of the builds? Down with the Wood Elves. Yeah, understandable. So let's have a look here. So we've got how many Dryads is this? This is a 4 Dryad, 1 ROR, alongside some Deepwood Scouts. The cool thing that they changed regarding the variant of the Deepwood Scouts, I believe their range was increased, no matter what they were. I know the armor piercing ones used to have significantly less range, I believe. But one of the things with the amount of dryads I can see on my screen right now is, can the Beastmen be the one, lumberjack? Can they chop these trees down and take advantage of the fact that there's very limited resources to defend them here? And yeah, the classic thing is, the reason why my dog came onto my desk is because I had a treat. Absolute El Clasico. It's dropped somewhere now. Search. Go and search. Anywho.
He's the big sniffer.
Yeah, big sniffer indeed.
Right. I am back. Oh, it's the green one. I love the green one.
Yeah, the green one,
Legend.
indeed. I'm about to start a campaign. Choose a faction for me. Play the dwarves. I'm not biased. Do not shame your ancestors, now, brethren. Right, let's play into it. We've gone through the builds.
If you're playing the dwarves, play Grombrindle.
Grombrindle's goated. But I love Ungrim with the new things. I know, G, thanks for the Prime Bud. So let's have a look here. So we've got Arrow of Kurnos. I wonder if Arrow of Kurnos should not be allowed. It just seems so goddamn dominant. Anywho, Centaurs are going and trading into the Dryad front line. They are trying their best to be a lumberjack, but unfortunately these trees have hands, and they are indeed fighting back. The shooting corps is now dealing with the majority of the Dryads RR in the middle.
Yeah, they're doing okay. Centaurs are trying to get some cycle charging in and abuse their charge bonus rather than just standing and fighting the Dryads. And the Beastmen brought a lot of archers. Everybody's trying to out-Wood Elf the Wood Elves today.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, when somebody's perfect at something, you don't want to trade it down. But Malagor's taking a significant amount of range damage. It looks like Malagor may have been forgot about for a brief second there. So let's have a look around and see how these Ungors can translate this one. Centaurs are moving in. Beautiful break in this point. This is what you love to see. This is one of these things. This is the reason why these guys are some of the best players in the world. Taking advantage of that situation straight away. Slight weakness in their line. Boom. Going straight through it, ensuring to shut down these archers. But crazy enough, these Centaurs are kind of struggling. As they've gone, wait, this is the most English thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Even though they're in fighting right now, they went into a queue. They're queuing up to go beat the elves up, but I respect that. It's very kind of them. Quite an English thing to do there. As you can see, the Centaurs in the backline as well, dealing damage into these swift, the Deepwood Scouts, excuse me. I mean, Malagor was almost routed off there, human boy. That was a big mistake.
Yeah, he's got to be a little more careful with him, but I think Green One's mostly focusing on the Centaurs right now, so he just kind of forgot Malagor was in the middle of the battlefield. Definitely a mistake, but that back line is cooked now. The Deepwood Scouts are entirely in duress, or it's like, even the ones that aren't dead are busy, so they're not getting to shoot the front line. The Centaurs are going nuts, and the archers are lighting up the Wood Elf infantry.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, there's only been 1 point captured in 2 and a bit minutes. Now, point 3 is being wrestled towards, I believe, the Beastmen, and it is almost successfully translated across. It looks like it's dead even, potentially. Now, the Wood Elves have taken it, excuse me, so the Wood Elves are now taking pressure of that one. I feel like, from a gold value perspective, the Beastmen have done a fantastic job of shutting down some of these high-priority units. As Centaurs of Zinch are starting to come into the battle now, I feel like the Centaurs of Zinch will well and truly be the lumberjacks that the Beastmen need here to chop through these Dryads.
Oh yeah, armor piercing and magic damage getting through the physical resistance of the Dryads, that's going to be brutal.
Yeah, the Dryads have 20% physical resistance, and obviously the armor is null and void against armor piercing. So let's have a look and see. Oh, Green One was netted, that makes sense. If you're netted, that makes it a little bit harder to deal with. It would have been the prey of this one, wouldn't it? Is there, how many of the preys are there? Yeah, that is a brutal spell. Yeah, the Wood Elves have so many tools to be annoying. I feel like, I don't believe Malagor can heal here, so it's going to be a little bit scary if Malagor does actually die. I'm starting to wonder if it's worth just sending him back, because I don't think he's that costly to come back into the battle. But losing your general, especially with the leadership penalties it applies, is just a very scary situation to find yourself in.
It is. Green One has a 1k value lead right now, and he's mostly lost his Lord, which as long as you're keeping Malagor alive, it doesn't matter that he's taking that damage. So the Beastmen have roughly 2,000 value somewhere on the battlefield over the Wood Elves that's not Malagor. I need to see them get the Wood Elves a little more under control. The Wood Elves still have too many forces in their backline harassing these Ungor raiders.
Yeah, obviously these Dryads have been a real pain in the butt alongside the War Dancers. The thing that scares me is the cavalry that potentially could be coming out for the side of the Wood Elves. The Glade Riders are now running and charging over, but the Centaurs of Zinch say, do you know what, matey? You have free real estate. Come over here. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. A couple of Centaurs on this side have now come back into the battle to try and shut down these Deepwood Scouts. On the point 3, I feel like this is a situation where you kind of have to either commit a lot of resources to wrestle them back, or you just sort of have to play towards the, what you already control, and that's point 1, excuse me, maybe try and look for point 2. In this situation, human boy, Where do you think you should be sending your resources, Green One?
Probably into the Wood Elf backline. They got to get a little bit more of a throttle on the Wood Elf spawn position and not let them just like show up and go wherever they want to. The Beastmen need to be in control of the flow of the battlefield, and so far the Wood Elves have felt pretty safe to spawn whatever they need and send it where they need. You got to put them on the back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's such a frustrating thing. These arrows of Kernos are just continuously printing off value, especially on some high priority targets. One thing I do want to say, it's quite interesting that Awakening the Woods have been picked up, assuming the Beastman has gone with some relatively cheap and cheerful units. I mean, which is actually completely correct. A lot of Ungors are coming in here, and Centaurs themselves don't have a lot of armor. Point 3 is now wrestled back.
People seem to really like it. I think they're just trying to spam the Life Bloom passive across their entire army, but I think that is wildly overrated. But whatever. You know, if it works for them, it works for them.
I mean, it was nerfed as well, wasn't it? Life Bloom had a second reduce from it, so it's not a 1% heal, it's a 0.8% heal, so it's not as useful. And obviously, within multiplayer situations, you only have a finite amount of resources allowed when it comes to spells.
Rue. I'm still a big fan of Dwellers Below because I like big boom boom spells, but that's just bias.
I mean, big boom spells are always the best spells. Have you played much of the Mirrors of Madness? That has some big boom booms right there. My goodness. And you look at boom boom boom. Oh, boom boom.
Mirrors is fun. It's a fun game mode.
Yeah, it's a good game mode.
Looking around, dude, both of these forces are so depleted. There's just like nothing left.
Yeah, I mean, all these forces are just trading so... I mean, they're trading relatively even across the board here. All of them are just so scrappy, which is what you love to see. I feel like the Life Mage is going to be a little bit punished, especially since it's mounted against these Centaurs. The Centaurs of Zinch should be able to clean up the majority of these resources on this side, and the Centaurs' other summons are coming in, alongside some Ungor herds, so a little bit more of elite infantry in comparison to the Ungors, so that should be a decent amount. Oh, why would it say this? Minotaurs of Shields running around being shot at. A great summon and punishing for a missed position here, but I would love to see the second these Glaive Riders are routed, potentially, you know, reconvening with the Minotaurs to look towards those backline scouts.
Yeah, summoning a full Deepwood Scout at this point is a little concerning because the Wood Elves don't have enough meat to keep it safe. Like, we see these Centaurs of Zinch that are currently routing off some Dryads or something. Those can pop back and kill those Deepwood Scouts really quickly, so I actually think that is a... So far, this game has been pretty crisp from both players, but I think that's actually just a mistake from the Wood Elves to spawn that unit without any defense right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, it definitely does look like, unfortunately, this hero is getting absolutely battered in this situation. And one of the things that I often find and see is that when it comes to resources that are deployed on the battlefield, it's like, if I can use, let's say, 1,000 gold to take advantage of a situation and like draw 2,000 to 3,000 gold away from that point, I may be able to then utilize that gold advantage elsewhere on the battlefield and take really significant large steps forward, if that makes sense. This is like another balance and layer towards the gameplay that Domination applies.
Nice private off Rayma to save those Deepwood Scouts. The Centaurs from Green One were about to charge the Deepwood Scouts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's such a brutal thing as well. It's like, you're having fun? Not today. You get rooted, buddy. So let's see how quickly the Green One can recover with those Centaurs, especially knowing they were rooted. Now, obviously, the Centaurs of Zinch are trying to look for it, but I definitely don't think Glade Riders' spears, even with the HP, looks like, yeah, they are trading up nicely, but it's relatively even because the Centaurs of Zinch is doing so much goddamn damage. It's crazy.
They are a very, very, very good unit. Centaurs of Zinch.
I mean, the fact that spells and things like that have come across as well, buffing them even further, just, yeah, it is a very interesting spell. I mean, it has like a bit of everything. It scales, it has perfect vigor, and yeah, it does a lot more damage as the game goes on. But the triple capture has come in for the Green One now, definitely showcasing a bit of dominance, especially with the early skirmishing. I mean, it was such a scrappy fight, right?
Yeah, I think the Beastmen should have this pretty well in hand by now, as the Wood Elves are entering a bit of a death spiral of just not having... You don't have enough resources to protect archers you spawn, but you also don't have enough resources to spawn something else and then archers, because by the time the archers then spawn, whatever you spawn to protect them is going to die. So I think the Beastmen are just going to push the Wood Elves back into their spawn and slowly take the points here. It's just like... It was a very, very close game. Both sides are depleted, but when you get to this point, it's like, I mean... You still have stuff on the field, so you're going to be very, very strong considering nobody has anything left.
Yeah, do you know the thing that surprises me the most, matey, is that the Wood Elf player has healing, right? But the Beastman, it doesn't like from a point perspective, it looks completely different. It looks like there has been like almost no trading happening because only 6 units remaining for Flamesta, whereas ODM, the green one, has 16 units still remaining on the battlefield, which is kind of a scary prospect here. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. I mean, the Minotaurs are trying to get themselves into a situation where they can push things back. The Son of Goros coming in with the great weapons. These guys are a terrifying unit with the amount of damage they can do. I mean, just in general, having perfect vigor and immune psychology is such a strong fighting force for the core of the Beastmen here. A lot of the heroes have now been dealt with and are now being battered off the battlefield. Minotaurs are pushed up towards the backline here, which is a great, smart play there. Such a strong cemented force in point 2, alongside such a strong cemented force in point 1. I think with the amount of resources that are remaining for Flamesta, the only real play is to go to point 3 here.
Yeah, I also think Popeye's popcorn chicken is the GOAT. Did you know that you can get a bucket for $7? $7? Oh wait, that's an ad. Sorry, I thought that was a game. That's my bad.
That's fine. I mean, what's the there's a certain place in America that's like really, really popular. I can't remember what it's called. Is it? No, it's not Chick-fil-A. It's like there's a sauce you can buy. Like you can literally buy a sauce with your chicken. That's like in a big jug almost of food. I can't remember what it is.
I don't know if that's made its way up to
Summing Stripes, I think. Guys, help me out here. Summing Stripes, or I think it's called something like that. Like you get like a mayonnaise tomatoey based sauce, and like I've seen loads of videos of people like having legitimately like bottles full of it. I thought that was like a really popular American food.
I'm in Minnesota. We're hardly America. We're just that isolated, snowy place. But we're getting distracted. We need to focus. As the Wood Elves made a little bit of a fortress against this wall, where they just tried to mount a resilient stand, and they get run over by Centaurs.
Yeah, the Centaurs have definitely just come over in and slapped them around. Honestly, I'm gonna have to I'm googling it now. Right, Human Boy, commentate while I'm trying to figure this out.
All right. Dryads are desperately fighting back against the Centaurs and the Sons of Goros, but it is a doomed effort. There's also still infantry support in there, and there are Ungor Raiders offering shots over the top. This is the last, the swan song of the Wood Elves, and you can see as soon as that doesn't work, they surrender. I mean, that's smart. He played a really good game, and it was really close, but
yeah, absolutely.
It was over, and there's no point in letting the points just tick up.
It was Raising Canes. Is that popular, guys? Be honest with me.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, okay, I know that one.
Yeah, Raising Canes.
Raising Canes is really good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, see? Guys, thank you. Jeez. Right, let's jump to the next one. That was a nice map. Yeah, it's one of my... These are the maps I've picked. One of my favourite maps. So let's do another one. Chaos versus Dark Elves. Love that. Love that. So we got Hitman Hippo versus Dr. Krumpenstein. Is he going to do the crumping today, Bush? Where's the teethies? We'll have to wait and see how the Chaos do. Yeah, honestly, it often sees very... Like, I feel like the Chaos have such expensive inventory, so you often do see kind of the very, very cheap and cheerful laborers alongside hobgoblins, especially with the scout, the scouting core of the hobgoblin archers here. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, it's not Wood Elves, so I don't care anymore. That's all I'm here for.
Hold up, wait a minute. A tree-play bolt thrower. Bolt thrower is garbage? Hold on.
No.
Really? I thought Reaper bolt throwers were terrible.
No, it's just Dwarven bolt throwers are infinitely better, but that doesn't mean they're terrible. They're useful for what they are. I don't know if you need 3 of them, but
I mean, yeah, it's
they're okay. I'm not gonna say they're good, but they're also not bad. You know, they're just kind of like, these are fine.
Wait, why is it saying 85 range on the rocket launcher? That can't be right.
That can't be right.
It's like 450, isn't it? I thought it was hella. I'm pretty sure it's like 450. So definitely, Death Reaker can kill a lot of the Reaper bolt throwers. But let's jump into it, shall we, Human Boy? Let's go and have a look. So we got the sorts of properties. We got a Burning Head on the Bale Taurus, I believe. A little bit more damage there. Children of Blood and Darkness is a little bit scary, but yeah, Malekith's only really going to casting. Ooh, he has Chillwind and Stole Healer, so that might actually give him a lot of healing there. So we'll have to wait and see how that transpires. Goblin Labourers alongside a bit of a core front line of Dwarf Warriors. and the Hobgoblin Wolf Raider Bows alongside some Hobgoblin Archers. But let's jump over for the Dark Elves here. I'll start with Malekith.
Yeah. We have triple bolt thrower, which is a little weird. Malekith, of course, Dark Shards, and then a whole bunch of frontline, which I can understand. You just want to keep those goblin masses at bay, because you know the Chaos Dwarfs can spam 150 gold goblin laborers, and if you have triple bolt thrower, you can't just let those goblins walk up to them.
Yeah.
I imagine we'll get some Dark Riders spawned pretty quickly after the game starts, but for now he just wants an infantry line to push up and create space so that nothing can get close to the bolt throwers.
Yeah, because I was going to
have anything that gets close enough to shoot them is just going to kill that expensive unit quickly.
Yeah, because, I mean, you rightfully call out. I feel like I'm a little bit scared in that if there aren't Dark Riders, which you rightfully just called out, Dark Riders have been spawned out because the bolt throwers are so unbelievably susceptible to be killed here. Like, there is not really too much that can kind of protect them. Bleak Swords are a little bit slow to keep on top, but Malekith is starting to move out towards point 1 as the Troll player has just captured this one nicely. Hitman Hippo taking advantage of the little bit of space that has been given to him. Flaming Breath out onto the Dark Riders just to pressure that one. I'm going to be interested to see how the Death Reeker deals with the triple bolt thrower threat here.
Now that I'm fully focusing on the game, I understand why he went with so many bolt throwers, because you know the Chaos Dwarfs are going to bring one of their crazy chariots or a giant flying bull lord or something. There's gonna be a single large expensive target for these bolt throwers to harass. So I can I can see it here. I still don't know if it's like the best thing to do, but now I'm starting to understand why he did it. So yeah, I think that Deathstreaker rocket launcher is gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go with multi-shots to try and deal with the inventory, or is it still worth just to have the bonuses large, locked and loaded for the Source of Prophecies if they ever get close? I mean, this is one of the things that you often see here. Goblin Laborers, it's like, please kill them. Do you know what I mean? I'm happy to lose 150 gold here while we can, put pressure elsewhere.
Yeah. I think... Well, I mean, the bolt throwers are now hitting the Bale Throwers, but I do think you're right that they should be switching between multi and single. Whenever one of those big guys is in their range, shoot at them, and then go back to multi and just fire at these Chaos Dwarf Warriors. That'd be good to clear them out, because the Dark Elf Infantry, the Bleak Swords, are not going to beat Chaos Dwarf Warriors. They just don't have the stats for that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a lot of the bolt throwers are getting themselves into a position where there's limited resources that can protect them. Oh, Burning Head just came out. I believe that might have been from the Source of Prophecies. I don't believe they have any fire magic just yet on the side of the Dark Elves. Some more Dark Riders to cover that core line there, but it's going to be a case of how can we then translate getting these Dwarf Warriors forward against these Bleak Swords, but I feel like the artillery is going to significantly struggle to shoot the Chaos Dwarf Warriors while they're engaged in melee.
I am aggressively angry about what the Dark Elves just did, because these Hobgoblin Archers, if they feel like it can move up and just take out those bolt throwers super easily, because look how close the Dark Elf front line is to the Reaper bolt throwers now. Archers can easily get in range of those Reaper bolt throwers.
Yeah.
Like, the Dark Elves were doing so well at the start, and then I don't know why they retreated there, but it makes the bolt throwers a little useless.
Yeah, I'm curious to see... Yeah, I mean, it's a very good point. I mean, I feel like in the situation where you're using the Reaper Bolt Thrower, sometimes it's hard to remember that artillery pieces only have 350 range. And this is one of the reasons why I feel like on this map specifically, I have a hard time believing that they are the answer to all your troubles, right? I mean, how come we don't see Medusas much? Is that just not a thing? Because I know Medusas have anti-large attacks and obviously really strong missile as well.
They got nerfed, and now their range attack only does a lot of damage to infantry, but when you're fighting Chaos Dwarves, that would be fantastic. So I do think a Medusa would be quite strong here.
Yeah, it looks like the counter-healing with the Chalice of Blood and Darkness is making sure that the Source of Prophet is healing up over that one. A nice cast of Burning Head has just completely crushed these guys. Because the burnt -8 leadership, especially in combination with the terror that the Source of Prophet has available to them, is just such a disgusting line of defense here. Also, the Burning Head has absolutely sent its way across to some of these Reaper Bolt Throwers as well, so a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, that was a high-value Burning Head. I like it. And the Chaos Dwarfs are starting to get through the Dark Elf front line. The Bolt Throwers have not quite paid for themselves yet, though this looks like it's a big moment. Malekith is beating up in the Sorcerer Prophet while he's getting shot by some other stuff. If you take him out, I mean, the Hobgoblin units become literally worthless if they lose their Lord, because they're already so low leadership.
Oh my god, beautiful Death Reeker shot there. But yeah, you're completely right. I mean, the leadership that's available... Oh my goodness, Malekith can run this Sorcerer Prophet off the map here.
Go, Malekith, go!
Oh my god, this is really bad. I wonder, what's the proximity of range that the Malekith needs to be in here?
Generally 55.
55. I
So
think that's...
he's in it.
He's in it, yeah. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, he encourages the blue circle, which is about 55 for the most part.
Yes. The circle is generally what you need to be in, which is why it's pretty easy to watch Lords run off, because you can watch how far they are. Though he's faster than Malekith. He's getting a little bit of range.
I mean, both 90 range. Am I blind? Yeah, 90 speed, excuse me. How is he getting a little bit faster? He might recover from this one. That's going to be devastating if this Lord recovers from this battlefield. All right, let's come back to that one to see if the merry tale of that source of prophecies comes back into the battlefield. Devastating if not. We can see on the middle point map that point 2, excuse me, has been dominated. Point 1 is now in the hot contention with the sneaky gits alongside some wolf riders. Oh my god, he came back. That is so unfortunate for the side of Krumpenstein here. But we can see that, yeah, we rightfully called out. Hobgoblins are now getting to the position where they can start shooting some of these Reaper Bolt throwers. So it's going to be difficult to kind of wrestle control back, especially with the Bull Centaur slapping away.
A Manticore? You summon a Manticore right now? You need bodies, my guy. You need someone to defend the bolt throwers. A friggin' Manticore. I'm getting mad.
I mean, it's one of those things that's like, I mean, it's like, how can we send it here? I mean, I feel like a Reaper, the Pharaoh Manticore has the speed to start, really putting pressure on, but the Pharaoh Manticore is going to be relatively similar cost to like 2 inventories. So yeah, I would agree in that it's a little bit of an interesting play to get a Pharaoh Manticore in there. I feel like the Bull Centaur will still trade up nicely. I mean, the trading is in the side of the Dark Elves, so they're clearly doing something right.
The Manticore is a good thing for what was currently occurring if you want to get aggressive. My problem is, why are you taking things you need to defend if you aren't going to defend them? Right?
Yeah.
Like, the Manticore in isolation was a good choice. We see it sniping out that guy, it's causing some terror, it's doing fine. It's doing fine work. But why are the bolt throwers here if we're not going to defend them? I'm getting upset.
I think equally, there was a lot of opportunities in which Hitman Hippo had to try and shut down these bolt throwers. Like you rightfully called out, we could have pushed up the archers, got into situations where we could have done damage. But I think on the flip side, Malekith did so much pressure that required the Source of Prophetess to have so much attention given to it. And so elsewhere, we had a little bit of a slip, which is another thing that you often see players do. They try and put a significant amount of pressure on certain points where the guys are like, okay, I've got to focus here. And so skip and forget about other things on the battlefield quite easily.
Yeah, Chaos Dwarf Warriors finally found their way onto some of the bolt throwers. That Sorcerer Prophet, he's so low. I hope Malekith rear charges him without casting any spells, because when he casts a spell, he's going to proc that healing. But
yeah.
You just gotta knock him off the battlefield. As the Dark Elves are doing way better on capture points than I would have thought, considering how this battle's going. But it looks like Spot 3 and Spot 1 have been largely uncontested for most of the game. I know the Chaos Dwarfs took Spot 1 recently, but Dark Elves just sitting on a bit of a capture point lead, which I think rightfully should belong to the Chaos Dwarfs, because they've held so much of the map for so long, but they just didn't prioritize actually getting the capture points.
Yeah, it looks like this poor Source of Prophet is absolutely getting battered, especially with the Bolt Thrower core now in there. Chaos Dwarf Warriors that are now slapping away at these poor Reaper Bolt Throwers, but honestly, in this situation, when your general comes to you and says, don't worry, matey, you're an artillery piece, you'll be completely away from the battlefield, don't believe them, as they are fighting for their lives in combat against some very angry dwarves. The Source of Prophetess have come back once again. This guy needs to play the lottery. My goodness, he's still alive. Okay, never mind. He's now, don't play the lottery, matey, you will lose. And so now we can see that point 2 has been wrestled away back to the Chaos Dwarves. Obviously, there's no capture weight since Malekith is flying here, taking a significant amount of damage with the Death Shriekers, and obviously Harpies are trying to shut down that Death Shrieker. But honestly, 70 armor is very difficult to punch through for a Harpy with no armor piercing.
Yeah, they will not get a lot done versus that rocket launcher, which Hitman Hippo's done a great job keeping it alive, putting it back in that forest, out of the range of the bolt throwers. That's been really good.
Yeah, especially it's been such a nuisance on Malekith. Malekith's kind of been kept honest quite a lot of this one. Oh my goodness, an Iron Demon is just coming and just whatever that noise was, and just sort of destroyed some of these Dark Riders in the middle here.
Yeah, that's gonna be spooky. Don't know what the Dark Elves can do about that Iron Demon.
Yeah, what's the capture weight on this bad boy? 4 as well. That's basically inventory size. That's basically inventory capture weight at that point. Yeah, how can you uproot this one? Because the majority of the resources that you have that are available to do damage to large entities, they're all battered and bruised, lad. Well, there's 1 a pop here, and there's 4 for here. So if we can move these away, we might be okay.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay, let him cook.
Triple bolt thrower.
That's a good idea. Yeah, Krumpenstein should probably get on that, you know what I mean? Alright, let's have a look here. So we can see on point 1, it looks like Malik is trying to contest alongside this one. A lot of the resources that we're defending are now being routed off, but you got to keep in mind these Dark Riders have only 3.3 capture weight because obviously a lot of their entities have been killed, which means they have 0.7 reduced capture weight. Malekith is just sitting there looking pretty, so he can't really do anything. The Flames of Assurin definitely showed him one. The Harpies are really struggling. Very, very weak Chaff is basically defending against these Harpies, which is not what you want to see. Iron Demon is just being a nuisance, moving towards the capture points, the reinforcement points of the Dark Elf player. So I think we have to start contesting and playing on the right-hand side of the map, because anything you summon at this point in the middle is going to struggle massively.
Yeah, and I'm getting really concerned about Malekith, because with guard mode on, that the Harpies can't stop that rocket launcher, and Malekith was like really, really low. So if he's not dead already, he's about to be.
Yeah, I think one thing to call out as well is damage by artillery is -10 leadership. And so if this guy gets anywhere remotely close, if that artillery piece sniffs Malekith in the vicinity, which it has done right now because the Harpies have been routed away, it's going to struggle. I think if Manticore was on there as well, but in this situation, I'm pretty sure it can still shoot nicely because it's heat-seeking, and so if you just move away a little bit, reposition the ammunition, we'll see if this actually lands. I'd be surprised if it does, but we do know it has obviously heat-seeking missiles, and it finds its mark, so Malekith is out for the count most likely, unless he gets a cycle charge into something. Doesn't get the cycle charge in, so if in that situation, if you cycle charge and then cancel it, you get 15 leadership, I believe it is, as part of charging. So it's a way to juggle your leadership as much as possible. But yeah, point 3 is still in control of the Dark Elves. I don't think it's enough to win, though.
Yeah, it's not, and they feel like they're losing momentum. It's hard for me to see how they get like back into it. Kind of like we were talking about with the Wood Elves. You get past this certain point of no return where you're just too far behind, and it doesn't look like it by number of units. But if you look at what the units are, like we have a full health Blazing Beards of Bazarok charging a Dread Spear. We have a full health Manticore versus like a half health Bull Centaur Render, which if they surround it, they'll destroy it. You know, it's just like the Dark Elves units that are really healthy are definitely chaff. We have a full health Iron Demon running around, so it's like the number of units is the same, but I would much rather have the Chaos Dwarf units.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I would completely agree with that. I mean, there's such expensive units still remaining on the battlefield. I mean, Malekith's in a situation where, look right here, this is the danger zone, Malekith. If you get anywhere near here, buddy, you are well and truly in the danger zone, because I think one shot is going to count out Malekith for the rest of this fight. But if you guys don't know, if you cast Soul Sealer, fun fact, on anything, doesn't have to be a unit, you will still heal from it. Even though you're stealing the souls of nothing, the game still heals you. And it doesn't change. It's always the same flat amount of healing. So that's one thing Malekith may be able to do, but he's going for a breath attack to try and contest this one. But I think he's in a little bit of the danger zone unless this has been routed off. The Death Shrieker has actually been routed off, so the Flying Force have finally done their job of getting rid of the Death Shrieker, which is a good thing for the Dark Elf player. Tons of damage there.
Yeah, the Manticore is finally doing good work that he spawned it for. Is going to take out the rocket launcher, but I mean, that rocket launcher did everything it was hoping to do with its life, so it's
100%.
It's going out happy. I think the main problem is that Iron Demon that we've noted is full health and the Blazing Beards. Chaos Dwarfs doing fine. Is there any way the Dark Elves can take points 1 and 3?
That's a good question, matey. I think potentially if the value trading is still going in the favor of the Dark Elves, I think what's happening right now is the Choth player Hitman is just sending as much as he can and not really necessarily caring too much about the value of what those trades look like. And just trying to hold on to these points as much as possible. And so anytime we can get anything that's relatively quick, like these Hobgoblins can start surrounding against these Dark Riders, which is a really good pick-off. And now we're getting a lot of Chaos Warriors summons in, a double Chaos Warriors summon in to reinforce these points. I'm going to have a hard time believing that the Dark Elves, especially with the resources on the battlefield, Cold War Knights ain't pushing through Dark Elves, Chaos Dwarf Warriors, that's for sure.
Yeah, the Dark Elves putting in a good scrap. I gotta appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I would have given up all hope, but that's why I have weak mental. I am an FF15 kind of guy.
You're a league player, that's it. But, we've been crushed. We've been crushed over many years, and so it's bound to happen, matey. I always say you need a psychology degree to play League of Legends properly, because obviously you've got to keep controlling the mental of your teams. But anywho, this is a 1 versus 1 situation. Krumbenstein has done everything he can with Malekith. I mean, Malekith is one of those things where I feel like he's such a common thing to pick up because he's just so powerful with what he does. Do you think that Malekith, in trading with the Sorcerer Prophetess on the Dragon, would have been a little bit better? Because I think it's a little bit cheaper, if I'm not mistaken.
It is, but I mean, he bullied that Chaos Sorcerer in the early game, and the Sorcerers couldn't have done that nearly as well, so it's like... you know, maybe it would be better, but I think that's an impossible thing to predict when you're building your army.
No, agreed.
The triple bolt throwers, I think that was actually a good tech now that I've watched this game play out. But the problem is that Hitman recognized that, and he kept his rocket launcher really far back, and he spawned the Iron Demon only after the 3 bolt throwers had been compromised. And that was just like, that's just really smart. Like, that's less, why did you take 3 bolt throwers? And wow, Hitman played really well against those bolt throwers. So
Yeah, this is what separates the good from the best, right? Just those kinds of heads-up plays, ensuring that, do you know what, in this situation, if I were to send out this resource without actually thinking about it, and thinking about the potential counters, the potential punishments, and then just, really going in and just ensuring that the units are set up for success, and that they have the correct playing field, should I say. That's ultimately every single time you're building an army, right? You want to make sure that that unit is in there and has the right playing field for it to do well.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this I love Iron Demons. I feel like Chaos Dwarfs are a bit of a wild card with some things they can bring out, as it's just so difficult to to kind of theory craft what they can bring, because equally they can go heavily into chaff and be very annoying and kind of control the map that way. Otherwise, they can go into Bull Centaurs, which is incredibly good at killing infantry, anti-large things depending on the variants. You got obviously the Iron Demons. You've got the Dreadquake Mortar if you fancy it. We saw that yesterday. You've got a lot of options for Chorfs.
Indeed. It is good to see Chorfs doing well on Conquest. They're not generally considered to be an amazing faction right now, so I do enjoy seeing them get a win.
Right. So, let me jump in and next replay here. And okay, so let's first check out the gold value. Wow, the Sorcerer Prophetess Fire only got 1.8k value, which is quite surprising, but yeah, the Death Streaker was like, get on my back, boys, I'm here to carry you. So definitely going to the Orthodontist. Say again?
We're going to the finish line.
Exactly. And I'm dragging you with me if I have to. But we can see, nothing else really stood out. I mean, the Hobgoblins really traded up really nicely for themselves. I mean, these Bull Centaur renders. I mean, there just wasn't really that many Dark Shards, which surprised me. I guess just thinking there's going to be a lot of chaff to fight. I mean, only 1 unit of Dark Shards. I guess it's the trade-off, right? You take Dark Shards, or you take Reaper Bolt Throwers. You can't really go with both, otherwise you'll have nothing to protect it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are insane. Insanely good trading there. Just finding their mark on everything that we're looking for.
Yeah, they did great. Hitman Hippo handled them well. Wow, that was a lot of H words in a row.
It was indeed. All right, let's have a look here. So let's jump into the next one. So we got, surprise, surprise, we got the Wood Elves versus the Empire. So let's have a look. In this matchup, we've got VM Mirovoy, and we got Jellyfish coming in. So let's see how this matchup goes. I would imagine this is on the Steam Tank, which is an El Clasico. It always sees that, right? You can see how many times it's summoned. Yeah, that'd be nice, Loopy.
Loopy? Where's Loopy? Over on YouTube?
Yeah, Loopy's on YouTube.
What does he want? Get him out of here! Alright, I'm here. Shiggy Diggy Grievin. Sorry, guys. I was hanging out on Twitch. I didn't see all the YouTube folks.
Alright. No, Loopy, I'm not banning you. Alright, okay. So let's have a look at the armies here. So, oh, actually, I do need to mod you, but don't ban him.
I won't. I'm just teasing him. I'm teasing him. You've casted with me enough times to know that, like, 50% of what I say is just jokes.
Honestly, it's valid. You're a memester, and I that's what we love about you. All right, so let's have a look see here. We've got Drycha, we've got the Dryad Core. Yeah, very common. I mean, it makes sense against the Empire. Very rarely. I mean, there is no real inventory apart from Greatswords, which are too expensive to trade up against the Dryads. Alongside tons and tons of Waywatchers here. Terrifying range core there. Alongside Drycha with the summons. The Pendulum, with how nerfed Pendulum is, it doesn't seem the best, but I'm interested to see how that goes. No Arrows of Kurnos. Oh, excuse me. There is 2 Arrows of Kurnos, which is an El Clasico. How can I be surprised?
No Arrows of Kurnos here. Finds 2.
Finds 2, just sneaking away there. But yeah, do you want to just quickly jump in for the Empire here?
Yeah, we have the steam tank. Really good disruption tool, as you said. Plus, it has that new trait that gives it really, really good small arms fire resist. So even if you shoot out with Way Watchers with their incredible armor piercing, he's going to be relatively fine as long as he's facing them.
Hmm.
Then a bunch of chaff. The Empire chaff is low key some of those broken stuff in the game. If you
You think?
if you look at a spearman and swordsman stat line for how cheap they are compared to like marauders or dwarves, Empire chaff is really good. Considering how cheap they are, right? You're not expecting them to beat Chosen, but they're as expensive as a freaking clan rat. So, really
Yeah.
good stuff there, and then some archers to back them up and a life wizard to back up the steam tank. That is a classic Empire build post Thrones of Decay, and it's very strong.
I was going to say, I feel like, I sensed a little bit of a class envy there when you're talking about, how expensive clan rats are compared to swordsmen. I mean, the damage is going to come down. I definitely don't think it's 100% resistance, right? So, still a
No,
little
it's
bit of damage.
75, so he shouldn't be YOLOing like this.
Yeah, he's just, well and truly, I'm just going to send it, boys. I mean, pigeon bomb and a lot of damage coming through, so, a lot of pressure being thrown out there. I'm trying to speak. Sorry, my dog's trying to lick my mouth. But you can see here that now getting into the point of melee contention. I mean, the steam tank's just going to roll on all the way through, right? Are you guys
Yes.
silly? I'm just going to send it.
This is going to get a little scary, though, because his back can't be facing everywhere at once. So if he's not careful, if those Way Watchers get a rear shot on him, that Empire tank is going to die.
This is a terrible idea because in this situation they can box around. These archers, the Way Watchers can box around the Empire tank. Like you rightfully called out, the direction does not work from behind, but I respect the stones on Mirovoy for going in like this one. I mean, everything from I can see is all roads lead to this steam tank right now, and it looks like a smoke bomb's just been dropped down, Disencourage is thrown down, and a lot of pressure on this steam tank is being thrown out. This was just a bit of a... Yeah,
Oh, no.
I mean, I respect it. Probably the life wizard needs to start running up. She's scooting his little legs over there, but like, I'm coming, darling. Help is on the way, dear. Help is on the way. But yeah, the regrowth is going to be quite far away, especially with 200 range. But they are running on over. There's no way the Master Engineer survives, surely.
No, no way he can.
Oh my god, the regrowth is coming in. He's going to survive. He's actually going to
Unbreakable
survive.
health mechanic?
And it's going to be an overcast as well, isn't it? Yeah, it's an overcast of regrowth for the increased healing. My goodness, that was criminal. VM,
No, just
Mirovoy right now is sweating buckets. Going in there. I mean, there's stones on that one, but nice pendulum coming out to kind of disrupt some of the chaff that's here. My goodness, the amount of the bravery that was demonstrated there, you've got to respect it. But my god, that was so ballsy.
I'm so sad.
I mean, this is the thing that's been in the community for a long time. Should regrowth not be castable on a steam tank is the debate that we've often heard. And regrowth magic on a steam tank doesn't necessarily make sense all too much from a lore perspective, but from a balance perspective, it's an interesting one.
Yeah. Now to get more serious again, that elite Wood Elf Cav that was spawned, they already died, and they didn't manage to kill the steam tank, so that is a huge loss for Wood Elves. And the Empire Mantide is just flowing over this point, so like all of that snipe attempt onto the steam tank amounted to not nothing, but the steam tank's still there, it's still shooting at you, and meanwhile you back up. So the Wood Elves got to be so frustrated that all of that was for naught.
I mean, in this situation, it's like you have lords that are very, very difficult to kill sometimes, right? Was it worth it? I guess you can't really ignore him with what he was doing. That's the crazy thing. It's such a difficult thing. Another heal's going to come out as well, isn't it? Yeah. One thing to know, overcasted regrowth. Oh, it doesn't increase the healing. Just increases the time, I think. So, oh no, it is. Excuse me, it is upgraded. I feel like when you upgrade that cast, one of the things to remember is it increases the cooldown significantly. So depending on your availability of need with the steam tank, I think we're going to see the healing cap reached here for sure.
For sure. But the Empire have a triple point cap. They're behind on damage value, but with all of that damage going to the steam tank's still fine. You have to think the Empire have a lot elsewhere, and as you look around, that is true.
Yeah.
So the Empire have more bodies, they have more control over the point, and the Wood Elves, if they win this, it would be a heroic effort, but they are on the back foot quite decisively.
Yeah, no, some excellent movements by the steam tank. I mean, honestly, I'm just surprised it didn't die. I mean, this would have been a different game. If that steam tank died on the cusp of death multiple times, The Empire would have had very limited resources to actually start pushing through some of the inventory here. So I feel like in that situation, was it even a risk worth taking for the Master Engineer? I'm not even sure.
I still don't think that was worth it, but like it worked out.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's always a great idea.
Yeah.
I
Right.
don't know. What are
I
those
mean,
Empire Knights or Knights of Blazing Sun?
in this, like, so for everyone's understanding in the chat as well that is watching the stream, Human Boy. So let's say the Master Engineer, right, takes damage and then heals up. Will you still generate gold value from attacking the unit, or is it a flat amount? Can you go over the gold value of it?
Yeah, you still get over the gold value of it.
Makes sense.
Which is why when I mentioned the damage value, I mentioned it's a little inflated, is because I mean he's really expensive, so as you get all that value, but then he heals it up, its value you're just going to get over and over again, but it's not real.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, if someone heals a swordsman, you can only get 300 value back again. So it's like you're doing the same amount of damage, but it's just to a less important unit. So the Wood Elves' damage value is wildly inflated right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and that you can kind of tell because of the fact that the units that are on the battlefield right now, definitely limited. I mean, we can see the Rights Guard here. I know the Rose Cavalry has anti-infantry, so how come we're not seeing that? I mean, the price point difference is not incredibly different, but I suppose as part of Domination, you've got to make sure that you cover all bases, and I guess the Rights Guard is good enough for what they need.
I suppose. I think the Reichsguard are pointless. Just spend the couple extra gold to get a Knight of the Blazing Sun for fire damage, or to get Knights of the Black Rose for ITP and anti-infantry. Or if you're looking for just a blocker, then just go cheaper with the Empire Knight. I really don't like Reichsguard, but they're not terrible. None of the Empire Cav is terrible. I just think there's more optimal things to be done.
Yeah, because it's like, I feel like what you're paying for is just a little bit of charge bonus alongside a little bit more armor, and that's not really necessarily what you need to look for. Like, I mean, the Empire Knights, like, if you look at the stat line, it's relatively similar to the Empire Knights, especially with what they're trying to achieve. I mean, the charge bonus is a little bit different, but it's like, okay, if I spend X amount there, what else can I get value with? You know, where else can I start getting some units? Where else can I start making some plays there? But yeah, I mean, the Steam Tank has been kind of the all roads have led to the Steam Tank in this fight. You know, a lot of fighting has been done apart from that, but you know,
Morovi, how does he keep ending up in these situations, man? At some point, you're just trying to prove something. How did he end up in the middle of the Firebark Elders?
Yeah, honestly, yeah, it is a very good question. Who knows as to why that's the case?
Oh, that's silly.
I mean, it's not being punished, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem like he's being massively punished. But, hey. So, this is Burning a Pendulum's coming out. Honestly, I don't rate Pendulum. I'm not sure how you feel about Pendulum. I just don't think it's a good spell for the cost. I think Pit of Shades is a little bit more expensive and is a lot more consistent.
I agree. I think Pendulum sucks.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember when on the release of Warhammer 3, what Pendulum was like? My goodness.
That was wild.
It was, yeah, it would
wild.
kill anything. I remember being in tournaments and Pendulum would legitimately one-shot anything. And I'm not even kidding. It was wild. So point 2 has been almost wrestled away for the likes of the Wood Elves here. But only just not controlled. As you can see, no capture points are going towards the Wood Elf side, but it's going to be a big ask. You know, some units are trying to move towards point 3. I feel like in this situation, what I would have tried to do differently is... if I was in the shoes of the Wood Elf player, is okay, so I'm trying my best to kill the Steam Tank player. It's not working. Let's just try and be a nuisance and start looking to try and, you know, capture point 3, for example. Slow down the amount of time that the Empire player is building for themselves.
Mm-hmm. That's a good strat.
I mean, it's one of those, like, it's what Intensity does really well. It's really frustrating when I play against him. It's like, okay, so I'm just going to go over to that point. I'm going to just go over to that point. I'm going to go over to that point. And it's like never a very simplified victory condition of just, I'm going to fight you and smoke you down. You know, sometimes you want to try and make it as complicated for your opponent as possible. And finally, I bet the Wood Elf player is happy about this one. This will be in the dreams tonight. The Steam Tank has been killed. Because obviously no healing available. They've survived a lot longer if it still had healing.
Yeah, finally took it down. I love how he respawned those elite cav that he used at the very start of the game to finally finish the job.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the value. 2,000 gold value is still a significant amount. I mean, honestly, the cavalry doesn't really have a lot of fantastic targets here. You know, you maybe want to try and see what they can do against the Empire Knights, but they would lose because of their health right now because they're so low armored. But definitely not what you want to see, being caught out by some spearmen here. What are we trying to push towards? Oh, I guess try and get point 1. Potentially what they're looking for. Maybe go for the cycle charges between.
The Empire's at the point where if they hold point 1, they win anyway. So
Yeah.
I think the Wood Elves recognize that and they need to go for a triple cap. I don't know if they can. The Empire is spending a lot of resources on the top side over there, going for point 3. Looks like they have 2 different units closing in on that one Wood Elf one, but the Wood Elves are doing what they have to. You have to take all 3 points, and you have to do it soon, so they got to overextend themselves a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Right Guard have a little bit more capture weight here, so it's... What is this capture weight? It's 8 versus 4, but the Wild Riders would swing it in towards the favour of the Wood Elves, just trying to stem the bleeding a little bit. A lot of pressure is going towards the point, so I'm going to have to wait and see how Jellyfish can translate this one. But I must admit, Jellyfish has done a fantastic job with the unfortunate steam tank action at the beginning there. You know, Jellyfish has still tried to keep this competitive and traded up really nicely despite having to put so many resources on. I would love to see, you know, putting the unit back in there because the second these goes out, no capture weight is going to be on this one. So let's make sure that we can just squidge ourselves back on that point because you desperately need to wrestle control away from there. Like, the Empire Knights want to drag you away, and that's exactly what they've done. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, I've been waiting. Oh, I've been seeing, and I think that's an Empire dub.
Yeah, I think that a double point situation is starting to tick away. Only 90 points are remaining, so 45 seconds on the clock here. And I just think that the Empire has such easy availability of cavalry to throw capture weight back into their side here.
Yeah, capture weight's a hell of a drug. I think even if capture, like,
You know, if the points weren't a thing, I feel like the Empire has been pretty steadily ahead this game since that steam tank play, and it's just been showing. The Wood Elves have regained some ground, which is pretty good, but the Empire has those forces in the north that could swing down here and change things. He just really wanted to fit in point 3.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how the Eternal Guards, like... I mean, there's just not enough time, really, is there? So yeah, GG, well played to the Empire player, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, when the replay was submitted, they said, please ban steam tanks. And
I saw
after
that
seeing
too,
that, I can see why.
I didn't...
I feel like
I didn't
would
want to say anything because I was like, that kind of gives away who wins this game, so I'll just let it go.
Yeah, I feel like I would probably share the same sentiment if that was what I had to experience there. But yeah, GG's to these players. We've got another one coming in, so let's just grab this one in. So this one is Greenskins versus Bretonnia, I think. That'll be a bit of a banger.
I see a lot of greenskins these days.
And also, shout out to Human Boy for helping out today. This guy's an absolute legend. If you guys don't know Human Boy, he's in the description. And if you look on Human Boy Yes on YouTube, I can't promise he's not too Skaven in a trench coat, but nonetheless, he's a fantastic player. If you're looking to get into multiplayer, I would highly recommend checking out his channel and his Discord. I know your Discord is the Under Empire, which will be in all his links. So super cool guy. You know, I would highly recommend checking his channel out if you want to learn multiplayer. He does beginner tournaments every week, if I'm not mistaken. Alongside his community, has a ton of exceptionally talented players that are happy to coach you as well. So if you are looking to join multiplayer things, he is a great network to get into that.
Yeah. I mean, you said it. You said it so well, I have nothing to add. It's a troll place full of memes and silliness.
Yes, it's a great place to be. Right, so let's have a look here. Hopefully everything's running okay. I mean, we have a couple more matchups that we can still utilize from a replay perspective. I'm just trying to grab the ones that seem interesting. Let's go and have a little look-see over here. So, Human Boy. We got the Bretonnia. Fey Enchantress seems to be a relatively common pick. I guess on the Unicorn, she has the Mortis Engine, especially with a minus melee attack, can be really nice in his cores. But Dwellers and Regrowth, Earthblood, Chalice, and Feather Effect, that's a lot of cost. I mean, Stinky Beans is putting a lot of resources into Fey Enchantress there alongside his Paladins. You know, a lot of spells coming out. Maybe Stinky Beans might be a newer player that doesn't necessarily know that you can, I guess, not spend all the monies. But we'll have to wait and see.
Or take all the spells.
Taking all the spells, I mean, hey, it could come out, could come up Millhouse in that case. So we can see that Scarstick has been chosen for the Lord on the side of the Greenskins, but please jump in with the overview of the Greenskins.
Looks like we have Skarsnik with his rampage against elite Bretonnian knights. That's pretty good to get them into bad situations. You have a whole bunch of Savage Orc Armor Boys, Orc Biggins for their nice anti-large and staying power. Frontline of Goblins because they're cheap and cheerful. And then we have Stone Trolls, and I know you've hovered over it once in a while, but what's the caster?
The caster is an Orc Shaman with Here We Go and Brainbuster. Here we go, ledge.
Those are pretty good. Those are pretty good. Here We Go is one of the best voice lines in the game. When you cast it, you just actually get an orc screaming at you.
I mean, yeah, that's sometimes when you're playing the orcs, that's the only thing you want to hear, right?
Here we go.
Here we go, ledge. Let's get some teethies. Right, so let's wait and see how this goes on. So we've got some very, very swift cavalry moving towards point 3, which makes sense with the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. Point 2 is being contested as well. A lot of resources are being thrown out. Mounted Yeomen, I don't actually know how they'll trade into the Forest Goblins, but I imagine relatively okay, but Poison is a bit of a nuisance there, as it is effectively 15% ward save. Let's have a look.
Forest Goblins have a much higher melee defense than you probably give them credit for. I think it's like 42 or something. If the Mounted Yeomen don't get a free charge on them, the Spiders will be fine. Spiders are crazy tanky. They don't do any damage, though.
Right.
Hazel's here. Hey, Hazel.
Right, so let's have a look here with the point 3. I mean, that was controlled by the Smoke, which makes sense because of the Goblin Riders, but that has swiftly retaken control because of a lot of resources we've placed over that point. I mean, in this situation, they've split the Greenskins relatively nicely. I mean, there's very limited resources over there. Don't know what that spell was, that, but potentially the Night buff going over and the Icon of Devotion. I mean, I feel like the peasant mobs right now have 60 leadership. That's kind of insane for a peasant mob that costs 100 gold.
Yeah, this is kind of a funny little tech from the Bretonnians. He put a Grail Relic in both blobs so that they both have these crazy, like, leadership buffs. So that's
love
funny. I appreciate it. That's clever.
Ooh, Brainbuster busting all over the peasant bowman here. Starting to throw out a lot of damage into the Stone Trolls. Yeah, bit of a brutal situation there, so we'll have to wait and see. Orc Boy Biggins are skirting around the outside, seeing what they can do, but the Bretonnian Pox Arrows are now finding the mark on the Stone Trolls. Fun fact, archers, alike with poison, can impact their own troops, but unfortunately the Forest Goblin Spider Riders have utilised the fact that they've got the trees to keep them hidden, and have found their mark on the Peasant Bowman here.
Yeah, charging uphill is pretty hard for the Greenskins, but the Bretonnian front line is paper, so it doesn't really matter if you're charging uphill against paper, it's still just paper.
Yeah, the thing that scares you... Yeah, the thing that scares me the most is there's a lot of resources over on the Bretonnian side, over on the point 3 here, and it just seems that the point 1 resources are going to fold over with the amount of things that are coming across here. A spell's coming in, which I'm not 100% certain.
Below.
Dwellers Below, yes. Interesting. Also, welcome in, Dark. Thanks to everybody.
Damage, but, like, it looks better than it really is. Dwellers Below does a lot more damage versus, like, infantry than large things, so it's hurting some Forest Goblins. You can see the Stone Trolls are chilling.
Yeah, the regeneration's sort of just like, yeah, I can out-heal you, no worries. I feel like the one before, the Dwellers before the nerf were significantly better. It had bonus large attributes as well, but it was a needed nerf, in fairness. A lot of resources from the Greenskins. I mean, the trading isn't actually that bad. I mean, you got to keep in mind a lot of the resources that are being killed are, honestly, pretty damn weak. So we got a War coming in, which is a terrifying thing. So a lot of the melee fights are going to be coming in towards the favour of the Greenskins. But unfortunately, the Stone Trolls have been routed away because of the Grail Knights. But the Rampage have come in to get these fermented fungi. These guys are high as a kite, going into melee right now.
Yeah, though I don't know how much the fermented fungi is honestly going to matter. Because it's just melee defense reduction and Rampage, which is good, but all the things shooting at it are archers. Like, there's nothing around here that's really going to punish that reduced melee defense.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see. But the Grail Knights charging in and wrecking those Stone Trolls was pretty huge. That saved this battle for the Bretonnians, and we'll see what they can do from here.
98 charge bonus is absolutely wild. So if you can get some healing, I mean, does Fey Enchanters have any action of, like, regrowth? Yeah, if I can get a regrowth on the Grail Knights here, I'd be a very happy bunny. But the Chalice coming in! Tons of damage on the rotating Greenskins.
That looks like a regrowth just came in for the Grail Knights, and they need it because those Boar Boy Biggins are getting Ear We Go'd right into their face.
Yeah, here we go, lads, indeed. That is a lot of damage. That's basically true. They're effectively hitting every single time now, and you can definitely see the Grail Knights are suffering a little bit. I mean, in this situation, maybe getting the Fae over there just to try and support to reduce the melee attack in that situation. But I guess here we go, and just the amplification of melee attack is just, you ain't going to deal with that no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately, the
Very
Grail
nice
Knights are perishing.
Greenskin's doing good. I think they're very happy with how this is going so far. Bretonnia is still holding 2 points to their 1, but like they're just killing so many important resources that the point will still be there when they're done winning this specific fight. So slow and steady is a little bit better.
Get in there, lads. Come on, the Gravel Elite. Get in there, boys. Okay, now the Fate Enchantress is fighting against a couple of these Savage Orc boys. But I feel like the Fate Enchantress will do true damage, especially... This is where the likes of Awakening for the Woods would be so good against Savage Orcs, because it does so much damage. A lot of the resources in the backline have now been, unfortunately, contested. Ooh, the Blessfield Trebuchet is an understandable summon, but in this situation, if these Forest Goblins win alongside the Savage Orc boys, they can start rotating over, and there's going to be very limited resources to protect them, especially since only 1.1k supplies are remaining.
But what if it's the Field Trebuchet Regiment of Renown that has Stalk and Snipe?
Is there one that has Stalk and Snipe?
No, but think about it.
That would be sick. Maybe it's painted purple and the greenskin player does not see this trebuchet, and it definitely doesn't seem that they do see it just yet. So maybe
where are the rocks coming from?
Big thinking time, boss. In actual fact, it's impossible to see things that are painted purple, it seems. But still, the 0.3 has not moved from that core, and the greenskins are now rolling over 0.1.
I mean, I get it. You don't really want your peasants wandering through the forest, and then the greenskins just spawn a spider rider and take that point. You've committed at this point, so I suppose just leave them there. It's tough. I don't think those guys ever should have been over there, but now that they are, you're kind of stuck with it. Like, they can't come help this fight, or there was no point to anything.
Yeah, I mean, the Battle Pilgrims are a relatively cost-effective unit when it comes to cutting through the chaff that's available over here, but I think a Charles is coming in and doing a ton of damage coming on the Savage Orc Biggins.
Is very good from the Fey Enchantress. She's killing it.
Yeah, she's had some nice challenges.
I wonder if the only thing you maybe could do at that top point is grab a couple of their melee units and start walking towards Greenskins point 1, just to make them back off a little bit and be annoying. I mean, sorry, it's point 2 for them, but you got what I meant.
Yeah, it's walking time. The boys are well and truly ready for the call of battle, and I think there's a lot of mushies that are running towards the Bretonians. And fun fact, the Bretonians smell awful. All Bretonian peasants smell absolutely awful, and they are quoted to be akin to fighting Nurgle with the stench that they come into the battlefield. But unfortunately, that is not any good against greenskins. They don't really care too much.
They found the stealth trebuchet. No,
no, the purple painted trebuchets have finally been caught out. Yeah, great usage of the cavalry moving over there. So yeah, smart play from that side of things.
My head canon is they still don't know the trebs are there, but because there's peasants, they're trying to fight the peasants. They're like, what? I keep running into this invisible big thing.
What is this invisibility? I mean, the damage that they've done is not that insane just yet, despite having, how much ammunition? 6? I guess 6 shots is not the crazy amount. And Goblin Orc Big Boss, nice. So yeah, the Needs of Stabbing is available anytime. I feel like the Fey Enchantress and the Paladins have all been routed off the battlefield now, and Skarsnik's force alongside the Spites of the Bad Moon and the Fermented Fungi can pretty much kill anything that comes out from the Bretonian side of things. I think we have 23 of the 28 units that are remaining on the Greenskin side of things, and the trading has gone so heavily inside of the Greenskins. The Fey Enchantress is vibing out over here with the Paladin, just trying to gather their forces. The Fey Enchantress is desperately shouting out cries of battle to these men on this side of the point, just telling them, stop being lazy, lads, and let's get in there. Get stuck in.
Yeah, if she has a little bit of Winds of Magic, she can get some healing off here and there for herself and the Paladins, but this is definitely the Bretonians' last stand, where it looks like they're maybe going to try and circle around with some cavalry and get a nasty rear charge, I guess, but...
You know what? In the heat of battle, do you know what you need? It's a Grail Relic to protect your trebuchets. Absolutely. So now the Peasant Corps is coming out with the Grail Relics. I love this Grail Relic, by the way. You very rarely see Grail Relics, so it's so dope to see them on the battlefield. I mean, the Icon of Devotion is actually pretty damn good, especially within, basically amplifying the peasants' already pretty garbage stats, right?
Yeah, Grail Relics are pretty chad. They have some fun animations because they, carry the dead Grail Knight into battle, but they have like a charge animation that just looks silly. So it's just a fun unit that you're never sad to see a Grail League.
No, absolutely not. I think they just they use the skull at the front to hit him with. I mean, of all things to hit him with, use the bloody spear, lads. But anyway, let's not backseat game the Grail League. They're doing their best. A lot of greenskin infantry is sort of like wrestled around this point, but you can see a really large skirmish has come out on the Grail Knights on this core on this side. A lot of things have been thrown into the battlefield, but it looks like Here We Go is probably going to be coming out to counteract the minus healing or the anti-infantry. Yeah, Here We Go is coming in. A lot of melee attack. It's basically a mini war going on, so I'm a bit scared for the Grail Knights and the Knights of the Realm here.
Yeah, there comes some Boar Boy Biggins and bringing that armor piercing into the. Here we go. Plenty of stats, plenty of armor piercing. This is where Bretonnia falls, and evil wins once again.
Would you consider the Greenskins evil? I wouldn't say they're innately evil.
My evil test is if you left a baby with them, what would happen to the baby?
Okay, yeah, that's valid. Probably not.
They
Probably
would
not
eat,
good things.
They would eat the baby. And that is evil.
But equally, surely, like certain Chaos Gods wouldn't eat the baby. They'd probably like Zinch would probably mess with it, doing all sorts of weird Zinchian 5D chess things.
And Zinch is a good guy. Zinch is a good guy by this.
Well, you've heard it here first. You've heard it here first. I mean, in lore, the Fey Enchantress is terrifying. She kidnaps like young kids, and she kills the males and keeps the maidens alive. She's a bit of a psychopath. I'm not gonna lie.
Is evil.
I mean, but here we go. Bretonnia is evil, folks. Bretonnia is evil. I mean, the ironic thing is they do follow a Wood Elf god. Or not Wood Elf, an Elven god. So kind of ironic that they follow an Elven god. But anywho, Greenskins have got a massive domination to 0.1 now. I'm surprised they've not tried to go for 0.3, but understand that they don't want to they don't want to be in a situation where they're over-exhausting themselves.
Yeah. I mean, they don't care about 0.3. They have points 1 and 2, and they have the Bretonnian spawn unlock. Is that a Hippogriff Knight?
That is indeed a Royal Hippogriff Knight coming out.
How are they flying so fast? Oh, you're on ×2. Got it.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on ×2 because I feel like at this point...
Like, what?
Yeah, the writing's on the wall a little bit here.
Yeah, I got you. The Hippogriffs, I think this is a showcase, though, what we're talking about like very early in the stream, where it's so hard to summon expensive units in the middle of a Dom game. Is like Bretonnia loses all of this map presence while he's saving up money to get the Hippogriff Knights, and then when he finally gets them, it's like, okay, but they're alone. They don't have any support now because everything else died with Greenskins. So Domination, it feels like if you want expensive stuff, you kind of have to start with it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I remember in a Domination battle I did fairly recently, I had a Thunder Barge in reinforcements, and I lost all map control just to summon that bugger. And that was before it was nerfed, and it wasn't even worth it at that point. So yeah,
Barge, too weak. Buff it.
Well, I think we would have pitchforks at our doors if we said anything like that. I tell you that for free. But yeah, Rob Hippogriff Knights trying to cycle around to see what they can find here. I mean, the Hippogriff Knights, if they can get regrowth, can kill a lot of things. They're such an insanely powerful unit, especially with the amount of HP per entity. I think it's like 600 or so that they have. It's crazy how much health these guys have per entity. So let's see if we have one final charge here. We can see the Bretonnians are moving into the battle, trying to get into the situation where they can kill some of these terrifying units here.
It did happen, though. As soon as the Bretonnians left it, there's a Forest Goblin Spider Rider taking the only point that they've been defending. So that's kind of like what we were talking about, where it's like, I mean, they're kind of doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. Because as soon as they left, the Greenskins just slurped in and took it. I
mean, that then goes the Greenskin player has played towards the victory conditions, played the map really nicely, and gone for those value trades that we would love to see. I mean, the Hippogriff Knights have no healing, so I suspect these entities are going to drop. Like you can see already, look how low HP there are, but they're still entities, and now obviously they've got that critical mass of very, very low. A lot of their entities are weak, and they're unfortunately perishing here. Very quick shatter, a lot of units with anti-large especially, and the Greenskins have taken it.
Greenskins cheated. Kick them. Kick him out of here.
Yeah, right, 1.9k value on the Fey Enchantress. Looking at 700 for the Paladin. Let's have a look if there's anything. The Grail Relic only got 33 gold value, and the other one got 0. But they're there for, every single battle needs a bard, you know what I mean? Everyone needs positive vibes. So let's look at the rest of the Bretonnians. Honestly, the Grail Knights really, really did a lot for me. But let's go ahead. I'll hover over for you for the Greenskins. You're going to start having a little peek at this one?
Skarsnik did good. Looks like he got into a fight with the Paladin and Fey Enchantress. Orc Shaman, considering that he was mostly casting Here We Go's, really good value for him.
True.
Down a support caster, it's not really about his value as much. How'd the Stone Trolls do?
600.
Not great, but they got run down by Grail Knights.
Yeah, they
as
did.
soon as the Grail Knights spawned, they hit him in the face.
Yeah, those poor burgers did not have a good time.
Orc Arboys, Orc Biggins both did very well. Spider Riders did very well. Just a lot of battlefield presence and nuisance for the Bretonnians, so love to see it. The board by Biggins, not as much value as I would have expected, because they got some really big picks, but it is what it is.
Yeah, the cavalry
Savage
definitely paid for themselves, that's for sure. I mean, oh, look at these Savage Orc big guns. Such a terrifying unit because they have so much armor piercing. Actually, they have so much anti-large. Right. Would you have time for another one, my friend?
I can do one more. Yeah, I can do
Understood.
one more.
Understood.
Who you
right.
got lined up after me? Are you going solo?
I have the wonderful Agent Number 1. He's been a friend of the channel for a very, very long time. Super cool guy. We started streaming at a relatively similar time. But he's been in the majority of the tournaments I've done. He casted in the very first one we did with Legend. He was the warm-up act to begin with. And he did a great job. All right. Okay, Zinch. Shut up.
All these positive things just coming at the end. I don't like that guy.
Positivity. Ugh, gross.
I'll have to listen in. I've never heard of this person. I always like hearing of new content creators.
Yeah,
They
he's
love more content.
he did a ton of Total War and decided to himself, do you know what? I ain't sticking around. Warhammer 3's in a really garbage state, and in fairness, it was. And he's done a ton of variety since, but he's still, deep in the core of the Total War community, that's for sure, though. But indeed.
Right,
Prepare for the bear. Why are they not playing Kislev? Do you know what I mean?
I don't know.
I feel like I've been scammed. I feel like I've been scammed a little bit, but okay. Anyway, we'll go with the Dark Elf army. Ooh, interesting. So the Supreme Sorceress on the old Mount Rooney. Black Horror item very rarely seen. Power of Darkness, Soul Stealer. Who are we going to be putting the Power of Darkness on? You're going to be significantly weakening any unit that you throw that on. Going with the Dread Spears. The Shade Jewel Weapon's an interesting one. Chucking those into the forests. And then we've got the Bleak Sword frontline alongside the Dark Shard Shields, alongside the Scourge Runner Chariots. And my friend, do you want to have a little look at the Zinchian roster?
Sure, we got some of our beloved Zongors. Very good in this mode. Do have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord with his Chaos Spawn Summon.
Yeah, terrifying.
Fire. Both good spells, obviously. Is that an Exalted Hero of Zinch on the ground?
It is on the disc.
Oh, okay. Did you
With Book of Secrets?
Oh,
wait.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
What is this? Has he cooked? Has he cooked too hard, baby?
He's cooked too hard. That thing sucks. It's so RNG based.
Oh, of course. Is it either Fate of Yuna, a Withering Heat, or an Enabling Flow? Is that literally it?
That's it, but if I remember correctly, it doesn't tell you which one you're about to cast. So, it's not even you roll it, and you're like, oh, I rolled Fate of Yuna. Okay, I need to cast Fate of Yuna on something. It's, you just click on a unit, you're like, man, I hope it's the Fate of Yuna one, and if it's not, if it's Enfeebling Foe, it's whatever. Imagine you're trying to cast it on a Lord, and you're hoping for the Enfeebling Foe or the Slow, and you get Fate of Yuna on a Lord. It's wild.
Yeah.
It's such a spicy pick, and I love seeing it. But I'm very concerned. As a commentator, I love seeing it. As a player, I am concerned.
Yeah. I've chosen of Zinch as well. Some pretty heavy commitment into the melee frontline here, especially with a ton of powerful units. Let's have a look at the Marauders of Zinch as well. Let's just go in and start rocking and rolling. Let's see how these Scourge Runners can translate into pressure here. Let's go ahead and get the pupper as she's asking for attention once again. She's very interested in the Zinchian matchup. Prepare for the bear, but prepare for the dog, as she's just snuck in here. Let's see if we can see if the magic is going to get to the point where it'll start regenerating. So maybe we'll expect to see Prepare for the Bear not cast anything for a little bit of time, especially because he wants to try and get the charge. As this only rechargeable is if you have Winds of Magic's power over 15. We'll have to wait and see on that one. We can also see the Zangors moving into the point, looking to contest point 3, it seems. Equally, point 2 is being captured, and point 1, I believe, is under control of the Zinchian player. I mean, the Dark Elves have a lot of skirmish, so if there's nothing to protect the Zangors, I think the Chariots will have an absolute free real estate of a time when it comes to mowing through these poor buggers. Screamers of Zinch, really nice counterpick towards the Scourge Runners there. Will do a fantastic job of putting pressure down. But yeah.
Yeah, Scourge Runners will be really good. They're good against Screamers. They're good against the Disc Lords and stuff, especially when the Disc Lords are kind of slippery in melee. It's nice to have some armor-piercing based ground units that can just poke at them, keep them a little honest.
Hold on, I'm gonna put my tongue down. She's licking my mouth, tons trying to speak. Looks like VM Berserk as well inputted the wrong result. If you'd be able to fix that, I can do it in a second. Otherwise,
All right, I'll take a look. What did he do?
yeah, he put it up as he lost, but he won. Okay, so let me jump in there and see that there's a Pinkfire Zinch, I believe overcasted, because it basically one-shot these poor Dark Shards. The Summoner has come in to put pressure on these Dark Shards on this side as well. So a lot of the Dark Elves are running scared here. You can see the Screamers are in the position of fighting the Supreme Sorceress, but I believe Soul Stealer will be a fantastic counter to that one. So realizing the Soul Stealer was cast onto the Exalted Hero, started running away accordingly. The Screamers of Zinch in this situation, if you were to try and run them away, they'd just start crumbling, so it's just honestly not worth doing. Pinks are doing a great job of putting some pressure down here, as you can see, but we'll have to wait and see. Marauders of Zinch trying to look towards some of these Dark Shards. Unfortunately, nothing's there to protect them.
Yeah, that can be pretty tough. As the Chaos Lord dives onto him, I mean, he could even summon Chaos when he was inclined, but nope, Pinkfire is going to just deal with that.
Yeah, he's already chucked down the Sword of Change. That's why these poor Dark Shards are under pressure here. So reinforcements coming in, which is our Harpies and Dark Riders on the other side. Really nice summon that, actually. But in fairness, the trading value is actually relatively similar. I think a lot of pressure has come down because the Supreme Sorceress is sponging quite a lot of damage and just healing it up.
They fixed the Berserk thing, by the way, so that's fine.
Thank you, you are incredible. And we can see that the Supreme Darkness is... I think the Manticore is doing a great job of keeping it alive, but the Shades, unfortunately, have been completely caught out. Looking for the round the outside, but unfortunately the door is closed and got shut out very, very quickly with the Centaurs of Zinch doing a great job of putting pressure down there. The Sourguts shooting in the trees, not the most cost-effective thing to do, especially since the majority of the resources, or majority of the shots will miss and hit the trees, but looks like this
Look
map
at that high
specifically...
firing arc. That's kind of
yeah,
awesome.
that...
Up and over.
Yeah, it's like a crossbow at that point, isn't it? Jesus.
I don't know if I've ever seen him fire that high. A lot of land battle maps are much flatter than this, so I'm not used to seeing them interact with hills. That's kind of hilarious. Love it.
Yeah, no, I love that unit so much. It is a very cool unit.
Look at him go. What's going on the far side?
Let's have a look, see if we... it's a very good comment. So the Scourge Runner Chariots are doing a fantastic job, I feel like, of being a bit of a nuisance here, although the ammunition is definitely depleting. There isn't really all that many targets. I mean, they're shooting the Centaurs of Zinch, but I just feel like Scourge Runner are better at killing single entities than they are at killing cavalry. But I suppose you can kind of utilize them for both situations there. I mean, a lot of the front line... Oh, my days! This is one of the things that makes you sad.
Predictive... And it looks like it did a lot of damage on the way in. Half health off 2 different infantry units.
Yeah, I mean...
Rounding, but yeah.
That is an unfortunate summon. Instantly realized and then punished. A lot of the Marauders are being, slaughtered accordingly with the Supreme Sorceress. I mean, this is where the stat line's a little bit different, and so maybe springing in... Wow, Power of Darkness has also been utilized all of them. So I was curious to see where she's casted that. Very rarely is it on yourself, but we'll have a wait and see. Significant amount of damage has been put towards this one. Chariots are now going in. Might as well start utilizing the Murderous Mastery. And the Supreme Sorceress, I'd love to see a Soul Blight here to try and crush... a Soul Stealer, excuse me, on all these units. Starts crushing through them.
Soul Stealer is always very good, but these Centaurs are going to mulch the Scourge Runner Chariots. Armor Piercing and High Mass. They can get onto those guys pretty easily.
Yeah, let's have a look and see. The Zangors are moving towards point 1 here. I mean, I don't think the Dread Spears have a chance, if I'm honest. Furies are now moving around, so if you're not aware, when you summon a barrier unit, it will start off with no barrier, and it recharges instantly. But over here, we've got a lot of the Bleak Swords that have been battered away. Marauders of Zinch holding back quite a lot of units, especially the Black Ark Corsairs being held back by Marauders is a really nice thing, especially since point 3 is well and truly solidified for the side of the Zinch.
Yeah, they're pretty good. The Exalted Heroes going in for the fight with the Sorceress could get decent damage down because her stats aren't that impressive. I mean, he's not crazy OP or anything either, but, you know.
I mean, we've had 2 Books of the Secrets being thrown out, so I'd be very intrigued to see what they actually did, because it's an unfortunate situation. Fate of Buna Acid on a Lord is useless, but unfortunately has been routed off. Terror Rout, you can continue to keep Terror Routing and come back into the battlefield. That's not a worry. But you can see over the side of the Pink Horrors, a lot of damage is coming over, trying to shut down these Scourge Runner Chariots.
Yep. Scourge Runner Chariots doing their best. We still have a full health Pink Horror ROR, just kind of puppy guarding point 3, which they'll do very good at. They are insane in melee as well as at range, which is why you see them so often.
Yeah, no, it is a fantastic job. Yeah, Sorcerer's coming out. I mean, I can't recall what the flat amount is. It's, how long is it? It's 12, 8. So it's what, like 12% healing or 10% healing, which is a significant amount, especially with how much health that the Supreme the Dragon has with her on there. Let's see. I mean,
messaged me. I was distracted momentarily. Are those Doom Knights or Furies? Those are Furies.
Yeah, there's a Furies. There's a Furies. Let me just have a look, see, because I can check the channel as well. So keep in mind, guys, we're obviously trying to look after the players as well. All the while this is going on.
Yeah. So those Furies are actually going after the Dark Rider repeater crossbows. That's gonna go fine. But if the other Dark Riders rear charge them at that moment, they would die pretty quickly. But it looks like those guys are going to commit to the Sour Guts, which is actually a bit of a mistake. Sour Guts have that little explosion passive, so even if you kill them, they kind of take you with a little bit. So the Dark Rider's not going to have a good time fighting the Sour Guts.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I completely agree there. Can you just... I'm just trying to adjust audio. There you go. So let's have a look-ski here. Wow, the Exalted Hero Zinch has refused to give up and is now setting themselves back into melee. I mean, the Supreme Sorceress is going to struggle a little bit here now. There's a lot of resources that can put down the hurt, especially with only 90 armor.
Yeah, she's not a dragon, but she's not that tanky because it's a supportive dragon, which is weird to say out loud, but that blue fire is going to knock her out. And the Centicodes of Zinch are never going to let her off the ground at all. So yeah, it looks like she's going to be doomed.
And a bolt's coming through just to seal the deal here, unfortunately. I mean, the Exalted Hero probably could have chased down, but the Bolt Hero Army ability has definitely signed the death certificate of the mage there. Wow, Raven Herald's such a rare thing to see. I mean, they're just such a squishy unit. It's very difficult to get value, especially if there's anything ranged to contest them, or Furies, as they are not good in melee.
The skirmish cap of the Dark Elves could use a little bit of help in the DPS department to make their risk worth it, but gonna get pushed away. Another blue fire hitting those guys. Goodbye, Raven's Herald.
Goodbye, Raven's Herald, indeed. I mean, I think blue fire is so unbelievably cost effective. I wonder if CA realized increasing and making the homing of these missile spells better would make blue fire such an annoying thing. I think every Zinch matchup I've seen, I have always seen blue fire. I don't think I've ever not seen blue fire with it.
Yeah, blue fire has been a Zinch staple like since Game 3's launch.
Yeah, it's such a powerful spell.
So what? So who's winning here? Because I feel like we've only been talking about Zinch in a positive light. NA! Zinch wins. Let's go. Because it was like Zinch this, Zinch that, Zinch that. I guess we could talk about the Dark Elves games over.
Yes. So it looks like that has been sorted. So Prepare for the Bear has come in with a lot of hefty gold value on a lot of the inventory there. Everything relatively paid for themselves alongside the Lord and the Exalted Hero. Really nice target selection, I must admit, alongside some fantastic damage on the Centicodes of Zinch. Fury's doing a great job alongside the Screamers paying for themselves. I believe they're about 700 or so. But I will also see 1.4k on the Supreme Darkness alongside across the board. You know, how do the Scourge Chariots do? I think they definitely paid for themselves potentially. Maybe not. 900 just doesn't seem right like it would. I mean, the dual weapons of Shades dying without gold value is a little bit of a shame. Right.
Yeah, I mean, some units, there's a reason you don't see a ton of them around, and that kind of shows its face here a bit.
Because the dual weapon's the more expensive variant of Shades, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It's just kind of risky to, like, spend that extra money on them. You sometimes see Shades with great swords, because then at least you have armor piercing, which even if Cav charge you, it's still the armor piercing will get put to good use, but dual weapons is very specific, and base Shades are okay. None of the Shades are great at dealing with stuff that gets into melee with them, though, so I think that's why you tend to just see regular Shades. Because you're mostly paying for the high missile strength, armor piercing, and stock. You don't really care about their melee stats.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
Kind of reminds me of the Skaven chieftain, where he's power grab, and it's like, if my lord dies, I get some leadership. It's like, dude, if your lord dies, you lost the game. Like, don't spend extra money on a loss condition.
Yeah, no, I honestly couldn't agree more. But Human Boy, I want to say,
Well,
you're amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Do you want to give a little outro to these wonderful folks as well, just to say who you are? And obviously, make sure to check him out on the tubers as well, boys.
yeah, Humbo, yes. I'm on YouTube. If you look up that name, I'm the only thing that'll come up because it is an oddly specific name. I cover mostly land battles, a little bit of conquest, not much domination. I do like hopping in on domination stuff when I hang out with people, but solo I don't really do a lot of dom. Just not as much my bag. So if you really like dom, of course you can check out Turin. He's the big dom caster in the world. But yeah, if you want some silliness, some multiplayer shenanigans with some analysis sprinkled in there between sarcasm and bad jokes, check it out.
Sign me up. Dude, thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and take care of yourself, buddy.
Thanks, you too, man.
GG's. All right, honestly, shout out to Human Boy. He has salvaged a lot of this, and without his help, we would be in trouble. We're just going to quickly go to a swift ad break. Obviously, Holy has been kindly generous enough to give a lot of the prize pool money for this specific tournament, so I'm just going to give a quick shout out to Holy real quick. If you want to level up your game with Holy today, type !Holy. So, yeah, shout out to Holy. Oh, I'm not going to play it again for you, Pulvergers. So, yeah, shout out to Holy. If you're wondering what Holy is, it is a drink company, fundamentally. They do hydration range, which is just not... It has no sugar, has no garbage in it. Just super, super tasty beverage. One of the things that a problem that I often had was not drinking enough water, right? And for me, Holy completely solves that, where you can get a lot of the hydration range. It's really good. It's in the description of YouTube, and it's also !Holy on Twitch. Even Freya wanted to get in on this discussion regarding Holy because she loves it so much. But yeah, we use the energy range, which is absolutely delish. We're using, what's this product? This one is the Fruity Frog, which is my favorite flavor for the the energy range. But you will pretty much find any drink to your liking on that, as there's just tons of goodness. Right, okay, so we're going to have to slow things down a little bit as we try and figure out the remaining things that, the remaining ladders that we're having issues with. Alright, let's have a look here. So I'm just doing some admin-y things, guys. I mean, Human Boy was doing such a good job while I was here. Let's have a look. Way to get a matchup. I mean, boss toss is a good question, matey. But in the process of doing that, what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and ring my good friend, Agent Number 1. Let's give him a ring. So, guys, welcome in Agent Number 1. He's a great guy. Hello, Agent. How are we doing, handsome?
Hello.
Let me turn you all the way up. Let me know. Folks in the chat, can you please tell me if Agent is audible? I've just turned you up tons.
Hi, testing.
Yeah, there you go.
This is my normal speaking voice.
Nice. Love that. Also, how are we doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful weekend thus far, Agent.
It's been beautiful, hot, and sunny. Can't complain.
I mean, that has definitely been the same recipe for this. Can I ask Agent why he's so good looking? Agent, why are you so good looking?
Oh, got it from my mom, my dad. Just genetics, I guess.
I mean, that makes sense. That does make sense. All right, guys, we're going to open up a giveaway as well on the Twitch side of things, as we have the code to do that. We'll also fire away a giveaway on YouTube, so you guys on YouTube can type !giveaway at the same time. Let me just find this one, and I'm going to set this one off in a second here. We're going to go ahead and do this. Do you do this one again? I'm trying to remember how you can do it, but if you guys want to jump over onto the Twitch side of things as well, for some reason Nightbot is broken on me. Classic YouTube things. Well, we still need to learn. We're still learning there. We've got another replay we're going to jump into. I'm just going to kind of look at the admin things to make sure that everything's okay. Let's have a look. Players are still speaking with one another, which is good. So we've just had this one, so I'm just going to grab another replay here. So we've got a Skaven Chaos Dwarf gameplay, so we'll jump into this one. So two relatively underrepresented factions here, so Agent, I'm not sure about you, but when I'm muscle memory clicking the same buttons, because I'm just so used to clicking certain things. My goodness.
Accidentally end up in a campaign every time.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're playing Karl Franz again.
Yeah, I mean, hey, our boy Franz, you can't complain. We love our Lord and Savior Karl Franz here, and I forever will do. So you can see Boss Toss is playing the Skaven, which I feel like in Domination especially is a relatively underrepresented faction. Looks like Chaos Dwarfs have gone with a relatively wide build here. So, interesting, Drazowith. You know, I mean, in this situation, Agent, you know, we've got relative chaff on both sides. You know, let's have a look at the armies. Where do you feel like the big difference makers are going to really start, you know, packing a bit of a punch here in both of these armies? We'll jump in once the game loads in. And we can see. Let's give it a pause. Ooh, so if we look at the army real quick, where are we thinking? Let me share my screen. I just remembered, so you can see it. So you can see it while this is going on. Let me know. Can you see my screen?
I'm a few seconds behind, but no, I can't see your screen right now.
No, Can you see my shared screen?
No.
Oh, it's saying it's failed to start. Well, that is absolutely rigged.
Oh no, there we go.
There you go. There you go. Bosh. Okay. So, sorry about that. Technical difficulties. But we can see we've got the Skaven Slave Slingers, tons of those folks, tons of Clan Rats. Very akin build with Eshin Triads. Oh, these little buggers. The Natty Buos are such an annoying thing to go against with the snipe.
Such a good anti-hero counter.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. 275 range and being completely invisible is so frustrating to deal with, because what you may expect with a lot of the chaff on the chaff side of things is they will try and scout to see where this unit is and see if they can bait out shots. But also got some Death Runners on this side, a double Death Runner situation. So unfortunately, Chaffs have no real armor units for these Death Runners to really start chewing through. But let's see what Ikit's got.
Still ought to be okay for that back line, though. You know, if they can sneak them all the way up through the forests.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they would cut through the Death Reekers, especially if they're left alone. You can see Ikiclaw is not on, I believe, the Doom Wheel with the anti-large shot, so it's interesting. I guess it makes sense with Warp Lightning, Storm Demon, Unlimited Power, and Brass Orb. I mean, Unlimited Power is effectively infinite winds of magic, so potentially it may go, if it goes longer and longer with the infinite winds of magic spam, especially Flensing Rune. It's so gross. But I mean, yeah, Outer Region has called out one thing, which is a very good point. The map is not the best for the Warlock Giselles, that is for sure. The line of sight issues. I mean, if you just look across here, this is one thing that I always recommend to players. Look at the terrain, get right deep and dirty with it, and you can see here, if you're shooting from this and you're a handgunner unit, you're not going to be able to see over the terrain. So, floating tree. Let's move on. A couple of floating trees. Let's keep moving on. You can see a lot of the terrain is like that.
If you can press that hill and get that. Right up on those kind of front lines, though, then he will have a good sight of the battlefield, just sort of next to point 1 there.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think if we can get that elevational advantages, like you rightfully call out, a lot more pressure will be had, especially around point 3 with some pretty tasty fire arcs there. But let's have a little look-ski over on the Gobbo side, shall we, Agent? We can see Drazowith is on foot. That is... yeah, very interesting. Very rarely see Drazowith on foot with Flames of Asgorth alongside the new and improved Burning Wrath, which is fantastic at killing artillery, if it's like entities that are carrying it. Sneaky Git situation, Hobgoblin Cutthroats, Goblin Labourer, Chaos Dwarf, a lot of Chaos Dwarfs. Oh, it's saying that. So there is actually Death Runner targets. They will cut through that like butter. The double Death Reeker, Agent, what were we thinking?
I mean, I think again that's going to be those Death Runners' prime target right there. Getting those sneaked back on that back line. Otherwise, those are going to rip up huge chunks of Skaven.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that scares me a little bit here. Is the chaff going to be able to stop the the significant amounts of threats that Skaven have available to them? I mean, Warp Lightning will actually do a considerable amount of damage to the Death Reekers if they're stationary. Because it's heavy amounts of deeps. Because it's 5 projectiles, or about 1,000 armor-piercing damage they would expect to drop down. And if it hits just right, it will definitely pack a significant punch here. I mean, we can see this is a classic situations where they're going to start running towards one another to meet in glorious warfare. I mean, the Skaven Slingers, I mean, are so much the MVP of this Skaven roster. They're so cheap and do so much damage if you just leave them.
Oh, they're very easy to get their worth. But whether or not all those trees, especially around like 0.3, it's a really tricky location to keep and to hold, and you know, with the line of sight differences that you get there.
This is an intense moment, and you make a rightful point. This is an intense moment. Will the Hobgoblins see the Death Runners sneaking on by? Because, I mean, the one thing you gotta remember, when you're sneaking units like this across, if you do get spotted at any point, boom, you're in so much trouble because a very high cost unit has been identified. But you can see the Death Runners should be able to see that the Hobgoblin Cutthroats are coming over. Now they've been spotted, so they can use their concealment bomb to, you know, run back in. The sneaky gets still throw out the range units, but they should be able to reposition and maybe go through the trees this time instead of going a little bit too close to the sun there, or flying too close to the sun.
Yeah, definitely sticking into that open pathway instead of going through the trees for that extra cover, I think was a bit of a mistake there. But he was quick. The moment they got spotted, he pulled them out with that concealment. So.
Yeah, no, it was a great reaction, as you rightfully called out. I feel like I was a little bit afraid that they would, you know, take a significant chunk of damage, but yeah, instantly reactive. To them being spotted. We can see the clan rats on this side have started to engage the laborers. One of the good things here is that the Hobgoblin Archers have a really nice line of fire there. The Skaven Slingers are getting a good line of fire arc over here, but the pesky, the annoying Warlock Jezzails are now finding themselves on elevation and just raining death upon their enemies here. Currently, these guys are completely invisible, and they are not spotted due to the way that they function. They can snipe while being invisible, which is a bit of a pain. As we've seen, the Deathreakers have swapped over to the single fire shots. I'm loving to see that, Agent. Really good adaptation.
Going for those big targets, you know, with the Skaven, we're mostly flooded with a lot of trash, so knowing when and where to prioritize is going to make a big difference.
Yeah, no,
going right for that Regiment of Renown is definitely going to get you the most bang for your buck on them.
Yeah, no, I definitely couldn't agree more. I feel like the Doom Flayers as well, the second those shots are coming in, especially with Ichor coming in with a huge hit there.
Big damage. But we can see, like, right now, the Skaven are controlling the field for the most part. You know, they've lost out on 0.3, but they're going to get a nice flank opportunity here. They've got this entire side broken through.
Yeah, no, as you rightly call it. I mean, the Kadai Fireball is such an interesting pick. I mean, it's going to chop apart the Death Runners, especially since they are anti-infantry versus anti-infantry, and anything that's large in that situation, it's like rock, paper, scissors. You know, they picked scissors, you picked rock, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I think the Doomflayer is going to be a bit of a menace because there's very limited things that can shut them down, but they're not going to be able to do much against the Deathreakers, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think at this point he's got to get something back there to deal with that artillery. It's sitting comfortable. It's not really threatened by anybody. He's got one broken set of rats there in the back, just a set of clan rats, it looks like.
Yeah.
Trying to come in for the sneak, but it doesn't look like they're going to even get through the goblins.
Yeah, the scary thing here is now 0.3 is being contested. These Rat Ogres will absolutely crunch through Hobgoblins. This is one of the most terrifying things for the choice right now. Rat Ogres aren't the best against Chaos Dwarfs, warriors, especially because they have so much armor. The Drafted spells come out, but I mean, it's just nothing too impressive, especially with the cost that came into that spell, as I think that was the normal casted variant, so 18 Winds of Magic has been committed into that. So probably only trickle in about maybe 100 gold value. So that's not a really positive, you know, a net positive with your Winds of Magic there.
And you got to give it to the Skaven player here too, is responding very, very fast against every spell that comes out. The moment he got spotted earlier, the moment that got cast, he started pulling the Rat Ogres out immediately. Yeah. He's the micro, and the speed of the micro is an impressive work.
Yeah, no, I honestly couldn't agree more. And for context, guys, in the tournament that happened yesterday, Boss Toss during the Swiss phase didn't drop a single game. And so he's showcasing, you know, the level of skill this player has. But yeah, I'm just very curious about the Drazeth pick. I just feel like we're not going to see the level of value here. Normally going with the traditional Mage plus Bale Taurus is just such a better opportunity. And then dropping kind of the Flames of Asgard, going for Fire Magic. I mean, especially against rats, it's such a strange thing not to see Fire Magic. And utilizing just, you know, the Hajut magic.
I think weirdly enough, not taking the flying mount might have been the better idea, because if they had one flying target with those Warplock Giselles, it could have just gotten shredded in seconds. We can see he's managed to pull his Warplocks back onto the Kadai Destroyer there as well. And he's been picking away, making sure that they stay safe and that it's just the chaff getting chewed up.
Yeah, no, great call out there. Definitely utilizing the Warlock Giselles to the utmost. I mean, one thing to mention as well, Bostos hasn't taken Howling Gale. Or the Howling won't be able to root anything flying, so an incredibly good mind games there. This is one of the things when it comes to, you pick and bang situations. When you're seeing what you're going against, you have to think of all opportunities. And in this situation, all roads did not lead to the likes of flying infantry, or flying cavalry, or anything akin to flying.
I think it's you always kind of have that risk with domination where you're going, flying units are going to be able to do a bit of damage and deal with certain things, but ultimately you're not really getting much cap with them. Yeah. And one always has to consider like how much pressure can they put on a point as well.
One thing to mention, that I must say, these Bull Centaur great weapons are absolutely carving through so many of the important Skaven units here. I mean, the Rat Ogres have done a great job of routing the Deathstreaker, so hopefully they can continuously keep being sticky on that one. But I believe the second these Bull Centaurs change their target, especially now, these Rat Ogres are not long for this world.
And you can see it almost looks like he knows that, sees that happening, and it's like, all right, let's go beat up some archers. Let's go get into some range and just do some damage before these guys get wiped out.
Yeah, it's like, yep, I'm out. That's not for me, boys. That's not for me. I mean, the Skaven has a pretty healthy victory ticket lead, especially since still holding double points, but I feel like Chaos Dwarfs should be able to wrestle point 3 away. But equally, the Skaven player has just identified that, you know what, in this situation, screw trying to defend point 3. I'm going to go all out for point 2. And it seems that a lot of resources are now being committed towards point 2. I mean, you can see that Skaven slaves have garbage capture weight because they're expendable, but we'll have to wait and see if they can wrestle control.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a lot of, we're hitting that point now where so much of the Skaven are breaking. We're not really seeing them come back to the front line very quickly. Whether or not it's better off to just, remove them from play and put those points towards something else. Yeah, he's finally gotten the spot on the Warplocks as well, so. Yeah,
great burning harass there. I mean, it's one of those things where it's such a good thing for killing really annoying, relatively limited units, but this is one of the biggest, saddest things as a Dwarf player myself. If I see Warlock, Warp Lightning coming down from the sky, I'm like, all magic uses are bloody Wazzix, is what I would say. As it's an unfortunate tale of events, because there's not an awful lot you can do when it comes to the Warp Lightning dropping on your head. I mean, thank goodness it was nerfed, because it used to one-shot, but they've actually wrestled back the gold value here now. The Chaos Dwarfs are trading back.
We'll see whether or not the kind of the heavy hitting and the high armor, the sustainability of the Chaos Dwarfs is going to be able to start outweighing. I think it's the big thing is like there's just so many, there's a lot of Skaven on the field, but they're all breaking. They're all at, under 25% HP. So even if he's bringing things like those Rat Ogres back in, chances are they're going to break before they hit the front line.
And yeah, interestingly enough, the Hobgoblin has the Flensing Rune on it, and it was running into the Deathstreaker, making it take damage. So maybe a little bit of a misplay coming out there from Hitman Hippo here. But we can see, unfortunately, the Warlock Giselles were not shut down a little bit there. But we're now in a situation where the double point capture is in the side of the Chorse now. And I'm just trying to think in my head, is this winnable? No. So I don't think Bostos can win on 1 point. So they're going to have to wrestle control another point if they want to try and be a contender to win this one. We can see double Death Runner. We can see a couple Death Runners coming to the middle of the battlefield here. I think the infantry that was spawned on the Chaos Dwarf side looks to be relatively armored, so I think the Death Runners definitely have some positive trades here.
Yeah, he's bringing it back. I mean, the full push off. He's even got, units coming in on point 1 here now. If he can maintain a 3 cap while he gets all his other, all the Skaven units just stuck in the woods. Yeah,
Deathstreak has come back from routing. That's such an unfortunate thing.
Unbelievable. Yeah, 500 HP. Wow.
Oh, a little bit of friendly fire. Yes. I mean, Skaven love to see that. You know what I mean? They don't mind to get... don't mind murdering their own troops a little bit here, but unfortunately the Warlock Giselles are now being shut down. Only 3 ammunition remaining, so they've done a great job to utilize the ammunition they did have. Point 1 is actually being wrestled away from Skaven now, which is not a good thing in the slightest. It's going to reduce the point of critical mass when they can actually start winning on victory tickets here, because Chaos Dwarfs are running it away a little bit now with gold value.
So, I mean, I think the big question here is should the Skaven player have kind of pulled back after he grabbed that third point and rebuilt his lines, knowing that the Skaven would break so early? What could he have done better here to have this flip not turn this so badly on him? Because with a triple cap at this close points, I mean, oof. This could really go either way right now.
I feel like the overcommit trying to force point 2 was a little bit of a mistake. It was one of those situations where you were split between a rock and a hard place. Point 3 had a lot of resources in there, but if you reconvened and allowed to have supporting units for your Warlock Jezzails and your Rat Ogres, a lot of the infantry was having to fight by themselves in isolation. And I feel like in a situation where you've taken significant amounts of pressure, you've got to remember that the further you are upfield, the quicker the enemy can get to you. So understanding that in that situation, you know, if I go really deep towards trying to capture point 2 because it's so far towards their side, very quickly you can find yourself in trouble. And I think Bostos was playing with a little bit of fire there, and unfortunately didn't try and find the opportunities to retreat back as soon as possible and then reconsolidate your forces.
Yeah, I mean, when we did see those forces break, they were all going around the large pillar, the fortress there on the left side, the west side of the map.
Yeah.
It's losing a lot of time that you can't get your guys back.
Yeah, I believe at this stage of the game, I think Hitman Hippo will win if he can maintain the 2-point capture. So Bostos is going to have to try and make some miracles happen. We can see that, oh my goodness, the Death Shrieker with limited HP is now able to get active again. We may see the Doom Flayers try and sneak their way across through the trees to try and get some pressure onto them, because I think one charge and effectively that Death Shrieker is saying, peace, I'm out. We'll have to wait and see how Drazowith does. I mean, him being a single entity here is a little bit more of a nuisance, but it looks like a Flensing Rune may be coming down to try and put pressure on all the units that are around here. And it indeed is a Flensing Rune. Overcast version of it usually is significantly better, but, you know, in this situation, you've got to be careful, and you can't utilize what you don't have. So, yeah, it's one of the things, Agent, right? From my experience when it comes to multiplayer, it's such a difficult decision-making when it comes to, should I cast a spell that's kind of okay in the situation, or should I cast a better spell and kind of give up a little bit of control? It's so hard to try and find that balance.
I think spellcasting, you know, especially when we compare it to single player and the multiplayer scene, it's a much bigger trade-off. You know, you're a lot more limited. You know that every single thing has got to count. It's not just what you cast, but the timing really of when you cast it in the fight as well. Being able to hold on to that and say, oh no, we've got a better moment coming up. Trying to kind of predict what reinforcements are coming and what you're going to need to fight them.
Yeah.
And you got to do it all while also controlling, you know, 16, 20 units on the battlefield.
Yeah, annoyingly, my partner is not able to get into the door because I have my keys in the door. So after this one, I'm going to have to quickly go rescue her. So I'll have to leave you in your capable hands, Agent. But we can see this is an absolute nail-biter. I think, we've seen that point 3 is now being wrestled a little bit for Skaven. There's very limited resources here, but there's only really hobgoblins that can do much. And I feel like Ikikor doesn't have terror. So there's nothing really here that can inflict terror very quickly, but I feel like if resources can start funneling over towards point 3, very quickly they can actually get themselves into a situation where they can recover this one, because hobgoblins will not do well against this fighting force here. It's just too much of an ask for them to deal this, because especially with Weeping Blade reducing the armor, basically true damage is coming out on these poor buggers.
Yeah, I mean, he's up with the remnants of his fighting force there against those hobgoblins, but it may still be enough to keep him off the point.
Yeah, and I'm going to be interested to see how this transpires, because it looks like Hitman has recognized the fact that point 3 is under contention, but do they have enough resources left on the battlefield to actually get point 3 captured or wrestle it back from? I think there's a lot of resources from the Skaven side, so I'm thinking they're going to have a difficult time to capture them, especially with the clan rats coming in. I feel like going towards point 1, where you're actually winning, would have been a little bit of a better choice instead of trying to commit to point 3, where you just don't have the resources. So a little bit of a mistake, if I'm going to be honest, on Hitman Hippo's side, but in these situations where it's exceptionally second decision-makings can determine the win or loss here, it's very difficult, especially under pressure.
Yeah, it's a hard decision. I mean, he brought in the cavalry thinking maybe he could push him off the point and just keep him outside the box, but with the cap weight on the cavalry versus the infantry, it's a hard gamble to make, you know?
Yeah.
And ultimately didn't pay off, and if he had sent those kind of down to point 1 there, he probably would have had a bit more time breaking all those weaker units.
The thing that I loved the most there is you sounded so Canadian. When you said, you Canadian really came out there. That was
Oh,
brilliant.
I don't know what you're talking about, eh?
So point 1 has now been wrestled, and this is what I was saying. If those cavalry came over to point 1, I 100% guarantee that would have been wrestled into the control of Hitmen. But then again, where does that leave you? Where does that leave you in a situation where you're right next to them, and they did throw in the towel? It looks like the wonderful Boss Toss has taken down this one. Yeah, it's a shame. Yeah, Human Boy is obviously a Skaven main, and the second he leaves, we get some Skaven. But let me just give you an overview of the gold values. I'm just going to quickly let my partner in. Just BRB, if you can keep these wonderful folks entertained. Thank you so much, Regent.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's I obviously can't scroll my way through these, but we're seeing, across the board, we're seeing a good bit of damage. I would say from most parties. We can see like the Death Runners there on the Skaven side getting 288, 161. Those guys did some good work. Whether or not he kind of got those in at the optimal moment or not is a bit trickier. The Warplock Jezzail's getting a 31 kill. We know that they're going largely for single unit entities. They're going for some of the chunkier guys. A lot of fire in on those Kadai destroyers. So the damage ends up being pretty good. I would honestly say that both people on both sides, both Hitman and Boss Toss, did a really good job here to keep a fight that much of a nail biter when it snowballs so heavily to one side or snowballs so heavily back to the other. You never really know. I think it's a good lesson on when you want to overcommit, when you really want to go for that third point, or when you say, I got some chunkier units here. I don't necessarily want to pull them in all the way. Maybe I'm better off holding in the back. Maybe I'm better off hiding in those little strips of forest. Let myself, not necessarily just those units regroup, get their fatigue back, get a little bit of morale back, but also just get time back for the rest of your reinforcements to make their way forwards, to get the rest of your troops that are now just spawning to bring it up so that you're doing a unified force instead of being just scattered all over the battlefield. There's always got to be a little bit of balance that you give on both sides there. And there's never like an easy answer in any of these fights.
Yeah, no, I honestly, I couldn't agree more. I think in this situation, both players could have taken it. Which is the crazy thing. At any point, both players had the chance to take this down, and it just came down to the wire of the decision-making of where to put the resources when the pressure's on.
I think both of them ended up overextending their plays when they snowballed. The Skaven snowballed right at the start, and they overextended into the third point. And then when the Chaos Dwarfs got like their push back because they were getting the quicker reinforcements, they overextended. And went for the triple cap, thinking like, oh, if I don't get this triple cap, can I catch up on points? And I think probably he would have. It's a bit hard to tell, unless you really, really know the dynamics of, oh, if I have 2 points and they've got this many, if I've got 2 caps and they've got this many points, how long? How much are they going to get for 1 point versus how much am I going to get for 2 points? Where does that math kind of work out? It's a really, really hard thing to keep in mind of, keep a hold of.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's so easy when it comes to, and analyzing certain situations after the game. But in that moment when these guys were fighting like that, my goodness, craziness. But we can see we've got a Zinchian matchup versus a Marathi. So maybe Marathi's trying to go for a little bit of an assassination on Karis here. So a bit of a smart pick, trying to think about what am I likely going to fight against. We've got a Medusa that's going to be great at clearing a lot of the Marauder chaff. We don't see any Zangors, which is a very strange thing there. Oftentimes, Zangors is just such a common pick. So yeah, really, really interesting to see. Maybe in the reinforcements, we're probably expecting to see a considerable amount of those. But let's go through this one, shall we, Agent? Do you want to have a little look-see at the Zinchian army and see your thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, for the most part, I think the Marauders are going to hold up pretty well against the Dread Spears. The big thing I think is almost a little shock from the Dark Elf side is, we know if you're playing against Zinch, you're always going to end up against a lot of pinks and a lot of blues, right? There's always going to be a big range fight going, but we don't see any like shielded ranged units coming from the Dark Elves here, which feels like it would be a bit of a natural counter. I mean, you don't need the armor piercing so much, but I'm curious how they're planning to deal with all the pinks and blues.
I would suspect the Medusa, especially with the change to the range of the Medusa in itself, it's now quite a significant inventory killer. And if this Medusa can get remotely close to these pinks, they are not long for this world. I think the thing that surprises me the most personally is the double screamers of Zinch alongside the kind of the front line that they have. It's almost like they're going towards murdering anything that's large. I mean, if the Medusa's caught off guard by themselves, I definitely think the screamers will kill the Medusa pretty quickly. But yeah, I mean, you make a good point. I feel like having very minimalistic ranged on the Dark Elf side may be difficult, but then again, this is the very beginning army, right? I think sometimes the main core differences within Domination and Land Battle is you don't need to show your hand straight away within Domination.
Absolutely. And a lot of it's what you want to counter what you see, so...
Yeah, exactly. It's like you bring that, I bring that, kind of situation. And so a lot of this is just to try and maintain force and capture weight. So I suspect point 1 and point 3 will try to be held by the Dark Elf player. But Marathi's coming in with Miasma, Soul Stealer, the Wand, and Power of Darkness. So quite a lot of expensive things with Enchanted Beauty. So a lot of Marathi's abilities here will make it pretty damn potent in fighting. One of the things that I'm surprised to see is I think it's Harmonic Convergence that gives melee attack and melee defense that makes Kairos a bit of a melee fighter, which would give him a lot of opportunities to trade damage back into Marathi. But that being said, let's go ahead and jump into it. So we can see, I feel like Blue Fire of Zinch is so unbelievably oppressive with the amount of damage it can do. So it looks like the Screamers are going to be a bit of a scouting situation. I mean, it's relatively common to see shades out of the Dark Elves, so I think the Screamers are now just trying to scout out to see what they can see, as they can't capture things. Yeah, you can see, moving straight towards the trees to say, what are you hiding in here?
And I mean, that's probably, that could be very well him just saying like, okay, well, these are a good shade counter. These are able to get on those sneaky lines pretty quickly.
Yep, spotted accordingly, but still moving forward. Very brave decision. I think a little bit of a misplay. Okay, going for the Lamsary's Bite. I mean, it does good damage against low armor targets, and I suppose they're just trying to trade the barrier. Harpies is taking a little bit of a range-friendly fire there, but nothing too significant. Kairos is looking to probably blue fire on the Reaper Bolt Throwers because, honestly, you can do tons of free damage there, so that doesn't surprise me in the slightest way, shape, or form. Marathi's not really going to be able to do much about it apart from watch. This may kill one of the things.
Ooh.
Oh my god, that killed 2.
Well, that's a good counter right there.
Oh my god. So what happened? Oh my god, that was disgusting. So what happened there was Staff of the Tomorrow, blue fire into blue fire, has instantly shut down all but one of these guys. These guys are going to need to be a little bit nervous because a lot of them are controlling just the one. They may be fired in that respect, so we'll have to wait and see if another blue fire can come out. But in the capture points, I mean, they've kind of hand in hand traded. They've said to each other, you know what, let's have 1 point each. And now the Dark Elves are trying to hold point 3, but the Zinch has got a lot of resources over at point 3.
I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of the same from last round here, especially with these Dread Spears. It's going to be a good question. If they hold, if the Dark Elves manage to win this initial engagement, which is not looking super great with that Reaper Bolt Thrower getting shredded so quickly, and those shades just getting absolutely lit up right now.
Yeah, you don't want the shades nearby.
If they can hold, are they going to try to keep pushing, or are they going to say, hey, we've got spear units, maybe we hold the line, maybe we go for 2 out of 3 on the cap, or maybe we just hold on the first point.
Yeah,
I can some better counters.
Yeah, I agree. I can see what the Dark Elf player was trying to achieve, just trying to get capture point 3 of, rest under their control. But it seems that the Zentacles of Zinch have a really easy target on the Blood Medusa here. I think the Medusa will do relatively well into trading, but I think, with Kairos there as well, firing out and throwing shots, the Medusa is not going to be long for this world. Marathi's dealing with some Screamers in the sky, but honestly, the Screamers' melee attack has been significantly reduced, but the bonus is large will give him a massive helping hand there, roughly coming in about 40% chance to hit, so I think she definitely has a good chance there. I mean, the Screamers will absolutely smoke. But you can see the one bolt thrower, unfortunately, is just firing off, being a little bit sad here.
You can pretty much ignore the bolt thrower at that point, he succeeded at shutting that down quite strongly.
My goodness, this is one of the reasons why I think Dark Riders are so sad. You can see 2 units have been committed. Oof. Obviously, they're getting a little bit of support by the Blues, but do you know what? They're actually trading relatively well. They're trading, I think, value-wise, Centaurs of Zinch are 1,050, and Dark Riders are, very cheap. They're, in the 600s or so. Unfortunately, Marathi's not finding any opportunities to utilize Soul Stealer to try and heal herself up here, so she's got to be very careful as her HP... Okay. That makes sense. The Dark Elf player threw in the towel, took a couple of... did take the most positive trades and did their best there. But we've got another one rolling in. We've got... This is round 4, by the way, so in the Swiss format. We're getting very close to the final... the semi-finalists will be determined very, very shortly. So let's jump into this one. This is going to be Dwarves versus Empire, which will be... I'm going to put money on the fact that we're going to see, most likely, a steam tank. Oh my god, we're not. Okay, so triple...
Okay.
Oh my goodness, this Dwarf player has cooked pretty hard. A triple cannon.
I love it. He was looking for that steam tank.
Yeah, honestly. So this is Angel versus Green One. So Green One's playing Empire. The build from Green One's not that sweaty. Triple Hoshland rifle is going to be interesting to see what they do, but I feel like on both sides of the coin, Hoshland rifles will massively struggle against cannons. Cannons are never a good time for anything that's mortal.
No, but they're definitely not going to be getting kind of their optimal target, right? There's no single target thing unless he's just trying to say, like, let's try to burn down Gelt right away.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm going to be interested to see how these triple cannons go, because let's see if he's cooked properly. Has he got Artillery Master? Okay, he's got Artillery Master, so that's going to be nice. The deployment of the cannons means that I don't believe he'll buff all of them at the same time. He'll just buff the 2. Yeah, so he's just buffing 2, not all 3, so if he was a little bit closer, he'd be able to get buffs on both sides here, because you can see double 55-meter range. So, yeah, I feel like if you just squidge the line in a little bit more, then equally it makes you a bit more susceptible to magic that Gelt can kind of run over with Searing Doom. But yeah, it's a really tasty position for the cannons here, I'm not going to lie. I feel like on both sides of the coin, the Dwarven build here makes perfect sense. So, let's jump into the Dwarven build, shall we, Agent? What have we got for the Dwarves? Let's have a look.
I feel like it's a fairly standard infantry, fairly standard lineup, honestly, on both sides. They're bringing a little bit of range, a decent front line, and then like a couple of specialists. I'm a bit surprised to see so many great weapons coming in here, like off the top. Just knowing that you're not necessarily going to see the kind of things that those are needed for, but I guess it's more of a, like, you never really know. Like, if the steam tank came out, then those great weapons it'd be a bit more needed.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons for the great weapons is probably to try and trade into the cavalry, I suspect. A lot of the time you see a lot of Empire utilizing cavalry, like the Knights of the Blazing Sun, Empire Knights, Reichsguard, the Black Rose, I think they're called. A lot of cavalry options there, and it's just like, okay, in my head, if they do bring cavalry, obviously the great weapons will do the best, but they'll still trade okay into cavalry, is what I would suspect there. So the triple cannon is going to be interesting to see how that goes. But yeah, the triple cannon, tons of Dwarf Warriors, great weapons, and Quarrelers as their core. Let's have a little look-see. So yeah, we identified that there was a triple Hoshland rifle situation here alongside the ROR Hellstorm rocket battery. That is going to pack a punch to whatever it hits. My goodness.
Yep. Yeah, he's got to keep those dwarves a little bit spread out, just to avoid the splash. But we'll see whether or not kind of the Empire player can get the early lead here by taking advantage of their longer tall man legs.
Yeah. This is going to be a classic case of stupid manlings, is probably what I imagine Malachi is going to be thinking here. So let's, without further ado, jump in there. Obviously, we've got a very cheap and cheerful frontline. Swordsmen for the cost are so cost-effective. One of the reasons why the Empire is so oppressive in certain matchups is just like they can bring really, really nice inventory for the low price of free.
I'm a little surprised to see the spears.
I think melee defense.
They can hold the points, but when I think about what you're going up, what you're expecting against dwarves, anti-large is not really what I would think to often bring into the fight.
Well, yeah, no, valid. I think from a large perspective, yeah, the dwarves don't have an awful lot. I just think it's one of those classic case of, for the cost, 42 melee defense will trade actually reasonably well against Dwarf Warriors. I suspect Spearmen will probably last in melee against Dwarf Warriors for like 2.5 minutes, which is going to buy you a lot of time, which is exactly what you want to see. So, let's have a look here. So Malachi is now enabling his cannons, and Oh my golly gosh.
It's exactly what I said. I said if you know there's no steam tank, then Gelt's going to be the next target for those bad guys.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, with Malachi buffing Artillery Master and the range, the accuracy, let me tell you something.
Mhm.
That accuracy right there is paying off so much. They are pinpoint right now. 30 accuracy basically means if you're ever using an artillery unit and you hold down Alt, you'll see the little grey zone where they can shoot. Right now, they're going to be pinpoint, but the thing that happens is they will shoot at the last known location at the time of their shot. And so very quickly, obviously, if the green one's paying attention, can kind of like circle around a little bit.
Yeah, he ate the first salvo, but then did pretty quick at juking the rest of that there. And now we're seeing, the cannons have decided, okay, no more point in focusing on him.
Yeah, no, definitely not. We'll have to wait and see. Oh my goodness, the Hellstorm rocket battery is just having an absolute field day when it comes to firing into the Dwarf Warriors. But in fairness, is the ammunition consumed worth the balance of power? Because it's such a expensive... Yeah, I guess it is. It's 8 shots, so expensive. Dwarf Warriors 450 coming in. Definitely trade is trading nicely there. I mean, this is one of the scariest things that in my situation right here, I'm looking at this and I'm like, how can I uproot these cannons that are firmly planted on a elevated terrain? My Hoshland rifles are not having fun.
No, and if he just keeps bringing in more artillery there,
oh my god,
we're not going to be able to see a lot. I will say the green one here has brought in cavalry as his first unit, so he knows what's happening. He sees the big threat on the battlefield. He sees all these guys down in the distance.
Yeah, Jericho is coming out to stop Gelt from having free reign of the area. I mean, Gelt has put a Searing Doom to shut down a bit of the frontline force, but I mean, in this situation where the Thunderers are coming out, we've got some Gyrocopters to protect as well. There is very limited things you can do to stop these bloody Dowie from being a nuisance here.
Yeah, but now we got the cavalry coming in from both sides. He's got the pincer. He managed to thread the needle right down the center line, and he's coming in basically uncontested.
Beautiful. Honestly,
for a charge on them. That's a great play.
Yeah, smart play. I love that. I think the Thunderers are going to try their best here, but yeah, I mean, from having a triple buffed cannon, I expected more. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to put my hands up and say, these are triple buffed cannons, and you'd expect a little bit more value from them. They've been shooting targets like Hoshland rifles, but you can keep in mind, their entities are so spread apart, so when they do fire into them, they ain't killing much. But you can see the Slayers have joined the fray. One thing I would love to see is the cannons just basically dropping their artillery pieces and bloody legging it towards the Slayers to try their best to keep alive here. The Slayers have routed away these guys on this side. I mean, is there many cannons remaining? I don't know if there's any cannons remaining for them to jump onto, so we'll have to wait and see what they can do in return. Looks like there's still 4 cannons. I am blind. Yeah, right here. So there's a lot they've still got available to them, because keep in mind, when it comes to killing cannons, if the actual artillery piece doesn't die and you've just got 4 entities remaining, they can still shoot. It's one of the most frustrating things about it.
Yeah, it's why, I don't know, a cavalry can help, certainly break them up, keep them busy, but they're not necessarily going to do the damage as something like an artillery spell directed on top of it.
Yeah, I can see that Balthazar Gelt has massively recovered from the situation, and there's some free couple of missions. Very interesting pick. I suppose they're going to do pretty decently into the Great Weapons, but you would love to see these Great Weapons just ignore the Spearmen and just run straight forward, but unfortunately they're setting up a really nice firing line.
Yeah, he's got that back row of Dwarf Warriors are sitting just outside the box on cap point 2 there as well, so they're not actually giving anything to the cap weight by the look of it. Yeah,
the Gyrocopters are doing a fantastic job of pushing over towards the Spearmen, uprooting them from that situation. Gelt is now being shot at. I don't think the cannon should be shooting Gelt, especially with how mobile he is. I would love to see something else being targeted, because it is. Oh my dear God, those poor.
They could have went for those Hellstorm rocket batteries. They wouldn't have had to push up much further. They're right on the edge of them.
Yeah, and you make a very good point, especially with the accuracy available to them as well. I guess on the flip side, if the Hellstorm rocket batteries, I mean, they have like 1 shot left, so I think at this point,
there's
like not
no
worth
reason
it, right?
to, but...
Yeah, because if you go close to the cannons, all the Hell Cannon's going to do is say that's free real estate right there and get a lot of damage on the cannons for free, and that may be what we see here. Yeah, a lot of free damage, but unfortunately nothing enough to kill any entities there. Wow, Gelt's throwing hands. That's a surprise to see Gelt.
Chasing down those helicopters.
Yeah. But point 3 is now being wrestled away for the Dwarves here. It looks like point 2 is very much solidified for these guys. Are they shooting the... Yeah, do not be shooting the Hellstorm rocket batteries. They have 1 shot left. Let's make sure to continue, fire your force and shoot your shot into these freaking militias and uproot the folks that are on point 2 right here, is what I would be loving to see.
He is. It's a bit hard to say, but it looks like he's at least keeping his Quarrelers at bay. They're just in front of point 1. Yeah, same with the Slayers. So he is making the smart play to like not push into point 2.
Yeah, he's looking to try and
and the overexpansion is something that we keep seeing time and time again in these matches, where people go kind of pushing in deeper than they should and not just holding their lines. And the Dwarf player is being smart, at least, about the way in which he pushes up a little bit. Those Slayers are going in right now to a bunch of rifles, but
I mean, in fairness, yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, they are the normal Slayer variant, so they do have the shields, which is only 30%. They can swing those axes nice and proud. But I guess the Spearmen aren't going to trade up too nicely against Slayers, but it looks like they're just trying to commit towards the Free Complete Militias. But in this situation, what's going to happen is they're going to create a death box, and those Slayers are not long for this world.
Yeah. And the moment they moved up, you could see those Empire Knights came crushing in on those Quarrelers in the back line.
Oof. Sorry for interrupting you there, but the Thunder has just absolutely crushed Gil. And the Overcasted. So sometimes, you know what I mean? You've got to control those winds of magics, unless you absolutely blow yourself up there, unfortunately. But you can see the Hoshland Rifles have routed, and unfortunately they're moving towards the Quarrelers for free shots there. But point 3 is now being wrestled back into control of the Empire player, utilizing the Sitlin's Revenge nicely. The armor-piercing shots are going to be paying dividends here, especially with the Dwarves turning their back onto them.
In the back, yeah. Yeah, it feels at the moment like the Empire player's got a much better control of the battlefield. He's keeping his lines in a bit more formation. He's keeping his all of his ranged units have generally stayed pretty safe. They haven't really engaged. They haven't really been caught out too much. And when they are, it's by things like those Slayers, who you can see are once again the second round of Slayers coming in here and now getting absolutely cornered. We got cavalry coming in one side. You got spears coming in behind them. Just a full-on hammer and anvil.
Yeah, this is not the situation the gyrocopters want to be in. I understand you don't even have gyrocopter bombs. You outrange them. You don't want to be in a situation where Stirling's Revenge can actually shoot you, because you have a lot of armor, but armor piercing does not care at all about your armor. I mean, we've got cannons still active. It looks like we've got a couple of cannons still remaining here. And honestly, with the commitment that was reinforced into the cannons, especially Malachi utilizing the buff he did as well, and deranged munitions, so much was given to these cannons, and they bought a lot of pressure, but I feel like the Hoshland's rifles are doing just a very similar thing.
Most of those cannons weren't able to fire more than like 25% of their shots. Like they're all sitting above 50%.
Yeah, exactly. And, oh my god, the dreaded Empire Knights from downtown. Archeo out of nowhere. This is an unfortunate lance stance. This reminds me of the Gotrek and Felix books, especially the very first one. Yeah, unfortunate situation there for the cannons. I mean, there are blasting charges, but I think just friendly fire would happen there. Malachi's doing a great job just picking off shots, but he's just not doing much. He's there for pure support, and I feel like the normal engineer would have done that. A normal hero engineer would have done exactly that and more, because you could have taken Flash Bomb and then gone with a more standardized Lord. But yeah, a significant commitment. I am relatively surprised by how much commitment was going into it. I couldn't understand where Angel was coming from, but unfortunately this map felt like difficult to find the opportunities to take the value that you required there. But I mean, it's good to see Quarrelers utilizing all their ammunition, though, at least.
Yeah. No, most of the Quarrelers he's been bringing out, I feel like, have gotten a decent job. He's managed to keep those back for the most part, but then he hasn't been able to really deal with the ranged units on the enemy side, and a lot of those rifles just keep moving up. He keeps throwing Slayers into pits of people, and they're getting torn up, and so then the Quarrelers are ultimately undefended.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the right sky, they're now coming in and swooping on over. I mean, Green One is wrestling this back into control. I feel like it wasn't a traditional healing strategy that we often see from the Empire, utilizing the steam tank and whatnot with a life mage. This is sort of just been hammer and anvil. I'm gonna outskill you effectively with the unit positioning that I have here. I mean, sometimes a lot of players will they'll put an overemphasis on cannons that were in the backline. But overall, there were opportunities that were very easy to sandwich them, especially with all the cavalry that's now running around the map. Because this is what kind of happens when you bring in gyrocopters instead of things on the floor. Gyrocopters fundamentally can only really shout words at the Empire Knight saying, "Please don't charge us." But apart from that, there's not an awful lot else they can do. They can get a couple shots in there, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, you're really looking to maximize those bombs with the gyrocopters, get on top of those ranged units that are sitting there in formation, picking away at everybody else, and just rip them to shreds with a couple of good drop zones.
Yeah, I just think although gyrocopters are exceptionally oppressive right now, and they're a very, very powerful unit, which I will 100% attest to, I just feel like you have to give them the situations where they actually can thrive. If you just put them in scenarios where they're getting shot at and things like that, even the most broken unit in the world will still struggle. But this is definitely something the Empire Knights do not want to be in. Point 2 is in the wrestled control of the Dwarves. I mean, this is going to go down to the wire, if I'm honest with you, Agent. This is absolutely going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, it's been pretty close. I mean, the one thing I'll definitely get for the Dwarf player is that I don't think he's lost any control. While he's lost his units at point 1, he's managed to keep it and not actually lose the point itself. And Malachi, while he hasn't really been, quote unquote, doing a lot, you can see his fatigue is completely run through. So he has been shooting. Yeah, he has been taking his shots wherever he can. But
yeah, he's definitely just trying his best to try and do something on this map, but it just feels unfortunate. I mean, point 3 is now being wrestled into control of into the Dwarves here. I mean, there's a lot of ranged fire for the Empire still remaining, but fundamentally, when you want to try and push them up, you're not going to get too much from that. Slayers are kind of living their best life here, trying to fight a lot of these cavalry, so this is exactly where they want to be. Manages the blasting charges, decent melee attack, trying to cut through these Reichsguard. I mean, Reichsguard have garbage melee defense, so you don't want to be sitting them in that. It looks like we're still getting some pop shots over the Empire Knights. Them routing definitely allows the Quarrelers to shoot them from behind. So a lot of damage is going to come through onto those Empire Knights. And it seems that this is just twists and turns, twists and turns, twists and turns. Angel has started to really cement themselves in this position right now with the triple cap.
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing. Weirdly enough, I think one of the greatest aspects of the Slayers that we're seeing is the fact that they're just not going to break. So you're able to keep them out there, in the same way that like some of the Chaos Beasts will as well. Having a unit that does not break under any circumstances can make for a huge difference.
Yeah, and the de-summon here coming out from the Hoshland Rifles would be nice to try and get somebody to attack that. Maybe the Gyrocopters to shoot them a little bit, because that is quite a significant chunk of resources and supplies that were given back. But you can see something very expensive has just come out. It's the Sunmaker once again. You need capture weight, lad. Green one, get things that can capture stuff. You don't need to kill things right now. Right now, all the Dwarf player has to do is just hold on to 2 points. Or even 1 point by the time point 2 gets wrestled back. And this is just a classic case of, although yes, the rocket battery will do an insane amount of damage to everything that's on this battlefield right now, but you need capture weight. This is a game of, points, not value trading.
Yeah, you're also seeing it's going to be shooting through that monument there. That's going to be blocking a lot of the potential line of sight.
Yeah, no, that's a really valid point.
100%. Like his positioning there is he can't hit any of the things that he wants to hit.
Yeah, there's no line of sight. I believe the hits of the artillery will shoot this monument, like you rightfully call out. So, and plus, they're super inaccurate, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, poor accuracy on the side of that one. So anytime you're going to put yourselves in a situation where you can miss, never a good opportunity with Hellstorm rocket batteries, especially.
Yeah, and he's forced to have to go for just like a pack of Quarrelers on the 1 point, which there's no way he's going to get back and put pressure on that anyway. So
yeah,
I think that was a real misplay there with that bringing out the Hellstorms. There was a lot of better units he could have taken, and almost anything that would have just added a little bit of more pressure on those front lines against those Slayers, those Miners.
Yeah, now we're seeing
back
it
and try to take it.
Yeah, no, good point. Now we're seeing the Vanguard deployment of these free company militias trying to wrestle control back at point 3. I mean, these guys are fundamentally capable of doing this, but we're in a critical mass, Agent. We're in a critical mass.
Yeah,
I believe point 1. I think one Kappa is enough for the Dwarves at this point, I believe, once they've wrestled control of point 3 and walked over to it. And there's just so many resources still remaining, and the Gyrocopters have been a real pain in the nuts. I mean, the Hoshland Rifles will try and get shot at. I mean, the damage these guys will do is significant, but they're sort of sponging any kind of Hellstorm rocket battery. But, oh my goodness, 30 Dwarf lads. Do not shame your ancestors,
tying them up. Oh.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see. I mean, oh my god, this is a terrifying sight. It's one of those situations where it's like, yes, you're in the artillery corps, no combat will be bestowed upon you, and then you've got some flying gyrocopters above your head, dropping bombs all over you, and Dwarf warriors are cutting you apart. I mean, friendly fire is occurring there as well, but really, 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 really nice shutdown from Angel there. Yeah, I feel like
stunting on him at that point.
I mean, this is just pure cinema here. I mean, these guys doing so much, and then you can see that they just wrestled so much of that control back, and then equally the other players starting to realize to themselves, like Angel in this situation was like, okay, now in this situation I need to do this, this, and this, and then really try to execute towards that and making sure that they can get the dub here. So fantastic game from both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely fantastic. Well played. Yeah, so let's we'll check out the gold value, shall we, Agent? So Gil unfortunately went for the overcast at a really unfortunate time because Gyrocopters shot the absolute snot out of him alongside cannons. So Gil did not really see the limelight all too much. But we can see that we've got the likes of Sons of Spearmen. Yeah, not really getting any kind of value, but they're there just for capture weight. Same with the Swordsman, it seems. I mean, the Sunmaker was summoned twice, which means it wasn't paid for itself, I believe, at that cost. Hoshron Rifles, definitely, some of them didn't pay for themselves, but it looks like this Hoshron Rifle here and this Hoshron Rifle definitely paid for themselves, but this Hoshron Rifle did not find its mark. So here, Agent, let's have a look at the cannons. This is a really big talking point. Not what I'd like to see, if I'm honest.
No, pretty low numbers. They got tied up real early. I mean, I think if he could have spun them on those Empire Knights that came in, then maybe he would have been able to keep them alive a little bit longer, get back on those cannons and take the hit. But they were just, the Empire player was putting a lot of pressure on them. The flip of this is, though, like, I mean, ultimately the dwarves took the push, right? So the cannons worked as a little bit of bait in that it forced him to send knights all the way back through everybody's lines to point one. It allowed him to dedicate a lot of stuff to him there that he could then say, okay, I have things in my roster to counter with. I have Slayers. I have Miners with blasting charges. I can send those out after to deal with the Knights. Force him to tie up a bunch of stuff deep in enemy territory. I don't know. There's a strategy to be had there, I think.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Some of these gyrocopters did crazy. Skittle saying the new Warcraft trailer the cinematic looks good. Honestly, World of Warcraft cinematic team they always do an insane job. Agent, let me go ahead and say thank you so much for you being here. I'll link your Twitch because I know you're more active on the Twitch side of things. But if you guys want to know who this wholesome hunk is from Canada, I've met him in person and he's just as handsome in person as well. Adrian, do you want to give a little description and just kind of give the folks a little rundown of yourself?
Yeah, well, I'm a strategy and variety streamer. I upload all my stuff up onto YouTube as well over on my VOD channel. I mostly cover a lot of 4X and turn-based tactics games. So Age of Wonders has been like a big hit for me, and a lot of other kind of Paradox games. I'm deep into some Battle Brothers right now as well.
Nice.
But if you like strategy stuff, if you like turn-based stuff especially, I do a lot of it. And of course, like Total War was my original home. I still have great love for it, and always look forward to the updates that they bring.
Amazing. Agent, have a wonderful, blessed rest of your day, my friend. Thank you so much for spending time here. You're awesome. And goodbye for now,
as well, my dude. Enjoy the tournament.
Thank you so much. Take care of yourself, buddy. All the best. Right, so that was the wonderful Agent number 1. So let's go ahead and give Anticity a ring. So jump onto Anticity now. So Anticity is going to be helping us out on the final semis and finals here. So yeah, Anticity, how are we doing, my friend? Good to see you.
Doing good. Are you holding up good? Well, with the double tournament?
Not too bad. I think we're actually smashing through these games here because one of the things that we learned, my friend, one of the things we learned was I should not. We had all the Swiss brackets open straight away, which is one of the best things that we did. We opened up all the lobbies so everyone knew who to fight where, and that massively helped. Which is a little bit of a new gamer move by us here. So let's go ahead and jump into the next lobby. So let's have a look if there's any replays for us to jump into. But yeah, everyone say hello to the wonderful Anticity. It's good to have you here. Right, so let us see what we need to jump into. We're going to have to sit and see... So we've now got into the stage, folks, of the top 8. So we have the top 8 players here, and these are some of the best of the best. So you'll love to see that one. Let's go ahead and see if we can grab any replays for us to cast here. Okay. Yeah, Jonathan, I'm doing well. How are you, my friend? And I hope everyone's doing wonderful. How's everyone's weekend been? Hope all you guys have a good weekend. Anticity, what have you had today so far to eat?
I ate some homemade cream of broccoli soup. It's great.
Okay. And yeah, it's homemade, you said?
Yeah, yeah. Mostly homemade. Yo, it turns
What
out
do you mean by that?
soups are. Oh, like yeah, I use like a little bit like jarred free like
That's fair.
seasoning stuff, but
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
soups are OP. They're the easiest dish to make.
Yeah,
The
soups are good.
ultimate, you know, not
I mean,
focus on food, focus on gaming lifestyle.
Fun fact: the only thing I've cooked on Twitch on my live stream was soup. I made a potato soup like
Oh.
3 years ago. As I was a chef when I was younger, I have chefing experience, so I can cook up some pretty tasty food. But did you make enough for the entirety of chat, Anticity? Did you make a big enough portion for
Oof.
everyone to share
I don't know. There's quite a bit of people.
it?
I'll split each broccoli grain for
There you
everyone
go.
in chat.
There you
If,
go, guys.
uh,
Anticity's giving you
yeah.
guys some soup. That's very kind of them. Right, let's have a
If we
look.
can
So-
reach 100,000 views, I'll make soup for 10 people in chat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we've got a task at
There you
hand. Right, we've got a task at hand. Tell your friends,
Yep.
tell your nan, tell everybody about the stream to make sure that we can get it to 100,000. Because would you like Anticity to cook you some soup? I sure would. I would love some
Yep.
soup from Anticity right now. But yeah, in the meantime, do you want to do a quick cheeky match against each other, just to kind of warm ourselves up while we're waiting for some of the brackets to sort itself out?
Sure.
I'm going to be doing a relatively meme build. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes.
Oh, like, are we doing total tavern map pack or?
Oh no, just normal.
Oh, okay.
So let's go ahead and go multiplayer battles. We'll do a show match versus the wonderful Anticity. We faced against a core yesterday and we took the win down. So let's see if the mighty Anticity can take us down. My game is running really slowly.
Nope.
My PC's. Can you hear me, Anticity? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, my mouse is just straight up dying.
Oh yeah, your stream is you're losing frames, man.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. It should have fixed itself. Let me go ahead and host the battle again. Authenticity. So we got a domination. Let me send you the invite, my friend. What map do you like?
Let's take Arnheim. Actually, no, Itza. Let's do Itza.
You want to do it, sir?
Yeah,
Bang of a map.
it's
One of
classic.
my favorite. Yeah, it's legit my favorite.
Yeah, Arnheim was kind of cool. I remember on launch playing a lot of games on that one.
Okay. I mean,
Right.
we'd have to fight against nothing. All right, so guys, what should we play? In the chat right here, right now, what factions would you like to see me and Anticity play? What recommendations? I have a feeling that some of you guys will be saying Vampire Coast for Anticity, as he is the Kraken Lord. It wouldn't surprise me if those recommendations came out. Honestly, do you know Wood Elves recently and have been so dominant, which is really interesting to see.
Actually,
Yeah, Wood Elves and
In
Domination
WoW?
is super powerful.
what? Everyone was saying that they sucked.
I don't
At
know.
least last patch, like last patch.
Yeah, no, they're really, really good now. I think they have a 67% win rate on Total Tavern, something like that. And that's like 200 games.
Dang. Okay, well that's a change.
We've got
I've been
Shorts-
super uneducated about the domination meta.
Yeah, because you jumped straight in with Conquest, right?
Yeah. That's kind of what I came back to. The multiplayer scene is always just you need to spend like, with all the matchups, at least even just all the factions, right? You dedicate 1 hour per faction. It'll still take you like 6 days to go through all of them.
Yeah.
It is a lot.
Oh, we've got Sloth in chat as well. Sloth, I've seen some of your tournaments you've hosted. Good to see you. Okay, so it looks like Ogre's seemingly is winning there, but you're going to have to be easy on me. I am not a good Ogre player, so be gentle, okay?
All right, who am I playing?
Guys, who should Entity play? Who sucks versus the Ogres, guys? Let's get some things cooked up here. Who is absolutely trash against the ogres. It was just downright, garbage. Tomb Kings? Yeah, surely Tomb Kings would be relatively decent against Ogre Kingdoms with cheap spearmen and archers. Cathay? Really? I think you guys are capping right now. I think you guys are capping. Skaven? And what is bad against ogres, you think?
I'm looking around. I can't find anything.
I think you'd be honest with me.
Maybe
The thing is, I think you'd be honest with me. That's the thing. Chat is maybe exaggerating slightly, huh?
Nurgle? How about Nurgle? Is he?
How about Nurgle? I mean, yeah.
Ogres.
Oh my god, I remember the OG ogre builds that were really oppressive. Only really Nurgle was able to shut down ogre kingdoms with it.
Yeah, this is back when they had really high recruitment points.
Yeah, it was crazy. Alright, let's have a look what we're going to be cooking up with here. Let's go with that.
So what's it going to be?
Yeah, just play Nurgle if you want.
It's done.
I mean, in fairness, I think Nurgle is
the
really
only
good
one that suggested it.
because of Rot Knights and everything. Rot Knights and all sorts of really good units. But I suppose you haven't really explored them too much recently, have you?
Yeah, they're kind of expensive. I used them once. So... Right.
I'm just going to, if you don't mind,
see.
I'm going to quickly mute and ask my chats for advice, if that's okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Chat, I need help. Guys, please help me. What do I build? No jokes in chat. What do I build against Nurgle? What we building? Give me some unit names and we'll throw them in. Give me some unit names, boys. We'll throw them in. It seems like it's pretty insane versus Wood Elves shooting. It's not 100%. No, it's 75%. So it's not as bad. Greasus. Okay. Kyle, I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb. All right. Firebelly. Yeah, Firebelly is actually a good shout. Greasus is garbage at all times. Cavalry? Yeah, I probably should go cavalry. I know that Greasus is just not it. Burning Head and Fire Cloak. I think Flock of Doom as well. Isn't Greasus really bad, if I'm not mistaken, guys? I just think his hitbox is trash. Yeah, some trap is a good idea. Hard to try. I don't blame you. Hey, do you know what I mean? I can't hate it. I can't hate it. One of those things where I respect you for trying, you know? Oh my goodness, the cavalry is going to be so expensive. I feel like Rot Knights out-trade me. Oh, I feel like I need healing. Do I go into a Healing Lord, Great Maw? I just feel like, nah, it's just trash. And just utilize the thing I get available to me? Oh yeah, Gobblers for the Rot Flies. I think Pistolers and maybe some of these bad boys. And I feel like I just need a ton of chaff, I feel like, just to have the ability to contest points. Oh, Iron Guts are so good. But then he'll just bin Pestigores, so there's no point. Don't go Catapult? Really? I feel like Scrap Launcher is going to be a good way of just putting pressure down. How am I going to kill the Kugath if he brings Kugath? That's the problem right now. I guess the Cavalry. Entity, how sweaty are you going to be playing? Just out of interest. Are we beardling me? What's the situation?
I am happy to play pretty sweaty. Not mega sweaty, but like, I want
to play sweaty.
Try a build.
I am learning. This is the first time I played ogres in Domination, just as an FYI.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I can
play. If you play sweaty, I'll get crushed. Yeah, let's not sweat here. Let's not sweat.
Okay, sure. I'm looking at this roster. There's a lot of hype stuff in here.
Yeah, Nurgle is so goddamn good with Pesticles came through. Just allows them to have really cheap ability to deal with armored. Okay. Just trying to think what you may bring in.
I got a lot of options.
There you do. Guys, what do we think? This is relatively solid. I have a lot of options. I mean,
Epidemius. Does he have anything going for him?
I think he's a decent melee fighter. That's about it.
50-50 melee stats.
Interesting. I'm trying to think if this is worth it. Because I see there's quite a bit. I think that's smarter. I think I've done a smart thing, and
Okay. Excited to see it.
probably not in the grand scheme of things. Okay, so let's see. One of the things that annoys me in reinforcement units, if you give them chevrons, it only recruits the one with the most chevrons.
Yes. I forget if there's a way to expand the menu to be able to recruit the unchevron guys.
Hmm.
There might be, but
I'm not
this is
sure.
really digging in deep into my memory.
Right, good enough for that. I'm happy enough with this. Now, I think Temptress, the reason why I need at least a little bit of ability
Alrighty.
is to try and put pressure on the points. No, I feel like, honestly, I just feel like catapult would. I mean, I'm unmuted. I'm not taking any catapults. Why would I even dream of such a thing?
Yeah, exactly.
I am not foolish,
exactly.
right? I am not an idiot. Only an idiot would build that. I think this is decent. I'm trying to think about what you can bring.
Alright.
Right, if you've sweated into N, I'm going to be disappointed, but we'll see. Let me have a look at your build first. It's like, if
Alright.
this guy's hungry for a dub, we will see very quickly. We will see very
Well,
quickly if he's hungry for a dub.
I'm not full memeing. That's for sure. But I just gotta slap together. Together an interesting build.
If you didn't auto-generate your army, then I'm just disappointed.
Alright, sounds good.
Have you gone
hope
with
you are.
Kugath? What have you gone with, the Lord?
No Kugath. No Kugath. I've
Ah,
gone
okay.
for an old classic.
Okay, fair enough. Right,
Yep.
and I'm just going to quickly run an ad while we're waiting on this one, so I'm just going to mute real quick. One sec. Right, folks. So if you guys don't know, Holy has sponsored the stream, so I just want to give him a quick shout out with a funny video. If you want to level up your game with Holy today, type !Holy. I honestly love that video. I think it was production pretty on point. Chevrons and everything on there. So yeah, if you guys don't know who Holy are, they're an awesome, basically G Fuel, I suppose, competitor, but just far better in every way. It doesn't have lead in it, doesn't have crap in it, doesn't have taurine in it, just has everything that's delicious in a drink that should be. I have a problem where I don't drink enough water, and the hydration range is... There's so many good flavors. Pineapple, sour cherry, the strawberry and kiwi. Oh, so goated. I drink nothing but the hydration range all day, every day. And if you can get them in this bad boy flask as well. And the more you buy, I believe, the more you save. So do !Holy on Twitch, and then in the description of the YouTube, make sure to check him out. Right, so and I am now just having a look, see of what's going on. 7 units. Okay, he's sweating. It's okay. He's sweating. That's all right.
I brought one interesting guy.
Interesting. I mean, he's definitely sweating. That's okay.
I'm ready for I think technically if you brought only range units, you might actually do pretty good.
Only range units. Well,
Yeah, I feel like there's some builds that'll do well against what I have here.
Okay, interesting. Right.
It's kind of like it's to see how sweaty you're playing, right? Because the more memery you take, the more likely you are to just hard counter this build.
I'm ready for you, bud.
Right. What do you got? Scrap launcher. You went for Cav, Morin Fang, great weapons. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, why not? Let's get fancy with it, shall we?
All right. Real interested to see how this plays out because I don't think they were around during launch. This is definitely a very launch-esque build.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've not got a lot of resources on the map at the moment, so that's, I suppose, relatively okay for me. Going for the cheeky heals makes sense. God, I've forgotten what's my build already.
The classic Festus.
Yeah, is that just like a healing core? Is that what we're going with, bud?
Oh yeah.
Looks like you're going with a bit of a healing core here. Well, let's dance, shall we?
Whoop.
Let us dance. I don't mind dancing.
Oh. It's a
Oh.
flock of doom, right?
I don't mind dancing a bit.
Oh
here.
my goodness, the ogre bulls.
Yeah, you're.
That is a lot of damage.
I think you're playing a little bit towards a victory condition of mine here, so I'm not going to complain there. A lot of damage has come through somehow. Fortunately, I'm not going to be able to do too much here. Festering Stooges is such a pain in the butt, man. Such an oppressive unit, it's crazy.
Yeah, they are not gonna die anytime soon, especially with Festus. I'm surprised you took the fight though. That is a bold move.
Do you know what? It's one of those things where you can be a man or you can be a mouse. I'm here to be a man.
Yo, hype.
That's all I'll
Very
say.
very slayery of you.
Do not show me that justice, you know me. I mean, it's interesting that I feel like, surely, in some ways, my healing core... Wow, my guys are struggling like crazy. I'm very surprised. It's so difficult to kind of punch through this.
Yeah, no, Nurgle is
sitting there being
really
a
good in the
nuisance.
melee grind versus ogres.
Yeah,
So
it's all...
Plague Bearers are surprisingly good.
Yeah, it's a bit
I
all...
find.
Is it all ogre? That's the question.
You know, he's
I'll
looking,
play it.
he's looking a little bit sus. That fight was pretty rough.
Hey, do you know what I mean? Sometimes be you a mouse or be you a man. That's all I'll say. I mean, let's be honest. Your build, teetering on the side of cringe, but that's okay. Do you know what I mean? You're here to sweat. You're here to sweat. I respect that.
Yep, I'm here to take back that rock paper scissors victory.
That is true.
No, after losing one, I really just have to really gotta make up for it. Oh my gosh, this is brutal though.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting really nice flock of doom value, but it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You
No, I'll
don't-
have you know, my zodiac is indeed the rat. So I feel like it is fitting that I decided to take the path of the mouse today. It feels good though.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's have a look here. I mean, we're still in it.
Yeah,
I'm just
you got the
struggling
catch
to
points.
find opportunities here. Just a dreaded blob. I mean, as long as I can keep you active and, disturbed in the middle, it is a point game in the end of the day. If we're all honest with ourselves. That is fundamentally what matters at the end of the day.
You will have to take them flank points though.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I mean, let's have a look here. I mean, things are starting to take a little bit of damage here. I don't know how you're going to start transitioning across the map here. I just feel like I'm not equipped for certain situations here. But it looks like Festus's healing is being exceptionally oppressive, but yeah, it's bound to happen. Let's go
Yeah, I
ahead and
think
see something else.
nearly heal capped all those guys.
Which
Looks
is
like they
wild.
probably will. Yep. It's a Nurgle classic. I have the fleshy abundance.
Yeah, your healing is so insane. Let's see if there's anything else we can get cheeky with. If it allows for it. I'm trying to avoid combat where possible there. Let's see if there's anything we can kind of throw out here. Try and be a little bit of a nuisance. Yeah, I don't mind you being there. That point is being wrestled to your side. Let's see if
We'll
we
say
can
the
get a
range
little bit
damage is pretty
tasty
good.
here.
The
Yeah, I mean,
scrap
I've got-
launcher value.
Yeah, I mean, the scrap launcher is doing its job. That is for damn sure. Let's have a look. I mean, we don't want to be committing ourselves here for too long. Just want to go for a little bit of a skirmish situation. I'm just so sad that I didn't bring any iron guts. That's the one thing that I'm annoyed at myself. I know as a fact that it would have been a little bit of it would have been a lot nicer to have. Wow, Festering Siege is just like hanging on with the red.
Hey, what do the iron guts do? Are
They
those
have
just the
anti-infantry.
armor type? Ah, I see.
Yeah,
I
it's
see.
just more the anti-infantry that'd be nice. So, I mean, all of your stuff is starting to crumble, bud. Your frontline core is struggling a little bit here, and the giant's looking a little bit tasty, if I'm honest with you, pal.
Oh, be my guest. He is a tanky fellow.
I mean, he is a tanky fellow. But my lord is fortunately not having a good time here. Just wish I had healing in Recept to also mitigate that one, but yeah, sometimes it do be like that. And we are starting to fight control back at least a little bit here. Let's get those lads coming over there. I think that point's sort of doomed. I shouldn't really care too much about that one. Let's slow you down to make sure the Lord is still alive. Yeah, just so insanely oppressive. Right, let us now... Oops, forgot I should summon things. Hey, sometimes I do like that, am I right? So, wrestle the point in the middle. Why not, eh?
Oh, Stonehorn.
Yeah, I felt like... Do you know what? Let's get a bit spicy with it, shall we? Oh, no. Don't attack him! Hit me in your cringe.
I'm going for it.
Oh my god, you missed. Get
You
in,
missed on the
boys!
charge? No.
Get in, boys!
Nice,
get out of there.
fine. Don't you dare. Oh,
Get out of there.
the body blocking? Oh my gosh.
Come on, boys. Body block him. Keep up the good work.
You turn fast enough though?
Can we turn faster?
Oh
That's a
my
good
gosh, you're
question.
just escorting him away. Alright, you know what? He'll just leave then. Stonehorn's got it.
Yeah,
What
I
a
mean,
bully.
hey, coming from
Absolute
you,
bully.
lad. I think out of all of us here, you're the bully. Let's see if
Nah,
we
definitely
can deal
not.
with Fest's. I mean, Fest, it's so oppressive here. He's done a really good job. Right, let's see how we can try and convert a little bit of pressure here. I really wish I had just a lot more money and I could summon a certain unit. I feel like I could start changing the tide of this battle, but I feel like
Summon
my-
a certain unit. Haven't you already summoned the most expensive unit?
no, my good sir, you haven't seen anything just yet.
A couple more. If only it was like a fully loaded Greasus.
Greasy, I feel like, is just not the vibes, unfortunately. He's just not that good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love my boy Greasus, but my dude is not where it's at. If I can do a little bit cheeky this, we might be okay. Can you stop trying to murder my lord, please?
Always,
think-
always,
I feel like it's at this point it's just a bit rude.
always.
I
I have nothing against that.
Yeah, it's just a bit rude, if I'm honest. Let's go over here if we can. I mean, I like the Forsaken, really nice pick. Made it very frustrating to try and deal with it.
Oh yeah. I'm only summoning infantry actually.
Yeah, no, don't blame me, you should.
That is the theme.
Alright, let's see what we can do. Okay, a cheeky little Plague Bearer on the side cap there, makes sense, like that. Let's see how fancy we can get. I mean... That giant? Oh no, we've finally messed up. He's finally taken
Yep.
the approach. Yeah, that is what it is. The Lord has done a bloody good job though, I will admit. I mean, absolutely
Served well.
respect for that one. Your giant has been my thorn in my side.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I was
will
just,
admit.
that was just a cool big guy I could take.
Yeah, he's been a real turd. I won't lie to you. Let's see what we can do here. Do that. Might keep him alive a little bit longer. That's what we want to see. I mean, let's do this. Let's see what we can do over this side. Should be trading up nicely in the middle. Let's start. Grab one of yous. Yeah, unfortunately, the Lord has taken the L. But I feel
We
like
got
the
him.
Fire Giant should be doing a decent job. Let's have a look at what we're seeing over this side. Yeah, it's just unfortunate that we got such a costly unit out on the map, but it's just gonna have a difficult time finding value. I mean, yeah, we're still wrestling control. They definitely slowed the pace of Domination down quite significantly.
Oh, what changes specifically?
No, like, do you remember Domination to begin with, like a long time ago? I feel like it was so much slower.
Oh, well, like that means they sped up the pace. You said
Yeah,
they
no,
slowed
sorry,
it
yeah.
down.
Apologies, yeah, no, yeah.
yeah.
They massively increased the, well, slowed it down, yeah. But originally it was super slow. Like it would take quite a while to conclude certain games.
Yeah, weren't cap points at weren't they at like a 5 minute to unlock or something, or 3 minutes?
Yeah, no, it was kind of mental. I mean, I personally prefer a faster game. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I prefer the game being a little bit faster.
Yeah.
But in this situation, if it was slower, that would have been no bueno for me, as I'd have lost already. So I can't complain too much. Let's see. Yeah, this giant Festus core has done such a good job of being the rock of your army. That is for damn sure. Let's see what we can do here. Let us see what we can try and cook up at least a little bit. I mean, I should probably just say, do you know what? I don't really care too much about the side of that map. That's fine. I think the lads need to be summoned. You know what I mean? Where are the lads at?
Oh. Have you been holding back? Okay, no, just the Noblars.
Oh, yes.
Like,
that you can see. Yes, those are the units
like,
that you can see, my friend.
Ah.
Yes.
50 trappers. Gorgers? The legendary Gorgers?
Yes, I've been holding on for this entire time to hit you with a surprise Uno reverse card that you weren't expecting.
It's been so long. So long since I've seen Gorgers.
Oh my god, they overnerfed them. Let's be honest, they overnerfed them.
Yeah, given that we haven't seen them at all in the last few years.
I mean, they are extinct. I have not seen... I mean,
Yeah.
you have zero reason to bring them. I mean, let's just put it that way. Zero reason to bring them. Oh, shoot, I should
Compared
have...
to, like, yeah, any other ogres. Technically unbreakable, though, you know, that is, that's pretty hype.
Yeah, I mean, they are unbreakable, aren't they? So it definitely is a wee bit hype, but still. Let's see if we can start to wrestle this a little bit towards my my favor. Festus is such a nuisance, isn't he?
Yeah,
He
do you
is
see
such a
those
pain in the
trappers,
butt.
though? They beat the Plague Bearers.
Yeah, trappers are really good. I'm a big fan of trappers.
Just only make those guys.
Yeah, I mean that's a 1 + 1 = 2 kind of situation, you know. Sometimes if it works, it works. If it works, it works, folks. I mean, I'd be intrigued to see. Yeah, you're just gonna be rotting on the way, aren't you? Let us see what we can try and translate here. A little bit surprised I've not got... Ah, yeah, not the things routed a little bit there. I was gonna say, I'm surprised I don't have the capsulate here.
Yeah, it's the expendable Noblars. They really don't... They do not contribute very much, sadly.
Yeah, no, they really don't. They're there as a bit of a spectator support, it seems. Trying to go for that one. This giant has been the thorn in my side. Been such a sticky unit consistently throughout. Nice. I mean, yeah, to say that I've not played ogres before, I'm relatively happy with the result of this one. I won't lie to you.
Yeah, it's a good scrap.
Yeah, it was a nice little scrap. Very, it was a competitive game nonetheless. That's what we're here for. So we're here for competitive games. Let's try and keep that one. One of the things you do really well, which is always annoying fighting against you, is you're able to put pressure points out, and really force me to move around the map a lot. It's very frustrating. That's one of the things you've always been very good at.
I think that's copied from Turin, like way back in the day. He would always sneak points away from me.
Yeah, he can get very scrappy with his playstyle. That's for sure. I'm trying to see if I can take this away from you. I mean, trading-wise, I mean, you've got healing on your side, right?
Oh, dang, Festus taking heat.
Yeah, finally trying to put Festus in his place a little bit here. He's just had such a core roster surrounding him that's made it so difficult. But now it's in a critical point where I think I only have 60 seconds to wrestle the middle point away from you, and that's not going to happen because point 1 is under pressure. I think if this went a little bit longer... No, I think Gorges are trash. I mean, if you compare them to... For campaign, they're kind of okay, but multiplayer, they're just... You don't want to see them.
Yeah. If you could show me a YouTube video of a multiplayer game with Gorgers in the last year, I will be impressed.
Yeah, literally.
I'm sure it can be found, though. I'll still be impressed, but...
Yeah. Let's see. Did you select to that the AoE damage? Oh, you did. So there's a chance my Stonehorn dies. Ah, GG's Wood.
Nah, Stonehorn's
What a
fine,
game.
right? It's doing 2 damage a tick. He's fine.
Yeah, oh, I feel like I had this if I played it a little bit smarter with the way I positioned units and delayed it a little bit.
Yeah, I think the first engagement was
Trash,
what really did
yeah.
you in.
Yeah, I should have just played slow.
Yeah.
GG
though.
Festus didn't do that much. I mean, it was mainly the giant that was swinging hands. A lot of these, wow, some of you Forsaken really came in clutch. But yeah, GG's, man. I just feel like,
GG.
yeah, wow, one of my lead belchers, just 3.6k gold value, was a bit of a nuisance for you to handle there. But it was, yeah, I was happy with that.
Yeah, I was like, you know, if you just go mass ranged, you should have stuck to your guns.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, the cavalry just didn't find opportunities. I feel like it's one of those where I kind of had to have Mornfang cavalry, great weapons, just in case you got Rot Knights, because then otherwise I would just struggle to kill them.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but I do love it. And yeah, so Tick, what's up, dude? Right. Let us see here. I'm just trying to see, these players are fighting one another. I'm just trying to see if there's any replays being thrown in. Otherwise, I think it's hard to validate who's winning where. I've got a. Oh, we do have a Tomb King versus VC that we can watch, which we'll do. Go ahead and do here.
Ooh.
Let us have a look.
That sounds like a grind.
Yeah, Tomb Kings versus that is definitely a bit of a grind. Alright, let's have a look. So, Tomb Kings versus the Vampire Counts, excuse me. Every time you see the Vampire Counts, do you see a little bit sad for the coast?
No, I just feel sad for Coast all the time.
That's valid. I mean, you literally got them.
Perpetual feeling.
I feel like you got them nerfed, though. I feel like it's kind of your fault, right?
Perhaps. That range unit nerf hit to all of the infantry, you know, lower size on all of them.
Yeah.
Will you be screen sharing the replay, by the way?
Yes. I'm sharing it right now, Monty.
Thank you.
Failed to start. For some reason, Discord's having a bit of a kerfuffle. So let me just try and get in there and share it. Happened last time with Agent. I'm just gonna keep trying to share it until it works. Go to your
Okay.
Let me share.
Worst
again.
case, I'll watch on your screen, but it seems like it's working.
Yeah, it's working. I don't need to be delayed. That's one of the issues when it comes to that. So, Setcher the Imperishable, will he perish today? That is a good question. Probably not. He is called Setcher the Imperishable, so if we're going to be going off of names alone, that works. Necrotect alongside Setcher to keep him alive. Skeleton Horse Archers, Skeleton Warriors, some Tomb Guards, so pretty relatively elite infantry. I don't think they trade really well against Grave Guards, so from a cost perspective, they're not the best. Wow, Necrosphinx. I guess Manfred's going to have to be exceptionally careful, especially with the significant amounts of anti-large and the fire attacks to reduce the healing there. But overall, very, very expensive backline, excuse me, alongside the Horse Archers. And do you want to have a little look-ski at the vampires here? So I'll first start off with Manfred for yourself.
Yeah, pretty standard looking armory. We got the healing, we got the snipe ability with the Nagash, Gaze of Nagash. Very, very classic. And then it's like, you know, Crypt Horrors with Corpse Cart. This is a long, grindy blob build through and through. Pretty normal. It's a little bit wider than usual because this is Domination. They do have to hold multiple points. But, you know, Tomb Kings, they do have a bad time versus armored infantry, like mid-tier armored infantry. So Graveguard is super good. Obviously, they do have big, scary single entities for them, but then the Crypt Horrors hold. It's like, this is bread and butter through and through. If I had to be worried for someone, it'd probably be the Tomb Kings, especially because this is also Ulrich Val, who's been playing for like half a decade now. He's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, an absolute OG of the scene for sure. So point 3 is being contested by the Skeleton Horse Archers, as you can see. This insane blob formation is starting to move up towards point 2 here. It's lifting a little bit to point 3. If this was in a land battle situation, you'd normally see like a triple Vargeist because it's just so oppressive. I think we potentially may still see the Vargeist because it's just so good, but maybe just trying to focus on the capture point. I mean, there's not an awful lot we can do here. Oh, we got Crypt Horrors instead. You know, trade it really decently into the likes of Cetra and the Necrosphinx. I mean, there's very limited things, Entity, that can deal with Cetra right now.
Although, right, like, all they really need to do is to just negate his value, right? You know, they don't have to kill Cetra. And he's not really that great in the long grindy fight on the Sphinx. If you look at his melee defense, it's actually pretty low.
50 is not terrible, but yeah, I would agree. It's not certainly not the best. It's not going to win any awards, that's for sure. Cetra going in for some combat situations here. Very, very risky play, because very quickly he could have maybe been a little trapped up, especially if the Crypt Horrors engaged. You know, things like that can definitely determine and swing games massively if your Lord can get stuck there.
It's good micro, though. I'm actually pretty surprised that we don't see any normal archers from the Tomb Kings. It'd actually be really good versus build, but Ushapti.
Yeah, the summon coming in
Not
with
a
the
bad
Great
choice.
Bows. Yeah, going to be definitely putting a lot of pressure onto the Great Bows. Actually, with the Crypt Horrors, especially with so much damage coming out of each shot there. Manfred not on a dragon is an interesting one to see. Very, very cheap from a Lord perspective. I mean, he doesn't even have the thing that gives him infinite wins of magic as long as he's in melee as well, so taking a little bit of a different stance, but I suppose in Domination you can't really cater towards, I guess, that, because it's more of a land battle conquest thing. He's on his dragon. You need the inventory to capture things, right? So a triple cap's coming down. It looks like the Tomb King player needs to start, you know, continue the value trading that they're doing and push them back a little bit here.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of how this build works, right? So Vampire Counts is one of the only factions that might not die. Like, they might not just run out of units towards the end of a Domination game. And if the Tomb Kings field too many range units, then they do run the risk of just getting outcapped. So, pretty fun strategy. I'm also seeing Manfred has been spamming Gazes of Nagash down the lines of infantry. Which deals like a quarter HP damage to them. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah,
and that
nice.
is also another thing to stop that capture weight for the Tomb Kings. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like that Manfred Gaze of Nagash was a bit pathetic. I'm not going to lie. It basically just tickled these Stalkers over this side. But I feel like in this situation, the Necrosphinx is going to continuously keep on disrupting all of the corpse carts because there's very limited things that can actually keep him protected. Cetra, as long as he's not committing himself too long against armor-piercing units, he should be able to keep himself nice and healthy. The Great Bows, unfortunately, have been caught up by the Dire Wolves, which have anti-large. So, yeah, these guys will take a bit of a trickling here, especially since dogs do a fantastic job of completely engulfing units. But Nehekara Horsemen have come in alongside the Realms of Souls too. So in another Realms of Souls, we'll expect to see the Ushabi summon, which can be used for devastating effects. But summoned units can't actually do any capture weights. So we'll have to wait and see. Much love questions. So yeah, and in this situation, Vargeist is now on the floor trying to hunt down for Cetra here. But I feel like with a couple of the ranged warfares that are going on this side, I feel like these Vargeist aren't going to have a good time soon.
Yeah, they're pretty squishy. There's a giant Sphinx probably waiting to pounce on top of them. So honestly, that's a pretty good value trade for the Tomb Kings. And they're not infantry, right? They're very expensive, they're quick to kill. So it kind of helps push the vampire counts towards a possible army wipe situation.
Oh my goodness,
Although, that's already half damage on Cetra, and he's not going to heal anymore, right? You know, that's permanent damage.
Saying that, Restless Dead.
Charging.
Yeah, if he continuously keeps casting out very cheap
Minor
and
healing.
cheerful spells, yeah. Very small amounts of healing, but healing nonetheless. I mean, I don't think he's counting as a construct, so I don't think the Necrotex Restore is going to work on him, even though he's on a kitty cat, but it will certainly work on the Necrosphinx or any of the other constructs that we have on the battlefield. I feel like the Eyes of the Desert are doing a fantastic job of killing these Vargeists. Interesting positioning for the Vargeists and the Crypt Horrors to actually commit to this, especially due to the anti-large available for the Skulkers here.
Yeah, but like, you know, full HP Manfred, like, hear me out. If Cetra goes down, do the Tomb Kings have enough to kill Graveguard spam? We'll see. It is kind of close. Like, the value is not bad. And Cetra might be able to come out with enough HP where it can still participate and shoo away Crypt Horrors and such.
Yeah, it's a very good point. It's a very good point to make. I feel like there's a lot of potential threats coming here. The Tomb Kings are doing a fantastic job of value trading. A really fantastic job of trying to get these value trading, but I feel like at some point you have to start worrying about the capture points. And we can start seeing point 2 is being wrestled into the control of Tomb Kings a little bit, but this is the summon variant, so JK on that one. But the Necrosphinx and the overall capture weight for the Tomb Kings is relatively limited here. I mean, there's only zombies on point 1, so I feel like any chaff unit over here would definitely win that. If you go into the grind there, you know, just throwing any of these resources over here, because the fight is well and truly determined and dictated towards the side of the Tomb Kings in point 2 here. So at this point, Intensity, would you start throwing at least something over to point 1 to try and, you know, at least make them react to it?
Honestly, probably not. I think time-wise, Tomb Kings is actually pretty comfortable right now. If they have a lot of cavalry in reserve, they can pretty easily snipe the victory points away from zombies. I don't think that's too big of an issue. So
yeah, only capture
and an army wipe situation seems actually pretty viable now, especially with those dead Vargeist. Cetra still at quarter HP, so he's not too worried just yet. I think they have a good amount of time, and that's Blood Knights too. So
yeah,
if they can just kill that, plus Crypt
simply
Horrors,
just kill it. Yeah, exactly. Just kill it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Yeah, I completely agree there. But yeah, Blood Knights are so expensive. So with the Crypt Horrors, they're bringing on exceptionally powerful units, but you got to remember that the capture weight is limited, so they're gonna have to kind of pull back, right? They're gonna have to concede a little bit of control on point 2, recover and lick their wounds a little bit, because if they try and put pressure down right now, especially with the firing force of the Great Bows and everything else around here, with the Tomb Guard, halberds and whatnot, you know. But then again, how worried are we for the passive healing coming out from Cetra with the Restless Dead? I mean, things are going to start getting a bit of love. They're going to start getting a bit of healing here. How worried are we for the vampires right now with this?
I think vampires are super screwed. It's been about half of the battle time, right? They're going to need to hold for another 7 minutes. And in the first 7 minutes, they basically lost their entire army. This is looking bad for them. Very, very bad indeed.
Yeah, nice. So we can see that Manfred is, I guess, what's his goal value? 1.3k. He's probably just trying to throw down tons of Gaze of Nagashes to do as much damage as possible. Zombies obviously not going to be great at holding this one because they do have really low capture weight at 2 because of the fact that they are an expendable unit. Not really an awful lot of resources that the vampires have left here. I feel like I would probably want to see some of the Gaze of Nagashes being sent Cetra's way. But then again, you know, you've got to remove some of these capture weights that are present on the Tomb King side.
Yeah, there's not a lot of DPS left. You can see those horsemen. They do indeed go for that easy peasy capture. Manfred, even though, like, the thing is, Manfred is basically most of the vampire count's money right now.
Yeah.
So he cannot
land.
He cannot cap. And yeah, that is a terrible place to land too. Poison from the stalkers.
Yeah, and
Cetra might even be able to kill him.
Yeah, and the thing is, Manfred has no magical attacks, so the fact that the physical resistance of plus 40% is coming in is working as true true damage or ward save effectively because he's got no magical attacks. So walking over, I mean, yeah, Manfred's just trying to make something happen, right? I think he just can't sit here and do nothing, and that's one of the reasons as to why he's just trying his best to find opportunities. I feel like when he not as the Dragon Manfred without the unlimited wins, I feel like I don't know. Maybe a different Lord approach may have been a little bit better, especially because Manfred is very costly for what you brought him with. Yeah, maybe Dragon Lord might have been a little bit better, especially with the opportunities of reducing stat lines and stuff, but Blood Knights, unfortunately, are perishing here. A relatively large amount of resources are being shoved over here. Yeah, just Crypt Horrors and Zombies, not an awful lot. I think they're saying to themselves, in this point, we can win on 1 point, which is true. The Vampires right now have the ability to win with a single point, but I think the value trading is heavily inside of Tomb Kings here. So, yeah, I'm still a little bit afraid about what's going to happen there. Looks like another Gaze of Nagash came in to do a little bit of damage there, but yeah, Cetra just got sort of brushed it off again. Unless it's overcasted, I don't think Cetra will really be bothered too much because I feel like he's healed all the damage that has come to him thus far with just cheap spells.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cetra's actually Cetra's totally safe now.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying true to his name.
He can't really, he can't dive bomb into the enemy, but he's totally fine. Tomb Kings have 6 minutes to spare. They are totally fine.
Yeah, I feel like Manfred's got obviously Arcane Conduit. He's got a little bit of opportunities in him, but Gaze of Nagash is not going to clear out this inventory that's required here. Like you would love a Winds of Death in this situation, but unfortunately that is not present. Looks like maybe a Gaze of Nagash coming out onto Cetra, I suspect. Doesn't look like it's the overcasted variant, but still about 500 damage being sent Cetra's way. definitely still brushing that one off, not being too bothered, as he'll just probably start throwing out some cheap spells, keeping everything alive. A little bit of a surrounds going on. The halberd Necropolis Knights have found their mark. The Crypt Horrors are running. They're running away as much as they can, but poison attacks is going to keep them nice and sturdy and stationary to be attacked. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, as bad as this looks for the vampire counts, if they had managed to hold the triple cap for 2 more minutes, it probably would have been a win for them. So,
it looks like they've been wrestled away from point 1 now. Point 3 is under contention, but it looks like it's just direwolves. In fairness, it's only Skelly Bros. Do you know what I mean? It's only skeleton warriors, so, I mean... Yeah, not looking to try and deal with that one, but... I mean, the value has definitely closed in a little bit for the vampire player here, so they're definitely trying to look for value trades. I mean, it's still a little bit doomed, but you got to remember there's a lot of healing for the vampire side, so they can take a bit of a beating, but heal it back up. We know we don't have the Necrotect anywhere around. Do you have Restore still, my friend? No, you do not. So, honestly, at this point, Necrotect is a bit of a wasted unit, but the Blinded is really nice with the Vambraces of the Sun. Any target that gets near will suffer for sure in melee. Is Manfred going to chuck another Gaze and Gash on Cetra's side? Looks like he is. Cetra's still just brushing it off. I think he's just healed it a little bit. Cetra can obviously go to cycle charges and get his leadership topped up. So, yeah, Cetra's not in any trouble here. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and triple cast this one, move it on forward. Yeah, there's just not the resources, and they threw in the towel. So GG's. Well played. We'll go and have a little look-see for all of the games there. And we've got another one we can jump into. We've got Tomb Kings versus the... Wait, is this a mirror of... Wait, hold on. Am I tripping? I am tripping. Okay, so let me see what this matchup's all about. Yeah, let's drop out. Gaze falls off hard. Yeah, the armor piercing just isn't that present. Oh, El Clasico. So we've got the wait. Hold on, let me remind myself. Let me go back on Ladder of Total Tavern. Let's have a look here. Because I think the player we're about to watch is one of the goats of Wood Elves. So I'm going to be intrigued to see this one. So let's go to the leaderboards. If I'm not mistaken...
I see. I think he's just an elf goat in general, right? Doesn't he just play elves? I feel like I played against him quite a bit.
87% win rate. Right now on the ladder of Total Tavern. 4 tournament wins, and the majority of that is utilizing Wood Elves. Okay, my mouse is tripping out a little bit here, so give my computer a second, folks. But yeah, insane amounts of win rate there. So we're going to be bearing witness to someone with an 87% win rate on the Wood Elves, guys. So I'm a little bit scared for the Dowie here. I won't lie to you. So how do you pronounce that name? My dyslexia on the left side is just kicking up. Saraxix?
Yeah, I've always called him Charix, even though that's
Charix,
totally not how you... I don't think that's how you pronounce it, but...
Good enough for me. We'll call him Charix now. So we've got Sister of the Twilight on the Dragon coming in with Conjoined Destiny. Such an annoying thing, especially with high HP entities. We've got the Glaive Guards with the Starfire Shafts with the increased range, which is nice for them. And then we've got Way Watchers. So, wow. Heavily into the skirmishing of this one. Kind of maybe potentially conceding the points early game, but then trying to value trade as much as possible. And we can also see that Thoric on the side of the Dwarves. Do you want to have a little look-see and give me a rundown of those ones?
Yeah, so we have about as many bolt throwers as there are units in a single Way Watcher unit. So a little bit scary for them Way Watchers. And we also got just a bunch of dwarf shields. This feels like a pretty anti-skirmish army. If it wasn't for the fact that Charix is pretty hyped up, I'd be very worried for the Wood Elves. But maybe he has a strat for this, you know? Maybe he can dodge with the Way Watchers. We haven't seen much of bolt thrower dodging. So I don't really know exactly how that pans out.
I mean, instantly, the bolt throwers have targeted these glaive guards, but the thing that scares me the most is it's very difficult to know where invisible units are, right? Obviously. But it looks like Azek is moving the dwarves accordingly and guessing correctly. So if they can get visibility and scouting of these Way Watchers, it'll be a big win for the likes of the dwarves here, understanding where they're at. Sisters is just
There's
legging
also-
it straight over. Wow. The Sisters has just completely gotten away with murder and is running on the bolt throwers. I am unbelievably shocked the bolt throwers just didn't target the Sisters the second she got into range there. A little bit of a misplay, for sure.
Oh, there's something to be said about the sisters just taking a little bit too long to kill. You know, it doesn't matter if they're at full HP
true.
or half HP. Their damage is about the same.
I mean, I just feel like
Oh.
4 bolt throwers with the buffs, 8 entities a pop. What we're talking about, 32 bolt throwers shooting significant amounts of damage. I mean, surely that would have forced Sisters to run away, but I guess now she's the rune of armor has popped down. The glaive riders are going to struggle, especially with the limited armor piercing that they have available to them. So, yeah, fantastic ability there. I guess a really decent reaction to that, but a breath attack is probably going to come down and do a lot of damage to this little square here.
Oh, dang,
Not-
pretty good damage.
yeah,
Those
yeah,
slayers
not
are
that bad.
expensive.
Yeah, not as bad as you'd probably have expected there. Looks like the Way Watcher core line is now being threatened. The dwarves are just saying, "Run, you little buggies. All magic uses a bloody Wazix," is what they're saying. But in fairness, they don't really have an awful lot of magic. The dwarves are definitely going to be chasing away the Way Watchers, and there's only so much ground that they can have available to them. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they can recover from this one, because any situation where oh my god, the dwarves have ran back.
Yeah, I think they're fearing the Stag Knight summon. Elite cavalry against the
Yeah,
low-tier dwarves would
Bladesingers.
kill them pretty hard.
Blade Singers would have absolutely smoked him, so it makes sense that they kind of, I guess, showed a bit of reserve there, but the Weight Watchers unfortunately caught themselves in melee, but they outspeed them all day, every day. But in this situation, when you bought yourself so much pressure, it's a shame you don't have point 1 as well, so it's a very, very smart thing by the Wood Elves here to ensure that they've got at least pressure on the map while they're trying to value trade.
And we're seeing the buffed bolt throwers, by the way, just being incredibly hard to kill.
Yeah.
He's only killed about maybe 1,000 gold worth of bolt throwers at this point.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's distracted. It's killed a unit of cavalry. It's distracting the Lord. Definitely proving itself to be a pretty good pick. Although, it is one of the win conditions. So it doesn't matter if you're slightly undervalued. If you manage to kill them, you're probably going to be able to kill everything else with your ranged.
Yeah, it looks like the Sisters are probably going to have to be careful here. If they get a good attack animation where they kind of like jump through, they'll probably very easily get themselves away from this one, because this is not a place that the Sisters want to find themselves. But we can see that now the Way Watchers are doing a fantastic job of shutting them down. This is one of the most frustrating things when it comes to fighting against Wood Elves. It's just Way Watchers equals very bad time, because the dwarves aren't the fastest. But equally, I wonder if maybe Rangers or Bugmans could have been a better option, but you can't outrange the Wood Elves, right? That's just fundamentally so difficult to do.
Yeah, although a unit of Bugmans would have helped against the Sisters of Twilight for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Even the
yeah, I was
RR Ranger,
expecting-
tons of damage.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was like, honestly, I really thought they were going to summon some range unit to take them out. Because, like, once they've landed there,
yeah.
right, there's not really much they can do. Especially if it is, like, something tanky like Bugmans. You can only summon more range units. And then the bolt throwers can just go to town. But in this case, it seems like the dwarves are getting pulled a little bit thin. And the Wood Elves are just taking good matchups basically everywhere.
Yeah, no, yeah, I think you rightfully called it out. It's one of those really frustrating things for the dwarf player here. It's like, okay, so I need to utilize the fact that I'm very wide with my melee inventory, and I need to go and try and dominate the capture points. But then it's like, oh, who's defending my bolt throwers right now? Okay, yep. So the Sisters of Twilight just absolutely smoking us in the backline and being a nuisance. Like 1.5k gold value already, just firing out tons of anti-inventory shots, being an absolute nuisance here. And the thing is, they kind of have to stack up. And the Sisters of Twilight is obviously happy in those situations. In the meantime, we did get a Life Singer summon in there, taking a significant amount of damage by the likes of the Dragon Slayer, having to retreat from that battle, but there's only really healing magic. But in fairness, the Sisters doesn't need it. The Sisters of Twilight have done a fantastic job of putting themselves in not a lot of danger, but getting a lot of value from it.
Yeah, I'm actually, I'm a little surprised that the dwarves didn't just go for the value game, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Like, if this was a land battle, the bolt throwers should be able to just crush all of the skirmish play. Obviously, you have to push up a little bit with your infantry to defend, but this definitely is going to be decided well before the victory points actually come into play. So,
Yeah, absolutely. Sisters have found themselves in a little
Yeah.
bit of a bad situation, but as we know, there's a lot of life magic available to top them back up alongside the Conjurer and Destiny. So the Sisters basically has full HP if you look at it like that. But a lot of resources would maybe have to be committed to keep them topped up. But a really nice shot coming from the Sisters Twilight because there's no minimum range of engagement, so all those anti-infantry shots will coming out. Now the War Dancers are on the battlefield. I mean, I just feel like the Wood Elves are just such a good, powerful counter towards the Dwarves. It's like, oh, you want to play the melee game? Sure, here's War Dancers. Good luck with that one. Because there's nothing really on the Dwarf side, apart from Slayers, that can kind of contend with the War Dancers because they chop up everything else.
Ooh, I would question Slayers too, honestly.
Well,
They
the
are a
Doomseekers.
bit more expensive. Yeah, you know, Doomseekers. I haven't actually tested that matchup yet. Though, man, that is an expensive unit to take against War Dancers.
How much are War Dancers? I know they're like about 1,000 or so.
No, they're like 800.
Really? For the
Or-
that is crazy for the cost.
Wait, no, I think War Dancers and Blade Singers. There's a difference between them.
Yeah, the War Dancer is the cheaper one, and the Blade Singer is the more expensive one.
Okay, yeah. I think Blade Singers are 1,200, War Dancers are 800.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, but I think they trade cost efficiently, both of them, in any melee fight.
Hmm.
And I don't think, even if the new Dwarf unit does change that, the ranged should be able to chop them up, so...
Yeah, and Doomseekers don't have any
Yeah.
any form of shield, so they get absolutely obliterated by by anything that's ranged. I mean, the Dwarves still
Oh,
have
yeah.
maintained control of 2 points, so they're actually crawling ahead a little bit on victory tickets, but I think you've definitely called it out correctly there. I do not feel like this will get to the point where victory tickets will become a thing. But we'll have to wait and see.
Although, the Dwarves are pulling it back. A couple blasting charge volleys are actually getting really good value. Since this is a Twilight, pulling off of the artillery means that there's a million bolt throwers that are just firing in right now.
Yeah.
And you know, Weight Watchers are running out of ammunition.
Yeah, it's a
So
valid
even
point.
though, yeah.
I just feel like they would just resummon them and then put resources into the War Dancers or into the Blade Singers and then just kind of chop them up in melee. So I guess I can't recall the exact amount, but it's health dependent, so they'll probably get, you know, for these Weight Watchers, a good 400-500 points back and then instant interjection of something on the melee. So yeah, it's good and it's bad right now, but we'll have to wait and see, because I would imagine the Wood Elf player will accordingly maybe actually send them into melee. One shot remains,
Like, you know,
maybe.
If you take a look at the top left, right?
Yep.
20 Dwarf units to 14 Wood Elf units.
Yeah.
You have 3 of them that are going to be desummoned. Value is only 400 gold off.
But if you see the dwarf units, look how weak all of them are. There's so
You
many
know, we
weak
can
dwarf
ignore that for
units.
now, right?
Yeah.
Let me give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, perhaps I think the dwarves are actually a few good blasting charge volleys away from winning.
But like, watch this
Oh.
now. Look at the resummons coming in. Tons of points just got interjected there. 1.6k,
That is
so
true.
that's like, what,
A
2
lot
Blade
of
Dancers
value.
if they want to use that? So I feel like Wood Elves can now start dominating the melee game if they so choose to. Thoric's a bit isolated here. Wow, a lot of damage into the Dragon Slayer. I feel like it's magical range. It's not magical range. Interesting. Ton of damage. The Sisters of Twilight have been MVP so far, have been the absolute biggest nuisance known to dwarves here. Capture point is being wrestled back towards the Wood Elves here. It looks like point 1 is still firmly planted into control of the Wood Elves. I mean, point 3 is still in control of the Dowie, but probably not for long. Bolt throwers are trying to kill the Dryads to keep, I guess, the point capture weight, but Thoric is being sacrificed accordingly, though.
Yeah, that could potentially be a really big loss for the dwarves. At this point now, I am kind of surprised that Sisters of Twilight aren't being focused. I guess
Yeah.
they're just really respecting the heal on them.
Yeah,
As,
valid,
you know,
actually. Yeah,
yeah.
valid. You know that they know that the healing has not been triggered, and that, what's that? 25% goddamn healing. But then again,
Yeah,
you've
and,
got to be
like,
prepared to heal, though. It is delayed, right? It is a 30-second delay, but can the bolt throwers really do that enough damage there? We'll have to wait and see. So let's have a look at the other side of the battlefield. Slayers have been utilized to move on over. I think Slayers are Vanguard, so just cheeky little run over there. Point 2, firmly in contention of the Wood Elves. I mean, Longbeards are similarly sacrificed here, because it's War Dancers, so they won't do too well against the Longbeards. Definitely will trickle away as they'll hit quite nicely. I mean, Glade Rider Spears are inside and destroying these bolt throwers now, so any threat of the Sisters of Twilight has been negated now.
Yeah, and a big win condition for the Wood Elves actually just came out. Those Sylvan Knights. Is there anything on the battlefield that can handle Sylvan Knights right now?
I'm inclined to say no. I am inclined
Yeah.
to say no. We'll have to wait and see with
They can
the
clean up.
reinforcements of the glaive guards here coming over to try and deal with the Slayers. I mean, Slayers just can't really do much when it comes to defending against that. We'll have to wait and see.
Also, Sisters Twilight, a little low. They took a hit.
Has the Conjoined Destiny? No, Conjoined Destiny's not even procced yet, so big sad there. If they go below, what is that, like 1.5k HP or something, they're going to get a ton of health in turn. I mean, yes, the Scissors got quite low there, but, I mean, points-wise, it's still anybody's game. I feel like there's still a lot of resources on both sides of this. Dragon Slayer looks like they're going to be taken down, but there's another Dragon Slayer. What's better than one Dragon Slayer and to see two Dragon Slayers? So you can see that the Scissors is going to go try and execute this one on this side. Relatively decent melee stat lines, but that is unfortunately a dead Slayer, and the Slayer Oath has been met there.
And you have to remember, Wood Elves make much better use of having a value lead, whereas Dwarves really need those victory points. Like, you know, with all the cavalry, all the fast infantry, they can probably start sniping points if they really need to. And given the value lead they have right now, I'm inclined to say Wood Elves are probably feeling very comfortable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of hits come in, but this is obviously the Conjoined Destiny. Like we mentioned earlier, it is a 30-second delay, but then 10 seconds come in. The biggest amount of sadness known to the Dwarves is going to come in. Ton of interjection of healing onto the Sister Twilight. This is one of the things where it's like against Tyrion. If you ever fought against Tyrion, a lot of times he just, with the Heart of Avalon, just all of a sudden, zoop, heals a ton. It's never fun. But point one is now being wrestled away from the Dwarves. And I feel like the resources that are on the map, let's have a little overview look. Routed off units, routed off units, routing off units. So I think pretty much the majority of everything Dwarves is over here now. So they're all their eggs in one basket for point 3, but the Sisters of Twilight are still lurking around. And there's a lot of very, very, very high-tier units here to deal with this one. A couple Slayers will definitely trade up nicely, but I think War Dancers plus Dryads will absolutely mulch the Slayers, unfortunately. This is not a fight that Slayers want to find themselves in, alongside the majestic stags of the Wood Elves here. They will definitely do decent damage, but nothing special.
And it seems like the gambit for the Dwarves pushing out early and taking losses to get those early victory points just really did not pay off.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any world where they would have been able to hold for longer. And yeah, honestly, I would be really interested to see how just a pure trading game would have played out. Though, if you do look at the Wood Elf victory points, it is actually rather high, too. So
yeah. I feel like the Sisters of Twilight,
that way.
3.4k gold value, my goodness. Where's the gyrocopters at? Is what I ask you. At least one,
Also true.
you'd think. Like, why have you not brought at least one? Because a gyrocopter at the very beginning would have completely negated everything. Sisters of Twilight coming in, maybe a triple bolt thrower and then one gyrocopter. All of a sudden, the Sisters of Twilight can't really be a nuisance. As much, should I say. You could either go with the Brimstone gun variant. No, the Brimstone gun's garbage now, it's not anti-large. But still, I feel like, yeah. It's like when you bring in a lot of backline units, you have to make sure you've got something to support them. And I felt like the bolt throwers were basically just completely abandoned. And the Sisters of Twilight mopped them up accordingly.
Do you know in the current rule set, is there anything against gyrocopters?
You can bring 2.
Or are they freely takeable?
Yeah, you could bring 2 in the rules that have been set. So there's been a cap on gyrocopters because they are exceptionally oppressive and just incredible units. So yeah, you're allowed to bring 2 if you want. It just surprises me that, you know, the Wood Elves here just so oppressive. Just seems that any time there was anything that needed to be an answer, the Wood Elves had the answer. Yeah, fantastic game there. Well played to, how do you pronounce it again? Sarix?
Yeah, there you go. That'll do.
That'll do, Donkey, that'll do.
Pronounce it worse, so you do you.
Right.
Now, how much value did those bolt throwers get? I'm really interested. This is the first time I'm seeing seeing them.
It was, they paid for about half of them paid for themselves basically. The rest did not. Wait, so
now I will
yeah.
For artillery, I think if artillery pays for itself, I actually do count that as a win because they did, you know, if they pay for themselves in damage, but they also distract the enemy lord and distract, you know, get a unit of cavalry sacrificed.
Hmm.
Generally, that's pretty good. More so, I would say this is probably much bigger loss because the Dwarf Warriors weren't really able to do anything. Yeah, there you go. Longbeards, Dwarf
Yeah.
Warriors, they sacrificed themselves so that I guess so the artillery could shoot. And that is probably where most of the value loss happened.
Yeah, if you were going to put yourself in these shoes, what would you have done differently for the dwarf player? How would you have like theorycrafted it in your head?
So in my head, the new bolt throwers are absolutely busted. Could be
Yep.
wrong, but if I were to take their place, it would probably be a value trading game. So like, go
Mhm, mhm.
for 5 Bugmans. Don't get kited. If the Wood Elves
Yeah.
are gonna rush you, you have blasting charge summons really close by. And then if they kite, the bolt throwers should win it. In theory. In theory. Obviously, Charik's is probably used to dealing with stuff like that. So
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
sure it wouldn't work in many other ways. Maybe he'd just steal the victory points, but you know, that is another option to take it for sure.
So Suave is a very, very, very solid Beastman player here. I have seen Suave play Beastman. I've played against it, and my goodness, it was money moves were happening all sides of the coin there for Suave. So on the Beastman, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Very oppressive Sentinels of Zinch, which are super strong. I mean, we've got a significant kite game on the side of the Warriors of Chaos here. So let's have a little look-see, shall we? So if we have a little look, and we see that we've got 1 Horsemaster, 1 Horseman. So we've basically got 3 Horsemasters, 2 Horsemen. So really trying to look to try and, you know, break this down into an exceptionally skirmish-based game. Azazel makes sense because, I mean, it's always Malagor. I think I have, in every single matchup I've seen for Beastman, it's always Malagor. He's just so cheap and cheerful, so unbelievably effective. Paving a Celeste to get things routed, so at any time Malagor needs to be really careful not to be terror routed into Oblivion, or Rampage, excuse me. Gone with a lot of Forsaken alongside some Marauders here. So decent capture weight, so still not completely conceding the capture points. You can see that these Horsemasters will make quick work of the Ungor on that side. But speaking of Ungor, Anticity, do you want to pull us through the Beastmen here?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of skirmish cavalry. Honestly, super reminiscent of Warhammer 2 land battle meta, where this is going to be a skirmish game through and through. They're going to be playing for value trades mostly, especially for the first half of the battle. And it's going to come down to, can Azazel get those Centaurs rampaged? Can the Beastmen actually defend them? There is a slight difference now where obviously Warriors of Chaos have new units. Beastmen have their Zongors. And that's probably, you know, like, let's be real here. The Ungors, right? I think there's a Bestigors in the middle. I don't think they're that important. They're kind of just there to help make sure that the cavalry can't get chased down by the enemy infantry. But like most of this, I would keep my eye on the cavalry, honestly. They are gonna be what makes or breaks it. Can they land the charges? Can they skirmish effectively?
Yeah, couldn't
I
agree
guess
more.
the 2 Ungor archers might help, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, no, agreed. Sorry, I was having to do some admin questions. All right, so the Horsemasters are moving up, trying to get some damage on the Pestigors. I mean, the Pestigors are such an annoying unit, so cost-effective and everything. It just provides Beastmen with an ability to do damage against armored very, very easily. So things like Forsaken that we do see of Demon's View, we'll have to be careful taking those engagement.
I'm actually although do you think the melee fight for both sides, would you say this is favored for the Beastmen or Chaos?
Good question.
Based off just the units.
Based off the units, I think Beastmen is a little bit favored just due to the way that they can break down and make things very, very skirmish heavy. It just purely depends on how this plays. I think the Horsemen have an ability to skirmish very heavily, so it's going to be a bit sad for the Centaurs of Zinch, especially in the Pestigors here. But I feel like with with breaking it down to be as scrappy as possible, Beastmen love that. Beastmen absolutely are there for it, and I feel like just looking at this one, I'd give it to the Beastmen. But we'll have to wait and see how this transpires, just because of the build that I'm seeing is really potent for the Beastmen to break down this skirmish-based heavy composition, because in a situation where it's like, oh, I want to skirmish as much as possible, but equally, charges like that, throwing axes and things like this, just taking those micro positions, similar to this one. I mean, the throwing axes have 70 range to the 90, so they get close enough, they will trade well. It's kind of where my mind's at.
Although I did see some pretty nice cavalry micro from Crabling. I think he got a little bit better focus fire early on, but that front line for Chaos can't fall completely. And it seems like it actually is, which means suddenly the skirmish cavalry is going to have a much harder time going into the
Yeah,
mid-game.
I think Krabbling is an exceptionally talented player. Krabbling was one of the players that went against 4 noobs, so it was 2 of the VM guys versus 4 noobs, and they actually won in Domination like a good year or 2 ago, which is insane to me. But we can see that the Horse Marauders are taking a little bit of damage because of the Pestigor's annoying ability, where if you get close, I think if anything running away, they just chuck a huge debuff on you. But we'll see Ungor Raiders moving over that side. The massive skirmish forces coming over here, and Chaos Knights are in here to support them. So we're going to have to wait and see how this translates, but a beautiful Flock of Doom. Is that upgraded? It is an upgraded one, so we want to make sure the unit that's Flock of Doomed is running away here. Otherwise, it's going to make sure that all of the units are taking a lot of damage. As you can see already, these guys have now run away from it, so they're not taking the Flock of Doom. Because it's always... basically, if you cast an ability like Flock of Doom, and you click it on one of the units, if you run away from the rest, you won't do damage to them.
Although there are some spells that are sticky that will continue to do damage even if you disengage.
It's
direct.
direct.
I think it is just Soul Stealer though.
Yeah, I think direct effects most of the time, or direct one, it won't do... You run away from it, you're fine. But you can see here that Razorgore Herd are trading really nicely into the Chaos Knights, especially with the value on both sides of things. Definitely a lot of trading there. While Chaos Spawns don't want to be in a situation where they're being shot at even by chaff, so that's unfortunate for them. If we take a little aerial view, let's take a little peek, let's get the monocle out, we can see that a lot of the resources are starting to flank around here and get into the positions for the Beastmen to do a lot of heavy damage. Unfortunately, on the side of the Warriors of Chaos, we're getting limited amounts of ammunition on the Horsemen.
Although a pretty nice charge from the cavalry.
Yeah.
I will say though, this is looking pretty bad for Chaos. I stand corrected on the Beastmen infantry. Winning that melee grind so effectively actually like crazy swings it in the favor for Beastmen here.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of like I was saying, the more scrappy you can make it, the more Beastmen can find opportunities to really start hitting home. Especially with the Pestigors with the insane Tears of Nurgle. It is so good to make it as scrappy as possible, and that's what you love to see. But yeah, I mean, there's very few things potentially that might be able to happen here. The Chaos Warhounds will do decently against the Centaurs, but it looks like a little bit of trading is happening. I mean, Centaurs with Perfect Vigor is just so incredible. They are so scrappy. They can run around the battlefield all day long and still not be fatigued. And fatigue is a massive indicator of unit performance, right?
Oh yes, it is one of the largest impacting hidden stats in the game. But you can lose upwards of like what 30% of your melee defense if you're tired.
Yeah, I think your unit effectiveness is about 30% reduced, so it is pretty bonkers when you've got Perfect Vigor. It prints itself, but yeah, Suave is now starting to scrape ahead of the gold value lead here. Has got control of the 3 points, and Krabbling is definitely struggling to continue on this one. I saw what Krabbling was doing, and honestly, Krabbling is a significantly better player than I am, so I can't judge. But it felt like the build was playing towards something that the Beastmen weren't aiming to achieve, and then they just broke it down and made it as skirmish heavy as possible.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised he committed to the early fight. I guess maybe like me did not expect his front line to collapse so quickly.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, maybe he could have just gone for the back and forth skirmish fight. Maybe that's just a bad idea, though, because he fell too far behind on points. Which it has been a while for me.
Yeah, I mean, a triple cap is so unbelievably... How long does it take with a triple cap to win? It's like 5 minutes or something? I can't remember the exact math on it, but it's very quick that you can get it.
Yeah, it's it's 180 per minute. So a little over 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You need like, I think roughly 8 minutes?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I think it'd be like a good 3 minutes probably at this point. But Azazel has not really, I guess, found the mark on Malagor. I mean, when you see Azazel, you expect him to try and make Malagor a little bit worried here. And yeah, unfortunately, that ends the defeat.
Well, Malagor is quite fast.
Yeah, valid. But you can rampage him and you can go for those short skirmishes.
Oh, not without damage. He stayed above 100% HP. He stayed at 100% HP the whole battle, so...
Yeah, I mean...
He would not be rampageable.
No, you can. With the changes to the rampage token of the
really?
spell applies instantly. Yeah, it's the spells apply the rampage token. That's the reason why you rampage straight away. It used to be you had to be below 75%, right? But with the changes to the rampage tokens, you can just throw it on there, instant rampage.
Never mind then. I'm surprised Malagor's alive then.
Me too, honestly. Me too.
Okay.
But yeah, great trading
GG.
for the Centaurs and the Beastmen. GG's to these players. Fantastic gameplay there. These guys are showcasing some of the highest gameplay that you can see. A lot of value trading across the board. I mean, we had the Mutilite Vortex Beast at the end there. Didn't actually see light because it was obviously exceptionally expensive. But
Yeah, those poor Chaos Knights with lances.
Yeah.
They've gotten buffed a couple times, but sometimes they're still taken. I've never seen them do exceptionally well though.
Yeah, so we've got this is a Slaanesh versus High Elves matchup. This is going to be interesting, especially with the lore around these guys. So we'll jump into the Slaanesh versus High Elves. I mean, who are these wonderful folks? So we've got Sarsex as well playing the High Elves, and versus Slaanesh. So Martin's playing against Sarsex here. This is one of the best of threes that we've got available to us. So we'll have to wait and see how this goes. But I feel like, it's hard to say, matey. It's hard to say. With the build I'm seeing in front of me, I would give the early game pressure to the Slaanesh. Then again, Swordmaster Hoes, they're no joke.
It's an infantry versus infantry build. So yeah, I don't think Slaanesh has really been ready for that, unless the chariots manage to pull through. Slaanesh chariots should be slightly buffed.
Yeah, they're very good. Now. It's the Slaanesh cavalry that was significantly buffed recently, so I'm surprised we've not really seen that. But maybe the lancers are in reserve because it's the lancers that really pack a punch. So let's go ahead and pause, and we can see the Queen Elera the Radiant. I'm going to forgive her for marrying Malekith in the end times. We'll forgive her. We'll move past it. It doesn't make any sense, but hey ho. We've got the Star of Avalon. We've got Earthblood, Far's Protection, so very utility based. No real ability to emphasis on damage. Silver and Guard, just an exceptionally powerful frontline unit alongside the triple Swordmaster of Herwith. The Sisters of Avalon is going to be interesting. It'd be cool to see if you got any forms of bonuses to Elera, give any bonuses, but that's campaign related. Also got some light archers, so relatively limited units. So we've got 8 units on the side of both sides. So if you want to give us a little bit of an introduction to this one, Entity.
Yeah, we have a lot of armored infantry. Classically good against the High Elves, minus the matchup against Swordmasters. So understandable why they're taken, though this could be a pretty bad situation for them. We got the one chariot, we got the Lord also on a chariot. Okay, potentially some hype there.
Yeah,
they're very fast. Look at that, 100 speed, so they can outrun a L'Oreal. And also the newly buffed, what are they called? Seekers? Striders? No.
Fiends of Slaanesh? Yeah, Fiends of Slaanesh.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Fiends is so
More
good,
entities.
Man. You always see them now. If you're playing Slaanesh, you see Fiends. Normally triple Fiends, but like in Conquest especially. So let's, without further ado, let's have a go. Yeah, we decided on the semis that it'd be nice to see Black Art because I love this map. This is one of the reasons why I'm asking these players to play on it, because I mean, as part of obviously doing the tournament, I want to make sure the players involved are having a great time, having fun. And I wanted to give a bit of variety on the maps, and it's always good to see Black Ark. So some Heralds of the Wind have been summoned on the flank here. Definitely going to be a little bit annoying for the Fiends to deal with. There's not really an awful lot that they'll be able to do because speed versus speed, they definitely outdo them. So let's see how Slaanesh react to the fact that the Fiends are in a little bit of trouble.
I imagine we'll see
Rampage probably.
Dodging.
Yeah, look at that. Instant Rampage. Yeah, this is...
Okay, there you go.
This is what I mean. You can't get away with that. I mean, this is one of those things where it was just an instant punish.
That is brutal. Man. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Okay, well, that is just... that is a misplay and a half for the High Elves then.
How savage was that?
That is rough.
Yeah, that's the Rampage token changes, baby. That is just... You have mispositioned. Oh, you want to skirmish against me? Bosh. Get Rampage, nerd, and you're dead.
Is
significant
it
advantage in the middle.
Token or 2?
Second, sorry?
How many Rampage tokens are there per unit?
I think there's 2, but I believe... I mean, from the traditional rampaging, there's 2, but I think you can apply the token whenever you want, so you can continuously keep rampaging them. Maybe there is a cap. Someone fact-check me there, but I know it's pretty insane. And we've got Capture 1. Well, Slaanesh have the capture points advantage here. The Reavers have just walked over their dead friends on the side that was rampaged just moments ago. These guys are saying, do you know what? Although the definition of madness is to do the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, it seems that the result has been different. And they're sneaking around to try and get some damage onto the Fiends. I mean, the Paver Slash may struggle to be casted again because they did use the Acquiescence as well. So potentially they won't have another Rampage available to them. But trying to be a little bit skirmishy on the side of the Devoted Marauders on that side of the ROR. I mean, this is a little bit of a case of... hey up, lads, how you boys doing over there? They're sort of staring each other down, and I think the staring down competition, I think Slaanesh will always win that with their Allure-S and their ability to cause you to sin. A little bit of trickle damage over here. Would love to see this unit just moving away a little bit.
Oh, I see a rampage coming.
Yeah.
It's close.
I mean, Ilariel
But they
has to be
managed to-
careful. 30 armor. My goodness, she's paper. She is literally... This is the definition of paper right here. She's a flying healing wizard, but you don't want your wizard to start throwing hands, because as we saw previously, Gelt tried to throw hands, and in the tournament he definitely suffered.
Mm-hmm.
And Rage, thanks for the prime, buddy.
Also, we are seeing the High Elves are pushing out, so this is an advantageous engagement for Slaanesh now. All they gotta do is pull out the infantry victory here, and it should be a W for them, if they can manage to do it, but...
Yeah,
they basically have
another
everything
rampage,
stacked
yeah.
in their favor, right? High Elves just threw away 2 pretty expensive units.
Mate, these fiends are eating good.
Oh
These
yeah.
fiends.
Oh man, it's what a combo. I can't believe Pavane of Slaanesh was not increased in cost. That is very, very powerful.
I mean, you've got to remember that.
Classic game maneuver.
You can't judge something when you see its best performance, right? The best case scenario, you can't judge a spell on that. And we've seen best case scenarios come out. So I think if we had a little bit more reactions to understanding of, yes, you can be rampaged, let's not be a little bit crazy here. I definitely think the results there would have been a little bit different. Although the Fiends should not be sacrificed here. I am very surprised the Fiends are going in there because there's so much inventory and summons and things like that could happen. But I guess you'd rather have the Fiends shot than your Lord.
Yeah, we're also seeing a lot of good engagements with the chariots blasting through the infantry. Fiends buy time for those chariots to kill these sword masters on the high ground, and
Yeah,
don't
very
get
good point.
what, half HP?
Oh, we've got
2
Seekers
sword
as
masters
well.
down to half?
We've got Seekers raring to go. These Dragon Princes are going to start coming in here and mulch away these Fiends, but I think the Seekers can get the charge bonus in there. But the Fiends have reacted, probably a Paven, no Acquiescence to reduce those stat lines, and you can see 15 melee defense already. That is basically nothing, and Earthblood comes in to try and counteract the DPS that's coming in here, but the Dragon Princes are standing firm and standing tall.
Yeah, they are. Ooh, there you go. There's the heal. If the Dragon Princes manage to kill everything here, that's a huge W for the High Elves. That might be what they
Yeah.
need to pull it back here, but that's a lot of surrounds, and Slaanesh does a lot of bonus damage in these situations.
Yeah, the devastating flank are coming in thick and fast here. This is a lot of pressure that's coming in for the likes of Slaanesh, but the healing is just insane. These Dragon Princes are just saying, what's the damage? Who's hitting me right now? I don't give a damn. But now you can see that the fast protection is about to drop. Healing has come back into this. Earthblood upgraded, so there's so much healing for these guys. And this is a bit devastating. Herald of Slaanesh is trying to move in, to try and get a little bit cheeky with it, to try and get some damage down. But overall, Chariots don't do an incredible job against the likes of Cavalry, because there's no collision damage or anything like that.
And have the Sword Masters won their engagements at least? It seems like they're doing okay, but they're about to get ground down by the mobility of Slaanesh. And in
where's
these
his feet
late game
going?
situations, with very few infantry, I would count on the Slaanesh cavalry winning this.
Yeah, I mean, the Fiends and the Seekers... I mean, the Seekers could probably just send straight into the Reavers to take a little bit of damage, but look at this. The second the charge animation comes into play, the speed amplifications is going to be very difficult to run away from. I'd be interested to see if the Fiends charge back into the Spearmen and just kind of cycle charge, but they're just saying to themselves, you know what, let's get down and dirty with this one. Oil them up and call me Sally. They're getting all the way into this fight here, and it looks like the Fiends and everything else are just completely bombing into this fight here. We can see that there's no Star of Avalon, no Earthbloods probably remaining, so there's just a lot of DPS coming out.
And Dragon Prince is on the verge of routing. L'Oreal's still in there, though. They do got that magic damage bonus, so that's just passive 20% extra damage to demons.
Yeah, fascination coming on the Dragon Princes as well. Oh, absolutely savagery. The Heralds, the Hellscriders are now running around to the Sisters of Avalon. They were being shooting unscathed, but now they're definitely going to be contested. They were shooting into Fiends and the likes of these chariots, so it's a good thing that they've been taken down. Once they've kind of mopped up this unit, they can kind of start chasing off the Dragon Princess, which is going to be a bit of a scary thing. Seekers have just perished in the fight here, but chariots can start getting a bit skirmishy now.
Yeah, and that just goes to high elf infantry, completely unsupported.
Yeah.
Chariots will have a heyday, which
Yeah.
means it comes down to that 1/2 HP unit of Dragon Princes.
Yeah.
A little sketchy, I must say.
Yeah, a little sketchy indeed. Is this going to be another fascination? No, it's a fast protection to keep them nice and tasty. 69 melee defense, but there's a lot of units just starting to pile on here. The Chaos Furies have come in, significant amounts of armor piercing, but there's a cast that's been just done, and obviously the passive gives 12 melee attack, which is insane, so a really nice combination to try and amplify the damage that they can do here.
And Alarielle, though, she's sticking around. She's actually able to fight pretty well for herself, as long as she has the support of the cavalry. Sisters of Avalon barely holding on.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're alive.
You know?
I mean, you'd love to see the Hellstriders kind of punishing the Sisters of Avalon, because they've still got 17 ammunition. Now realize, let's hope that they get the charge animation in time before they rout. Unfortunately, they routed before they got the charge, which would give them 15 leadership, which would have kept them in the fight. Chariots are getting stuck a little bit to the Spearmen, so they want to start getting a bit more skirmishy here. Swordsmasters of Hoth trying to keep the Chaos Warriors off the battlefield, but I would much prefer the Chariots and things like that reconvening here, because what's the Swordmasters of Hoth going to do? Because the Chaos Warriors are basically doomed.
And hey, super elite Dragon Princes are on the field now.
Oh man, Fireborn are the biggest Giga Chads ever. I goddamn love this unit. Every single time I need a cavalry, this is my thumbnail right here. You already know, son. Those guys look sick.
Oh yeah. And Slaanesh is pretty beat up. Not a lot of cavalry. Slaanesh does have a fresh cavalry summon on the way, though, if they want to. They also have a pretty high HP unit ready to get into the fight. Exalted Demonettes.
Exalted Demonettes, man. That is going to
be
terrifying.
Rampage. Insta Rampage.
Is that Fascination?
My goodness.
Oh, no, it was the army ability. Such a devastating army ability, that. We'll have to wait and see how well these Exalted Demonettes can do, because, I mean, if they go against anything, they will pretty much cut them apart. There is pretty much nothing on the High Elf side now that can deal with them. But my only concern is if these Exalted Demonettes get cycle charged and just kind of mopped around with cavalry, they'll lose models very quickly.
Yeah, we are already seeing. Well, yeah, we're seeing a lot of cavalry deaths. Slaanesh, like actual trading is fairly close.
Wow, Lariel's going in for some.
Full
Yeah,
HP.
she's trying to throw some hands here. I suppose it makes sense with the Chariots trying to cycle around. Looks like the Exalted Demonettes found their mark on the Sisters of Avalon, which is nice to see. The capture point of 1 has come into the favor of the Slaaneshi. We can see 2 points are now in favor of them, but point 3 is being wrestled away. So is that a tree play? Yeah, the tree play point capture for the Slaanesh now. Some Hellstriders came over to deal with the Alarian Reavers that were contesting and shooting these guys on this side, so that's nice to see. Dragon Princes have admitted the fact that they can't do much in the middle, so they've now repositioned over here to see if they can mop up point 3. What is this? This is Rangers. I very rarely see Rangers. They're going to be coming over because they're very, very swift and vanguard, so it makes sense to have at least 1. Chariots now. Alariel's doing a great job, I must admit. I was surprised to see her do as much as she is there, but yeah. Oh my god, the Exalted Slaaneshi. I think this is just going to be so difficult to recover from. The amount of value of unit potential that's on the battlefield now with the Exalted Demonettes, the ROR Exalted Demonettes with perfect vigor, by the way. There's very few things that that High Elves they're gonna have in their roster now to deal with this.
Yeah, not to mention they gotta deal with it and capture the points too. Even with perfect cycle charging, the cavalry will run out of time.
I would love to see these guys moving up a little bit just to try and keep these guys off the point for a little bit longer. Oftentimes, when you know your point's not going to be kept, like you can't have the capture weight, oftentimes you want to just run over to them and just try and keep them busy. Although, yes, you're going into the Alarian Reavers, but the second you go into melee, you can kind of hold them there for a little bit of time, which is obviously something that's typically speaking what you'd expect with Domination in that regard, but there is so much going on right now that it's very difficult to just see the most minor thing on the battle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So healing on the Dragon Princes.
Potentially a Lord kill?
Potentially so. The Dragon Princes are going to struggle to get over there because they've got 71 speed. Poison's coming out from something along this area, which is keeping the Herald of Slaanesh on the chariot alive here. It looks like we're going relatively deep with this one to try and recover point 1 again, because some Ranger summons on the Vanguard point is trying to come on to protect this one. So it makes perfect sense, but all the while, point 3 is being captured, so I wonder if it was worthwhile just kind of resorting your units over towards point 3. But then again, I think these are just fights that they will trade up and win, because there's nothing Rangers are going to do against the Chaos Warriors, that's for sure.
Especially with Exalted Demonettes and a little bit of Chariot charging too. That is a pretty hefty loss on the High Elf side, assuming that goes the way we think it will.
Yeah, I'm actually scared of the hell of
Although-
Slanesh right now. We'll have to wait and see what happens here, but the Fiend summon coming in. The speed of the Fiends definitely going to make an impact very quick onto this battle. We can see the Dragon Princes are probably lurking around, looking for the RKO onto these Rangers here, but we'll have to wait and see if they actually commit to it, or they try and cycle charge these guys, as the Exalted Demonette's going to be a real big nuisance to anything they start hitting. The thing that I'm asking myself right now, Entity, do you know what it is? When is the next Pavane of Slanesh? If that comes out in Alera right now, I'm calling GG. I mean, there's just going to be nothing you can do about that. Maybe even
or
the Dragon Princes. Yeah, I was going to say,
Yep.
Dragon Princes is way better. Alariel's just healing.
Yes.
Alariel's just
Yeah.
running around healing, doing not much. Killing, it's like, healing becomes effective when you've got something good to heal. And you've got nothing good to heal, healing's useless. But yeah, we've swiftly seen the Demonettes just crush all the Rangers on this side, which makes perfect sense. The Demonettes do so much goddamn damage.
I will say though, there has been a lot of Winds of Magic being cast this game.
Yeah.
So maybe not a lot of spells left, but Slanesh gets it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. I mean, with Serix being so dominant with the Wood Elves, maybe showcasing a little bit of weakness in the best of threes, we may expect if Wood Elves, if this was a single faction tournament, maybe Sarix would have an insane showing with the Wood Elves. So I'm interested to see what Sarix explores further. But Martin doing a good job taking down the first best of 3 in the semi-finals real quick right here. One thing I want to call out, amazing chariot work. I'll be honest, I'm going to put it out here.
Yes.
Martin's chariot work this entire time was fantastic. I mean, keeping these chariots alive to just consistently print off value throughout the entire match was a fantastic thing to see. So well played to them. But we can see, yeah, solid gold value across the board. Let's just have a little quick look-see. Yeah, the Demonettes doing a fantastic job alongside the Furies. Everything basically was paying for itself. Everything was basically paying for itself. Let's have a look over the side of the High Elves here, and we can see, yeah, we can say the same. Sword Massive Oath did a decent job.
Yeah, but those are the cavalry fight though, right? In the end, the infantry, even if they win completely unsupported, they're gonna stop getting value immediately, and all those cavalry archer summons just getting annihilated off the bat. The dragon princes getting rampaged. It was rough. It was rough to see. I think Charix just was probably just a little bit caught off guard by it. I know I definitely was. Because yeah, that was, honestly, without those losses, it would have been, I think, probably a little bit closer. Like, I think he might have been able to pull out a win, because the end of the battle was looking kind of decent, especially with Alariel at full HP. What do you think?
Yeah, no, agreed. So let's just start loading into this matchup. Just need to meet with my partner IRL here. Wow, Ogres versus Beastmen. Do my eyes deceive me? But yeah, GG to those
Are we gonna
guys.
see?
Fantastic gameplay there. Love to see it.
Yo, Okory's he's gonna be watching this one. He's very excited about them ogres. But do they have any teeth against Beastmen? What do you think?
Valid question. Valid question. I think Scrambled Egg Special is probably a significantly better Ogre player than I am. And so, judging from their army build, I mean, we've got a lot of counters, right? We've got the double lead belchers, tons of the trappers to shut down any cavalry if they get close. The noblers is the capture weight. Just a really nice, solid beginning army here. So let's just have a look. Let's finish off the Beastmen, the Ogre army. We've got extra ingredients. Wow, Wissen's Wild Form, love that. And then we've got
That's a
the
cool thing.
Flock of Doom as well. Lead belchers. Let's have a little look-see, shall we? I love lead belchers. I mean, do you know what makes me sad? Anticity. I'll be honest. Do you know what makes me sad?
What's up?
Ogres have lost so much Aegis and their identity. Like, Gorgers, insanely OP. Iron Blasters, insanely OP. Ogre Pistols, insanely OP. Name anything here. Insert Ogre unit, too strong. And they've lost so much of that like identity of what made ogres very good. It was like, oh, I use scourges, I can kill everything. Obviously, that's not healthy for the game, but I feel like the ogres we once knew and loved at the beginning of the release is just not there anymore. They're like a hollow shell of their former selves. That's what makes me sad. I used to love playing ogres. I had like I think I had like a 94% win rate or something ridiculous as ogres on ladder when I got to top 3. I was just playing. I was an ogre abuser. I'll be honest. I was an ogre abuser. They were so goddamn good. But let's have a look here. So we've covered that one. Do you want to do me a favor and just cover the Beastmen for me real quick?
Yeah, sure. It's we got the usual infantry stack. We got those pestigores.
Have a look. Yeah, pestigores. We've got some Ungor raiders on that side. We've got the minotaurs. Oh, love that.
Yeah. If they can actually jump into the army and break through fast enough, they don't have to worry about being shot at. Or alternatively, they just get shot and killed.
One thing I want to say, they have heavily
salty.
deployed to point 3. That is crazy to me. The significant amount of deployment towards point 3 there has been kind of wild, but we can see they're obviously getting their points onto 1 now, trying their best to try and contest that one. We'll have to wait and see how this transpires because the ogre player has really, really moved himself to the side. And give me one sec.
Oh yeah,
Legend, how are we doing, everybody?
You know, this is
how are we doing,
kind of
boys?
like a pseudo kite build through and through. So
welcome in, boys. Welcome
they
in.
do not want to push into the far point. They just want to pull the Beastmen as far back as possible, give them some bad engagements, trade effectively. And ogres, being such a mobile faction, can pretty easily retake points once they get a value lead. So I think, at least to me, this generally checks out as long as they don't get jumped.
Yeah, give me one sec. Legend just raided me 1 second.
Ooh.
Right, so, Legend, thank you so very much for the raid, man. You're an absolute amazing dude. I really do appreciate you. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome in from Legend's stream, guys. We are currently doing a $250 tournament as of right now. Legend actually was kind enough to commentate yesterday. So if you want to check out Legend's amazing multiplayer commentary, check out the stream the stream before this. But welcome in all of you wonderful folks. The money that we're putting up is from my own pocket. Obviously, we've gotten sponsors and things like that as well. So if you want to support the content, all I'm trying to do is do some cool stuff for the community. And this is the reason why we're hosting the tournaments. I'm just a dude that likes to do cool things. So welcome, everybody. Hope all of you wholesome hunks are doing well. And if you guys don't know who the wonderful Legend is, please do go give him some love. He's a legend, as per the name suggests. Alright, talk about Entity. So, right now, let's have a little look, see what's going on here. Wow, the Beastmen have actually pushed up here. I suppose because of the very beginning deployment of the Ogres here, kind of just separating so many of their resources, putting a lot of eggs in their basket on point 3, right? And so now the Beastmen player is punished accordingly.
Yeah, well, like, you know, it's an Ogre range build, right? They're trying to get value over the course of the battle. Beastmen are going to try and counter that by ending it as soon as possible before they get value, before they can actually muster a strong enough army to survive a push. And even though it's closer to the reinforcement points of the Ogres, Beastmen are kind of thinking, you know what? My army's strong enough to just push in anyways, so... Will it actually work? Is it a feint? Are they actually pulling back?
Yeah, I feel like they've got kind of what they wanted. Yeah, they've sort of gotten what they wanted a little bit here, but I feel like the Crushers should definitely, as per the name suggests, my friends, crush these Centaurs of Zinch due to the anti-large. I mean, yeah, but the Minotaurs of great weapons will definitely keep them honest there, so you've got to be a little bit careful about that fight. A little bit of damage and armor coming in. I don't think that's going to matter all too much, because Minotaurs just do so much armor piercing, it doesn't necessarily matter too much. We'll have to wait and see some shots coming down on the Bog of the Mad Marshes. Unfortunately, these folks do not have the ability to be in water to start regenerating. But Leadbelchers finding themselves some decent shots. But yeah, these Centaurs are being such a nuisance, finding their mark on the Leadbelchers here.
Yeah, and that's a really big loss for the Ogres. Beastmen are actually trading about even, despite being in a disadvantaged position.
Yeah,
and they have the victory points. You know, it's just a win all around so far for the Beastmen in terms of trading.
Yeah, I mean, this is very, very well played from both sides here. I mean, I think the value trading is going to be definitely one of the things they're going to try and achieve. And guys, thanks for the follows and all. Thanks for all the love. You guys are amazing. I appreciate each and one of you. So let's have a look. See, there's so much stuff going on the screen. We can see the Leadbelchers are being taken down here. There's obviously very limited support because they went heavily into the range, it seems. But Man-Eaters are going to try and return away from these great weapons because anytime you see one of these guys and you are a large, chunky fella, especially me over COVID, putting on that weight, I would consider myself in that bracket. These guys are going to absolutely slap away, and they do so much damage because of the anti-large available to them. But yeah, jeez.
And Beastmen going in for the kill. You know, just committing those Minotaurs. It could go very south very quickly if those Minotaurs end up retreating, because they'll just get shot up on the retreat. But it seems like it was a pretty good decision from the Beastmen, because they do actually get to their intended targets, killing a load of ranged units.
Yeah.
And Ogre's kind of just now stabilizing, but will they be able to stabilize enough to actually push back the Beastmen? Because they are on a timer. They have like 4 minutes at this point.
Yeah, I know you make a very valid point. I feel like the clock is against them, that's for sure. But they're now getting to the point where they're playing exceptionally scrappy. Unfortunately, the Centaurs of Zinch are probably going to be punishing these lead belchers that are on their lonesome here. They're probably asking, please be gentle. But the Centaurs, I was going to say, are going in dry, should I say. Unfortunately for the lead belchers. Saber-Tusk is going to do a good job cycle charging from behind here, which is going to be doing a lot of damage. You know, Centaurs have already gone through their rampage cycles, so decent here. Semis are best of threes, Cardok. We can see here that we've got the Noble Travis trying to skirmish away these Centaurs. Anytime Flock of Doom comes in that's upgraded, this lasts a long time, so you got to make sure these guys are running away very quickly. Malagor is obviously going to try and find opportunities for enabling foe, reduce the melee defense of these one, but one of the things that I'm seeing right now, the Beastmen overcommitted. They went way too close to danger here, because you got to remember, in this point, when you overcommit like that, your opponent can instantly deploy resources on top of you, and so you will always be in a net deficit, no matter how much, you know, even because it was so balanced, right? The balance of power Gold League was so similar that when you go so heavily into your opponent's direction, it's like, folks, lads, I got very limited resources left. So yeah, a bit of a brutal one there.
Yeah, and Beastmen now have a choice to make. Either they double down and try to win by victory points, or they pull back and have a little bit more of a modest game, continue to trade, and sacrifice one of those capture points so that they can slowly come back into the fight.
We can see these nobles moving over to the point. And yeah, good point. I think it's going to go down to the tickets, right? This is the lead that's been generated for the Ogres. This is exactly their game plan to begin with. They wanted to make sure to value trade as much as possible with the amount of range that they brought forward. But I'm just seeing, why are you resummoning this back? Go on point 2. Try and create some pressure here. Interesting decision making, trying to bring them back, because the points that they made was like 40 that was returned because it's HP based. So yeah, I feel like the pressure would have been a little bit better than the 40 points that it returned. But, you know, I mean, Scrambled Egg's a better play than I, so he's clearly got a reasoning for it. We can see in point 3 now, a lot of pressure is going to be stacked and deployed here. Very quickly, we're 500 tickets away, so we're in the critical mass. We're in the danger zone, as they say, and they're in the danger zone. Centaurs are going to struggle against Saber-Tusk if they do skirmish and go for that fight, though.
And we are seeing Beastmen are deciding to pull back. They do not want to engage into the Ogres, letting them take those points. And deciding, you know what, I can probably come back in terms of army value. You know, it's not a huge difference. Ogres are a little bit out of position. The Lord might die. And instead of going for that play, will it pay off? I think it comes down to that Lord. If they die, that's a really bad situation for the Ogres.
Blood Cleaver, though. Yeah, Blood Cleaver is probably going to keep him sustained and healthy, because Malagor doesn't do enough damage. Like, what's the percentage chance here? Let's do a quick math here. So it's what? 45% chance for Malagor to hit, which is relatively decent, but I feel like the 0.1 healing coming in consistently is going to keep them alive here. I mean, we've got 1 point. This point right here, if point 2 is held by the Beastmen, that's GG. We are at that point now where the Ogres have to overcome a significant amount of pressure here, but the resources remaining on the Beastmen are really staggered and haggard here, it seems.
Yeah, they have like what? They have to hold for 4 minutes?
Yes.
50% of the battle longer. Ogres will have to leave some reserves to actually continue holding the points. So one of the good advantages of being super mobile in these kind of late game situations. So they can't bring their full force to bear. And that does close the gap of that value trading just a little bit. I'd say put the Beastmen behind like maybe 1,000 or like 500 gold behind. So maybe
valid. Yeah, no, I mean,
it's a close one.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, matey. When it comes to generating such a significant value lead from points perspective, gives you so much goddamn room to breathe that it's so difficult sometimes. that like, oh, I need to send units over to capture the opposition's points, but equally it's like, if I overcommit, they'll just ninja cap something. So it's just so difficult to find the fine balance here, because already we're seeing that point 1 is being wrestled away from the Beastmen, but I don't think they can keep on this point with the resources and the crushers that are around. It'd be very brave for them to try and stay on this point. I guess the only thing they could try and do is keep the Ogre Balls routed, I suppose. Malagor's found the Lead Belchers. These guys have been... It was beyond honestly criminal how long these guys have survived for, so it's a good job by that. Let's have a wait and see.
And will Beastmen get army wiped? Like, they have to be super careful. If they get army wiped, Ogres can very quickly retake all the points.
I mean, it's just the speed. Ooh, I'm not a fan of just nothing but Nobles being thrown out, because Nobles have really garbage melee capabilities, and I think there's a lot of units that will deal with them very quickly, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. I'd love to see a little bit of a fallback. A lot of the units are now starting to come back, so just get point 1. Equally, the Beastmen should identify the fact that point 3 is completely isolated and alone. Once these Lead Belchers come back, we may have some Saber Tusk or something, or Trappers for the Vanguard to try and keep some healthy units holding the point there. I mean, a lot of damage is coming through from the throwing axes, though. That's a bit scary for the likes of the Crushers.
Yeah, and ooh, man, the Crushers do get a charge on the Centaurs.
Yeah.
They are pulling away. Beastmen, though, just playing the cards very nicely here, making sure to split the Ogres up as much as possible, hitting for value, which is great for slowing down the capture rates of all the units. And let's see, we got a 1 cap. We have about 3 minutes left. Even less than 3 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's not long at all left. We'll have to wait and see how the Crushers translate this one, because potentially with the Haggard units that are back here, maybe a point 2 is realistic, because I feel like you've got enough resources on point 1 right now. The only thing I'm worried about is there's just so many units that potentially could be thrown over here. And yeah, like we mentioned, the Mad Matches and Noble Trappers are coming over to try and do what they can. I think point 3 is probably not long for this world. Another cycle charge will make this a very difficult situation for the Ogre Balls, but they will trade up really, really favorably. We have to wait and see.
I think the game is decided on that bottom point. If Beastmen capture it, I think they win.
Yeah, I'm also inclined to agree with you, my friend. I think a lot of resources are going to be thrown over, and I think you've rightfully called out the Beastmen realize that this is the exact situation. Malagor is not what you want to kill right now. They're going to be ignoring this one, getting the capture weight on there, because we have no capture weight for the likes of the Ogres right now, and so... yeah, I think that might have sealed the nail in the coffin, but if you can take capture point 2 and then put a lot of deployments of Noble Trappers, then maybe a chance to wrestle this one back, because it's going to get very, very scrappy very quickly.
1 minute, though. 1 minute to hold. Trappers would not have enough time to get to that point, I think.
Yeah, I think so,
Gotta be fast, and Malagor is just tanking it out. The Beastmen know that he's not gonna die in the next minute. He is simply too tanky as an infantry single entity. And yeah, probably just sacrificing the cavalry now wins it.
Yeah, I mean...
just body blocking.
I mean, excellent play on both sides. I must admit, these guys played so goddamn well for what they were trying to achieve here. Crushers have the Terror because of the Massacre, so really nice adaptation there. But again, I think 15 seconds is a lot to ask for. You'd have to have a ton of cavalry available to on this point right now, but Malagor did a fantastic job of just delaying things moving forward. So, yeah, overall, very smart play.
Incredibly close.
Yeah, this is
although
on a knife's edge.
Yeah, Ogres would have needed like at least another minute or two to secure the last point, not to mention more Beastmen shenanigans with their Vanguard deployment.
Yeah, so what we'll do guys... Yeah, let's go ahead and have a little look-see over here, shall we? Like, rub our hands a little bit. Let's have a little look-see. What was the damage values? What was the main things? I'm going to expect that the Lord 1.3k, but yeah, GG's. Can we get some GG's in the chat, folks, for Scrambled Egg Special? Fun fact, I do love scrambled egg on toast in the morning. It's a solid breakfast right there. And Suave obviously taking over this one. Really nice play for the Beastmen. This is in the semi-finals. These guys are all the way in the semi-finals, and this is 1-0 for Suave. Let's go ahead and see this, folks, shall we? So we've got Scrambled Egg Special 1.3k with the Beast Magic. Doing a decent job. I think Noblers definitely all paid for themselves, which is really nice to see. Iron Guts only just didn't pay for themselves. Trappers did a really solid job of identifying good targets there. The Boglers were summoned twice, I believe, so not the best. But we can see that they've got the Lead Belchers here, not paying for themselves. I think 2 of them paid for 1 of them, not the best. Alongside Ogre Pistols, but didn't pay for themselves. Ogre Ball reinforcements. Honestly, nothing in the Ogre Balls, nothing in the Ogre reinforcements excites me. Not gonna lie to you, Anticity. I feel like the units that were here, you'd normally expect them to be in the main army, not the other way around. But I guess going for the value trading, but unfortunately didn't play out because of how scrappy Suave made this one. But if you want to just give us a rundown of the Beastmen army.
Yeah, well, we got Malagor paying out for himself, especially as a distraction tool and shutting down the range.
Yeah,
All
sure.
the spears, all the Ungors actually did pretty well, unless it got summoned multiple times. Nothing like too crazy. I'm ready for those Minotaurs though. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean,
they about did everything they needed to do, I'd say. Even with an overcommit, paying for themselves is basically it. Although nothing traded exceptionally well. This was more of a points game for the Beastmen.
yeah, it was. I mean, I think the trading was dead even, if I'm not mistaken. Absolutely
Yeah, they traded
dead even.
just good enough to win.
Yeah, and so in those situations, it's like you got to be a little bit careful. But yeah, played out honestly expertly from both sides. Both of them were identifying opportunities to take advantage in the battle, and they all really pushed to the limits there. So you love to see that one. So what we're probably going to do real quick, if you want to, do you fancy another game against each other?
Sure, let's do it.
Hell yeah. Much love to you, my friend. So if you guys don't know who the wonderful Anticity is, he is the duo caster. We've had other awesome creators. Yesterday we had Legend, Decoy, Sotek, Anticity once again, and Human Boy, yes, some fantastic creators. We had Agent today, awesome guy, I love him. He had Human Boy as well, and we've obviously got the wonderful Anticity. Do you want to give these folks a little bit of a rundown of the things you do?
Yeah, I do Warhammer content. I do Stormgate content on 2 different channels, Anticity Warhammer, or Anticity Total War and Anticity Stormgate.
Yeah, you're loving it, aren't you? You
And,
love your Stormgate.
yeah. I make
a tournament
general content, mostly streaming.
There was a tournament for Stormgate today, you know?
Oh,
Yeah.
I think I saw that. Was that invitational? I don't know. I'm not that good at Stormgate.
Yeah, I thought
I'm
you were
no
like
top
15.
player.
You were like top 15 on the ladder. Don't sell yourself short. At what point can you bring
Yeah.
too much Centaurs when you bring like 10 of them? Honestly, Centaurs are insane. Let's be honest, Centaurs are insane. So I feel like as long as you're playing towards the conditions of what makes them good and you're using them in the right scenarios, because you got to remember, every single unit you pick in campaign or multiplayer, they have to facilitate a niche. They have to do something to provide value. And Centaurs have got so many variants of things that they can do. Like Centaurs of Zinch, for example, they can kill pretty much anything you put them against. So very, very scary unit. So, chat, what do you want me to play here? We did a Ogre one. It was an Ogre versus Nurgle. What are we playing, guys? Give some suggestions. I would love to hear your thoughts. And we can do the same for...
Honestly, I am itching for Slanesh with those juicy rampages, or Wood Elves with some of those sick plays I've been seeing.
Oh my goodness, he's tryharding, folks. He is chasing the dub, that's for sure.
Nothing gets me more excited than some crazy shifts in the meta and trying out some new super strong units.
Yeah, no, I respect that. All right, let's have a little look here across the board. I mean, I don't know certain factions enough to be confident with them. Volkmar the Underwhelming, ain't that the truth? Rats? Oh, I haven't played Skaven in so long. Right, guys, pick what Anticity should play. Otherwise, he'll play Sweaty. Right, what should we
maybe
give
not
Anticity?
maybe not Slanesh against Skaven.
What should Anticity play, guys? Give Anticity some suggestions too. Dark Elves?
Dwarves
Yeah,
is a classic.
Do you want to play the Dark Elves?
Ooh, sure.
Right now, guys, what should I play? Guys, what's the hard counter for Dark Elves? Guys, I need some hard counters right now. Lizardman? Would Lizardman be good? What's your thoughts? Would Lizardman be good against Dark Elves? Yeah,
they
Bretonnia would
used
be
to
solid.
be terrible against them.
Vampire Coast, Warrior of Sun Corpus. I'm not playing Coast against the Kraken Lord himself. I would make a mock. I would embarrass myself most likely.
Nah, it's great. Coasts are so strong right now. You know they're.
That's a big cap right there. He is
Yeah.
smirking from ear to ear saying that.
All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, how sweaty would you like me to go?
I It's for fun
I
matches,
can
right?
go. I can meme it up pretty hard. Dark Elves got some options.
I would say don't sweat at all. Just have a relatively memey army.
Alright, can do, can do.
Let's have a look. Okay, so, I mean, how about the Skaven? I mean, we could do some Murderkill, yes. I mean, give me a second. I'm just going to speak to chat real quick, Ant. I mean, if you guys don't know, I am going to be voice acting some Dowie mods. Give me an example. Do not shame your ancestors, Zoe brethren. For the Tammy's crown, brethren. Or Ungrim. You could be like a, to die in battle. The Slayer oath compels me. I love the dwarves. I have been a dwarf player since Warhammer 1. You don't shame your ancestors, silly manlings. Dark... Yeah, do you know what? We'll play the Skaven. I mean, there's a specific build that makes Skaven good. Let me remind myself what it is. I just need to remind myself what it is. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Right, I think there's a decent Skaven build that I'm gonna cook up here. I think I'm gonna be okay. Trying to remind myself what it looks like. I know we can probably go with a secondary Warlock Engineer, but I think from that side I'm chilling. Chieftain may be decent for fighting and being, getting skirmish heavy. Rat Ogres are just really tasty to have in general. I'm kind of taking an approach of a very land battle-y, I guess, army, you could say. Wow, Night Runners are only 450. That's wild to me. Such a nice unit for what they do. I mean, I don't really necessarily need any of that. I mean, it's going to be nice to have something that's going to keep them honest, which will be that. With what we have currently, we're going to have to make sure to, I guess, populate out a little bit of a front line. I mean, the only worry is that the cavalry is going to be annoying. I guess the wolf rats will have to be dealt with that one. Yeah, guys, give me some unit suggestions, boys. I am not a, I'm not a big Skaven player, but I'm playing the Skaven for you boys. Hopefully I will win the heart of the chat. That is the goal here. Got a relatively solid front line. I mean, I would love to get some skirmish heavy units here. Maybe we'll drop one, pick up a Night Runner. And reinforcements, we're going to need to look for the doggos. Would love that. I mean, we're going to do Battle for Itzer again, so maybe a double catapult, actually. I think I'm going to do this instead. You. Deathmaster, yes, yes. I just feel like I'd have a hard time. If he's flying, though, I'm going to struggle, you know? If he's got anything flying, I'll struggle. Right, how's your building going? I'm still thinking.
Oh, I got it's a build.
Interesting. And now, are you feeling confident, or like you happy with the build? What's going on?
You know what? I have a single unit type.
Huh. Wait,
So
85
it
range?
Is,
you have a
pretty good,
single
actually.
unit type?
Yes. Correct.
Huh. I am very intrigued to see what you're cooking up, my dude.
All right. Yeah, honestly, I think this is pretty good.
I mean...
I'm feeling confident.
See. Honestly, you saying that kind of makes me a little bit terrified. I won't lie to you, Chief.
Oh, you should be.
See. Well, let's see what we can achieve here. This guy's cooking pretty damn hard. Ooh, actually, do you know what? Couple of these boys. Right, well, at this point, lads, we're just praying. Do you know what I mean? Anticity is a far better multiplayer player than I am, so let's see how this goes. Good luck, my dude.
Good luck, have fun.
And you. I've just not been playing a lot of Skaven recently. Honestly, Warhammer 2, Skaven, I guess, burnt me out. I won't lie. Skaven were too strong in Warhammer 2. Like, Ikit especially. My goodness, Skaven were crazy strong.
Mm-hmm. Ikit was like the campaign. Everyone recommended you get this DLC.
100%. I mean, I streamed during Warhammer 2 times, and I was like, oh, Battlesey, what do you think's good? Ikit Claw, my dude. I lost 3 campaigns in a row on Legendary, though. I remember that when I was learning the game.
Yeah. Yo, who came along with Ikit? Wasn't it a Lizardman lord that everyone forgot about?
Was it? I genuinely don't remember. I think it was just suppressed out of memory. Oh, interesting. On Conquest, you can't see what units you bring. So I don't know what you bought.
You mean Domination?
Yeah, sorry, excuse me, Domination. I can't see what you've brought. Maybe in the battle stats I'll see the balance of power, but I'm not sure if I can.
There is no balance of power. There has never been balance of power in Domination, yeah.
Well, that'll do it.
Alright, I'm ready.
That will indeed do it. Let me just sort out my composition. Okay. Right, good luck.
In a win or whatever.
Right.
Good luck, have fun.
Oh, Tehuin, thanks, chat. Thanks, guys. Much love to you.
Behold!
Okay. The cavalry stack is real, I see.
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see how this goes. I don't know necessarily what the best thing is to do here, so we'll, I guess, sit around and sort of pray.
Always a good strat. Yep.
Don't run away. No need to run away.
Okay, I'm coming.
I mean, JK, don't attack me. Let's not get crazy here, Let's not get crazy here, lads.
Oh, yeah, there we go. There's a charge.
Let's not get crazy here, bud. Let's not get crazy with it. I think what I've done really badly is sort of conceded a lot of the pressure that I had. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, you've got no flying units, man. That's rude.
Yep.
Right, every man
Usually I would have at least a Manticore, but...
Yeah. Go on, Ikit. Yes, yes! I'm gonna kill you.
That's
Yes.
Claw.
Yeah, I remembered the need to summon units. That would be a good idea. I think, typically speaking, I would say putting units into the battlefield is a good idea. As a generalized rule of thumb, I would say using units is probably a good idea.
Don't be surprised.
Right. I don't think this is too terrible for me, but we should be able to start getting a couple points wrestled away from you. Wait, is it laggy? I shouldn't be dropping frame gunning. Streaming lag? Wait, I sound like a robot.
The game is going fine.
Hold on, apparently my audio's bugged. Right, there we go. That should, is that okay now, guys? Has that fixed it? Oh, of course you do some spells. I was saying having technical
Yeah, it was queued up, I swear, it was queued up.
This guy, man, this guy.
Oh, no.
Unrelenting. Having tech issues. Having to resolve the tech issues and still go through it. I see how it is.
I got to pull out all the stops to get you down, man.
I see.
It's the only way, I swear.
Man,
Man, that play claw's doing some damage.
Yeah, the play claw's been a bit of a bro here, I must admit. Let's go ahead and do... do you know what? You can have him. Psych! Get the wolves in there!
What? Not the wolves?
Not the wolves! Okay, Malice is now on a ticking time bomb, so I'm not too worried about that. I'm just struggling to find opportunities to use my magic properly. It's kind of tough.
Yeah, no infantry?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much exactly that. There's just no infantry.
Yeah.
It's still messed up, really? Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Do you need me to pause? I'll
you
leave the
pause
thing on
this?
pause. Yeah, you can pause.
Oh, yeah, pause it then.
Yes, pause.
Thanks so much. Right, let me just check it. Wait, and can you see, is my voice okay for you?
You are perfectly crispy clear for me.
Why is it having issues on the stream then? Yeah, it is. It's that's a stream. Alright, guys, give me 1 second. Wait, there you go. Can you hear me? Has that fixed it? Guys in chat, has that fixed it? Please tell me that's fixed it. Can one of you wholesome hunks please tell me? Has that now been resolved? I'm gonna hope to God that you guys can hear me. I can see that my thing is speaking. Good idea.
Oh, looks like it's not fixed.
Oh, it is. Wait, what's I saying yet? No,
Oh.
but okay, we got some yeses.
Okay.
Okay, thank goodness.
Okay, no,
Okay. Okay, we good. Okay, yeah, guys, refresh if you need to. Refresh if you need to. Oh, thank God it's fixed. Yes, fixed. Okay, thanks boys for letting me know. You ready to unpause?
Yeah, I'm ready. Go for it.
Good luck. Man, this is gonna be so painful with the blobs.
Yeah.
Cavalry builds, who would have thought, are a real pain in the nuts to fight against. I
Yeah,
mean, you're giving yourself a big challenge, though, in fairness to you, lad. I respect that. I respect it
it's
a lot.
definitely a mess.
Oh my god, my audio's broken again. Hold on, sorry, dude.
Ah,
What is
no
wrong with my
problem.
audio? Good old technical difficulties there, and we're bloody getting close to the final as well.
Yeah.
El Clasico, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. World must torture its streamers.
I think it's because my GPU is being overloaded right now.
Oh.
One sec. One sec, guys.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Has it sorted itself out, guys, in the chat? Let me hear myself again. Come on, audio. Sort your stuff out. Let me hear myself anymore. Wait, is it not even working? Can you hear me, Ian? Okay.
I can hear you.
And you're not having any issues on your side? Has it sorted itself
Nope.
out, guys?
Completely fine over here.
Why is it being an absolute turd for me then on the stream? Why is Discord accepting the audio and it's fine, but then the stream is not? Hmm. I feel like that's still gonna. I feel like it's still gonna have problems.
Mm.
Ah, good old tech issues, eh, lads? I apologise for the inconvenience, boys. I am extremely sorry for all tech issues that are currently happening. I'm aiming to fix these and resolve it as soon as possible. I'm gonna do that. And reset things.
Oh, you just got it.
Load.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
back.
I'm trying to reload my individual broadcast. Has that fixed it, guys? Otherwise, I'm going to stop streaming and start the stream again. It's going to suck because all the views and things will die, but I think it's still worth it to make sure the stream's at least audible. Guys, let me know if that's fixed it. Good old, like I said, tech issues. I mean, the good thing is we definitely have, we've got a lot of the games still ready to go. We've got a lot of replays that we can jump over to.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I'm going to... Yeah, weirdly, I had this issue recently. So let's just get... Right, I'm just going to close the stream down right now. I'm going to open her up once again. Weirdly, it takes ages to stop the stream. So I'm just going to close the stream down and then start streaming as soon as I'm able to. Yeah, I suppose I've done a 5-hour and 30-minute broadcast of the games. Probably just like all the OBS is just having issues. There you go, start streaming again. It should, in theory,
Yeah.
what happens if I'm not sure if it'll reset it. Right, we're coming back in hot. I think if I end stream and then will the YouTube stream automatically pick me back up if I go live again?
So the YouTube stream, it's kind of weird. I like Alt F4 out of OBS, and then the YouTube stream doesn't end. Right.
Okay.
And then the YouTube. So then like it'll buffer and then it'll just pick back up.
Okay.
But like, yeah, it's like kind of it's a little janky.
Yeah. Okay, I think it should be okay now. OBS is drunk and being an absolute turd. Is everything okay now, guys? I appreciate everyone's patience while we had some technical issues. My apologies. Are you ready to play again, my friend?
I am ready.
Okay, let's jump into it then. Let's see what we can do here. God, Malice is such an absolute menace, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
If only I could just ignore him, but I can't. It'd be nice to ignore, but it's one of those things where I just can't ignore. Let's see where else we've got on the map. Just gonna put pressure down here. Let's just say, do you know what, you rascal? You ain't wrestling control back off of me here. Yeah, ain't no way you're gonna get a freebie on Icket here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, are you faster than me? No, you're not.
That
Yeah,
charge speed bonus coming in hot.
Yeah, the charge speed bonus is real, it definitely seems. So let's get this skirmish on the go again. God, you've just got the availability of cavalry just getting everywhere on the battlefield. I love that. Let's see if I can turn around the outside here. I bloody took Howling Warpgale, and yeah, fun fact, you don't have anything to Howling Warpgale.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Do you know why I'm an idiot? I've just realized how much of an idiot I am. I didn't take Flensing Rune. My god, Flensing Rune would have been great. I am very big dum-dum. That is such a misplay by me. That will probably cost me this one.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be costly. I mean, you're gonna lose your lord, but so am I. You're gonna lose him eventually. We're playing the long game here. But in fairness, the only thing I'm worried about is we've got 2 games we're gonna need to cast real quick. Malice is gonna vibe out on that side. Yeah, I mean, the right on the wall for this one. Okay, GG's.
G.
Right. Sorry, guys. I apologize. We do have the. I don't want to make. I want to make sure that I'm not delaying the players at all here. So let me just quickly go and download these replays, as I'm just conscious of the fact that I may be delaying the players. Otherwise, if I don't jump into the replays straight away, obviously we were going to beat Entity there. We went easy on him there. So he knows. He knows we went easy on him.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I doxed your internet actually, so I would win. So.
I mean, what can I say? I told you guys he was competitive.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's go ahead, grab the replays, and just make sure we can try and get through these ones. So we got the Beastmen and Bretonnia coming up first. So Beastmen versus Bretonnia. Let's just jump in there. I mean, is this Suave again? Playing it? No, Bretonnia and Sarix, and Martin's playing Beastmen. Okay. So we'll go ahead and jump into this one. Apologies for all of the inconvenience there, but yeah, GG's. Flensing Rune was an absolute... Like, I remembered that you take 2 spells, but I forgot that Howling Warpgale is just something you don't care about. Flensing Rune for your cavalry would have been GG. I feel like would have been definitely a difference maker, but... Alright, so... Just having to reply to some admin-y things, and then let's go ahead and look. So we've got the Pestigors, Bestigor herds. Bestigors. And then we've got some of the Gore herd Arwas Bestigor herds, which is very expensive to bring in, which is very rare to see. Wow, the Butchers of Kalkengard. Interesting to see. And Warger. Yeah, some units you don't really necessarily see an awful lot, which is nice to see. Beastmen, on the Bretonnian side, do you want to run me through it and Testy?
Yes, I will need the screen share though.
Oh, of course. I forgot Oh, when I tried to do it again, the stream failed. Classic. It's still stream failing. Let me just do it until it works. I love it when Discord just doesn't want to share my screen. There we go.
There you go.
That one should have worked. So, do you want to hit us with a cheeky overview here?
Albrecht. All right.
Yeah. I mean, the anti-large, right? The Parade of Bulwarks is just such a nice pick, and then Wrath of Manan to wipe out inventory.
Yep. Discouraged effect, leadership hits. We got the Grail Relique, hype. Those are, those are they shown up about a year ago and they've stuck around. Got the healing. We got the Skirmish Cav, Bretonnian Skirmish Cav, and actually pretty big infantry corps. I think those are Battle Pilgrims.
Yeah, so
4 of them.
How many Battle Pilgrims? 1, 2, 3, 4 Battle Pilgrims. Got a lot of peasant mobs at the front line. I mean, there's a lot of targets for the Grey Relics to get value here. I mean, there's no cavalry apart from the skirmish, so maybe there's some, depending on what they see, they'll probably summon it accordingly. But yeah, life magic. Dwellers, not the growth, so we'll have to wait and see how that transpires. So let's jump into it, shall we?
Post nerf dwellers. Have you seen it a lot recently?
Honestly, not really, matey. Dwellers is very rarely picked because of the fact that it's just not that good. It's nowhere near what it was, right? Dwellers used to have bonus versus everything. The Bretonnian core has significant amounts of units advantage, but let's see if the Sarex falls into the same trap of splitting your units too much. Although 17 units, yes. Like, the front line alone is only 500 resources, so, you know, it looks more threatening than it actually is. So point one's been captured. Beastmen are playing a little bit reserved here. Getting a little bit of skirmish shots over onto the Bestigors, which is going to be really decent damage. Another Bestigors come in, which is kind of crazy.
Dang, so super heavy infantry Beastmen army.
Yeah, I feel
Which
like...
I think trades well into what Bretonnia have. I guess Bestigors are probably good versus the cavalry with all their AP.
Yeah, I definitely agree that the Bestigors are a good unit here. I think that surprises me the most is that, you know, we don't have any cavalry on the field for the Bretonnians right now. You know, typically speaking, you expect significant amounts of cavalry, but yeah, I'm just not really going down the route of that one. I mean, the Butchers are going to try and find their mark, but there's no Bretonnian threat on the battlefield right now. They'll do damage, but they're currently waiting for quite a lot of reserves right now to see what they can actually take down here. We'll have to wait and see how that transpires, but we're going to have to wait and see this one. I mean, the Bestigors are clearly the best because they have best in their names, so we're going to trust in them.
Quarter HP off of them, though. That is 25% less Bestigor power. That is a lot more damage than the damage value is showing in the top left.
Yeah, that's a bit deceptive.
Oh, yeah, and it's always been off with skirmish and magic damage.
Oh, Malagor is...
So Malagor dodges it, though.
Yeah, what a beast. I mean, he's a small entity, so obviously all the advantages that Albrecht has, 42 bonuses large, is basically wasted. So maybe, you know, Luan would have been a bit of better of a fighter there, but we got some -4 great weapons coming in. Bestigors are coming in to protect on point 3. This is the tree play cap right now for the Beastmen. They've done a fantastic job to wrestle these points away.
Yeah, and pretty... they're not trading too well. They actually haven't done much damage outside of the peasants. Also nice, we finally got the cav summon. Yeah,
Grail Knights coming in, which is kind of expected, but typically speaking, when you got really, really costly units, you want them in your beginning army, not later on, because in this situation, you've given up a lot of pressure. Like, you've allowed yourself to be triple capped, which is a very scary thing against a heavy melee-based Beastman right now. But the thing is, you know, this is a build that we've not really seen. I personally haven't seen in all the games that I've been watching, and that's been, you know, a significant amount of Beastman games. There's not really this, you know, roster being used, but I think maybe Martin just understood the fact that, you know, who I'm against, they may play more towards the melee infantry instead of going to cavalry based in the beginning, so I can take big, you know, pretty big advantages here. So that gamble might have paid off.
Yeah, although one routing Bestigor, that is about 1,000 gold, a little over, off the table now. But will the Butchers of Kalkengard be effective anti-cavalry? Like, these Minotaurs are here specifically to deal with that. And if they can't, it means the Beastmen basically got nothing. Because the infantry won't do too well.
It's a good point. I think I'm inclined to say if they stick to very short skirmishes and just go in, Grail Knights, take them a bit of a swing in, and then come back out. Otherwise, the anti-large will just come in absolutely clutch along to the charge bonus. I mean, we have a triple cap right now. I feel like this is pretty decimating for the Bretonnian player here, because they're going to have to be very, very careful, especially because of the fact that this is going to be breaking down into so many of these melee skirmish situations, and they're just sort of feeding their peasants to the Beastmen here, which is not a thing you probably want to do.
Yeah, they're kind of playing like a really slow trading play, trying to get their ammunition used, trying to maximize that cycle charge value. But if they ever have to start sacrificing units to capture points, then it gets really, really well in the favor of the Beastmen.
Yeah, Dwellers coming in alongside the Grail Knight charge, which is a bit of a devastating situation for the Pestigors, but I feel like Tears of Nurgle has not happened just yet, because they obviously need to rout in this situation, but potentially the Battle Pilgrims may have spread the insane slow that comes out of the Pestigors, so A lot of these units are now super, super duper slow. You can see the mounted humans only have 23 speed, so they're crawling away in the face of the Beastmen. A lot of the Bretonnians on the side here are trying to contest point 1, but it seems there's just so much of this melee infantry that's just kind of rolling over them, alongside the Minotaur supporting them.
Yeah, this is actually really good for the Beastmen. They're pushing through the center line. Cavalry have to start taking unoptimal engagements to save the archers. But can they keep it up? The Beastmen units are kind of low. Alberic, though, half HP. That is no bueno for him. Oh, he's getting enfeebling foed. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, the enabling foe is just such a devastating thing. I mean, Malagor definitely realized taking the enabling foe along to the Flock of Doom for cavalry, enabling foe for the likes of any lord. And, you know, against Bretonnia, you're expecting like a very, very strong lord. I mean, even Fey Enchantress with an enabling foe would die very quickly. Same with Leon. Leon on his proper mount has like... Yeah, Leon on his proper mount has basically no melee defense, so it's so brutal. Yeah, having a rout already is kind of unfortunately savage. You see the Knights of the Realm are coming in to try and punch away these guys to keep Alberic alive. I mean, where's the Life Mage? Where is healing coming out? We only have Earthblood, which is the reason why I don't think Dwellers is going to pay for itself. Earthblood is going to be coming down, but I think Alberic is just down for the count. Another enabling foe coming over, and it's kind of a little bit brutal because you've got the Minotaurs with great weapons coming in to support.
Oh my goodness, what a catch from the Beastmen. Really, really nice play in surround, bringing in the infantry, getting that Minotaur surround. And also, notably, Dwellers was on cooldown. So they couldn't really punish that big blob around Alberic.
I mean, the thing that's blowing my mind right now is the Beastmen have just came in here and just absolutely battered them. Like,
that's a good build.
The thing is, guys, Cyrix has, I think, over 70 games. It has an 87% win rate. So this is not a bad player. This is one of the best players currently playing the game and just not finding their mark when they're not on their main of Wood Elves. So very interesting to see that this is in that situation. Alberic has left and there's nothing really to contend, but Life Flume is the only thing that's really going to give him a little bit of HP. I mean, you've got the encouraged by nearby units. Exhaustion is going to be a bit of a problem. One Earthblood would probably keep Alberic in the battlefield, but is it even worth investing these resources? But we'll have to wait and see. If an Earthblood can come out, very close because the flank's secured. I think he's going to come back, but the problem if he does, he's probably going to rout straight away if the flanks aren't secured once again, which is a little bit of leadership jank. I'll be the first guy to admit it. There's a lot of leadership jank, so he has come back into that one. Malagor, obviously, it's just such an insane core front middle line here. How are the Beastmen not going to just roll over him at this point? I mean, there's just so little resources available. Especially Alberic routing up again. One more and he's donezo, shattered.
And the attempt to save him really just committed so much cavalry. The fact that all of those are dead now means that, you know, even though he barely lives, it's not going to be enough. And that's GG already. Dang, that was a fast domination game.
Yeah, that was a fast one. That was indeed. And give me one sec. The reason why we have the green on, at the very beginning of Warhammer 3 when I streamed, there was somebody that was visually impaired. And basically, they asked me, this was when I had like 10 viewers. I didn't have a lot of viewers at the point. They basically said to me, I'm struggling to see things. And I've just had green on ever since then and red for the enemy. So just from a guy that, like I said, from a long time ago, we had someone that was visually impaired watching. And I've just gotten used to it ever since. Having the luminescent green and the red. So it's just, I guess it's just what I'm used to at this point. Right, so now we've got Zinch versus Tomb Kings. That's going to be an interesting one.
Ooh, is that going to be bad for Tomb Kings?
I would say so, honestly, matey. I think Scrambled Egg is probably going to throw some hands here. It just depends on the magic. It depends on the magic, if I'm going to be honest. If we see the Chaos Spawn for Scrambled Egg special, and we see Blue Fire... I think as long as we find the marks on the Blue Fire, we'll have a hard time here. But Kitty Cat and the Bows have a really nice opportunity with the Chaos Warriors. They're going to potentially struggle a little bit there. But while we're on the mention here, let's look at the Chaos Lord. Wow, the Chaos Lord has nothing. So the Mage is clearly in hiding. So I guess the play here is to utilize the Chaos Lord and the Exalted one to absolutely smoke Cetra, which is exactly what they've done. Chaos Warriors are the front line, Forsaken in the back line, a couple of blues and pinks alongside that one. Skeleton Spearmen, front line, What do you think of this double kitty cat situation?
Well, very good versus armored infantry. That is what Tomb Kings struggle against. So we kind of saw the same against the vampire counts, getting two big old single entities. But will they live? Will they live? It's always like a tipping point. Cetra survives on super low HP, or he ends up dying, and then it is a very bad situation with Tomb Kings.
Yeah, so the Cousins of Zinch has now come in with the Burning Head and Cascading Firecloak. I mean, where outside of the heroes and the lore is going to be killing the kitty cats? I mean, I just feel like the initial Chaos Warriors and army of Zinch has just such little pressure currently against the Tomb Kings.
Let's take a look at those heroes, right? The two starting guys. What are their stats looking like? They look pretty confident in taking a fight. That's
I mean, I think they would beat the kitty cat. I mean, especially if they don't want to play towards this. One of the things that I love the most about the Blues is anytime a spell happens, their insane barrier charge rate is just bonkers. An enemy spell, excuse me. So we can see this one. Maybe that was actually a play, understanding that the Blues will get that regeneration and it's such a long cooldown, but I don't think any pressure is going to befell them anytime soon. Point 1 is being captured by the Nekara Horseman on that side. We've got point 2, which is in the middle, which is firmly into the side of the Tomb Kings. Point 3 is being wrestled away. I think at this point, Zinch is just waiting on units that can actually start making a difference here. I don't believe it doesn't look like there's any units that have anti-large in their inventory just yet, but as you can see, like I called out, the Blues lost their insane barrier boost and they're being targeted. So really nice target selection coming out from the Tomb King player, understanding that this is the priority for them to target.
Oh, and the hero's taking the fight without any support. He is much cheaper than the Sphinx, so...
I was going to say, this is not what you want to be doing, my friend. You want to be supporting with the others. I mean, the Chaos Lord is murdering the Chosen of the Gods. I guess that makes sense. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. But Chaos Warriors are now starting to move towards the melee situation. I definitely think the Zangors and Chaos Warriors will absolutely smoke any of these Skeleton Spearmen or Warriors. We can see the Skulkers being summoned, which I think is a good point, especially can deal with a lot of the inventory nicely, and just overall a solid unit.
Yeah, and where Zinch lacks in their single entities, they definitely have a lot more in their front line. So if those Screamers or something can keep Cetra off of these guys, mayhaps there will be a chance, and Zinch will just fully collapse the Tomb King's front line.
Yeah,
but that is asking a lot, for sure.
It is indeed asking a lot, so we'll have to wait and see how this goes. We've got Zangors moving in. The Blues have recovered, especially because the barrier boost has been nutty. One of the things that is really nice about them is the 360 shield. It's only 10%, but it definitely adds up. Every little helps, as Tesco says. The Chosen of the Gods have now been pressured enough. They're going to be starting to move away. We can see that the Chaos Warriors of Zinch are going to be moving into the War Sphinx, but the War Sphinx is just getting a nice restore, so really tough there. A spell's coming out, maybe a Burning Head. It's going to be a great job, but if you do have Burning Head, go to the Doctor. Synagogues of Zinch moving over towards the Nekara Horseman. Love to see that. Yo, Cetra's just completely chilling.
Yeah, although he hasn't done that much damage this game. A quarter damage to one Chaos Warrior unit is not enough to really turn the tide of this battle, especially with how fast that front line is collapsing. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit worried for the Tomb Kings right now.
Yeah, I feel like... I mean, the capture points are now going towards the favor of Zinch. They're trying to get themselves into a triple cap situation. The Stalkers, excuse me, are going to do a great amount of damage to the inventory, so they have to be careful with what that is doing. I mean, only 80 range. There's not a lot of range coming from those guys, so you don't have to worry about them too much. A summon of the Shabbies, I believe, is coming down in the pink, so not reacting to run away from that one. Although they do have on entity dying 72 AP damage, which will do a lot. Maybe the Furies can protect or keep something alive. I mean, we've got the Cascading Firecloak that can keep something alive a lot longer, so maybe on the pinks wouldn't be a terrible idea. We'll have to wait and see. One of the Whimsies coming out, which is a really nice thing that is going to help them in the melee grind, I think is quite nice. But the balance of power is really... actually, the value trading is heavily going to Tomb Kings at the moment.
That is true. I'm a little bit surprised, considering how much they are losing on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think maybe just they were doing a good job of just pulling back a little bit and then just trying and get a little bit aggressive there. But it seems that Chaos Warriors are now finding the mark. The Skelly Bros are going to struggle. It depends on what reinforcements to come in. So we've got some skirmish cavalry alongside some horsemen. I'm not going to lie to you, Chief. I don't think that is going to be it from the reinforcement perspective. You know, I'd like to see something that has a bit more of a heavy hitter. But right now we're in a situation where these War Sphinxes I don't see a reasonable way of killing this War Sphinx anytime soon, alongside Cetra as well. There's some exceptionally high health units that infantry alone can't deal with.
Yeah, you basically have just the heroes, maybe screamers to stop them from overcommitting. But yeah, one of the heroes is already down. The question is, can the Tomb Kings keep...
Did you... I think you just cut off there.
Maybe the Sphinxes can't kill everything in time? It is still pretty early in the battle, though.
Yes, no, very much so. I think you cut off slightly there, but I think I got the tail end of what you were saying. I had to check it was not my internet. Yeah, Chaos Warriors doing a great job. I mean, there's just so much domination of the points, but I guess in this situation, if the trading doesn't go well for the Tomb King side of things, I mean, do you know what I mean? It seems these Stalkers have an opportunity to really pack a punch alongside these great bows of all these high-tier infantry that's available for the Zinch. So I'm a little bit worried for Zinch at the moment.
Yeah, and especially those Necrotechs going down. That is a lot of money that isn't really doing too much.
Yeah, absolutely.
So once they're off the battlefield, Cetra runs a little bit of a higher risk of getting killed. Obviously, he's not too worried, but he might need to waste his time just fighting pinks all day. And if he's doing that, not fighting the warriors, then that buys a lot of time for Zinch. Right? You can't have Cetra kill everything in, 6-7 minutes.
I think you raise a really good point. A lot of the balance of power has not been into the kitty cat or Cetra, and it's been mainly in capture weight. And so I think Cetra's capture weight is, what is it? It's 3. So hello Zangors, you out capture Cetra. Good luck trying to keep this one. So I think the Zinch player is doing a fantastic job of playing the map really nicely. Although not necessarily taking the best trades, taking the best trade from a perspective of gaining points, not value.
Yeah, and look, that's just still trying to kill the range units.
Yeah.
Like, he's doing his best, but he's not even done with that yet. And the heroes are around to force him to change targets. They got the regenerating shields. And it's just like constant pressure on him to make it where he can't really do what he was meant to do. And that is to clear the infantry that have really high capture weight.
Yeah, I think that's been a toughie. Let me just go and check something real quick. Just making sure the players are okay. Right, okay, everything's good. So, Chaos Warriors of Zinch, that's a lot of luck to give this side. Zangor's still on this point. I mean, there is very limited resources from the Tomb King player. They're kind of doing a bit of a Hail Mary, sending on the Hekara Wars and Horsemen of this side, but I think even then, a nice Burning Head is a bit of a deterrent. Is that going to deter them from moving towards them to say, screw it, I'm going to run through it, I don't give a damn?
Ooh.
A reasonable amount of damage, nothing too special, but I think that's probably going to make it so that they can't capture point 1 now, because their capture weight is just being reduced.
Yeah, it'll take a very long time, and they'll probably lose the battle against the infantry too. And honestly, Cetra's starting to take a little bit of damage. He does not have support from any of his units, unlike previously. So each charge into infantry just slowly but surely chunks him down. Even the Sphinx is taking a bit of damage.
Wow.
Oh my goodness,
Such
no.
a great punish there, but it's such an expensive thing to cap. I mean, could be a far more value. I mean, we could have done it over here. I mean, we maybe have angled it a little bit, but I honestly think the Zangors win out here anyway, so maybe it was, you don't necessarily need to do it there, but capture weight-wise, you're probably going to have to send your cultists over just to keep this one in your own favor here. Point 3, yeah, you just got a bunch of kitty cats. I mean, these guys have... Do these cats have claws? And the answer is unfortunately no. Not really doing a great job of trying to wrestle this across. I mean, the Horsemen have a reasonable capture weight, but there's just so much infantry that they're not going to be able to wrestle away.
Yeah, and I will say, those Kepra Guard, they're one of the only tools that can help clear infantry.
Yeah, true.
So them being at half HP now is looking pretty rough, especially I would suspect the Burning Head is just waiting to get on top of them too.
I mean, 70 armor is definitely going to make them relatively resistant, but the Fire Beast, as you call it, this man's a magician.
Yeah. There we go.
Not a lot of damage. No entities are killed, so they will be able to regenerate that up unless the Chaos Warriors can continuously put pressure down on them. I think these guys are such a good pick against demonic units, but we're seeing very limited amounts of demonic units. Point 3 is stopped being wrestled away, and Zinch still holds point 1, even after all the units that are on this side. I feel like the Nehekara Warriors are starting to crumble, and these Zangors are remaining true, especially with the Arcane Charge, giving them such an insane amount of weapon strength at this point in the game.
And that's a really good read from the Zinch player here, knowing and trusting that the Zangors will win that fight. means that they have to commit very few resources to actually secure that, and instead they can put more pressure on Cetra, who is looking a little bit weak.
Yeah.
1000 HP.
Yeah, it's a bit scary. I mean, Cetra does have the availability. Wait, he didn't take his passive.
He didn't.
Wow,
Oh, no.
that is surely a misplay. 100 cost or something like that. And especially with such a cheap spell here, you can throw those out. Bolt of Change is most likely going to come in through, so that's going to be a lot of damage. Maybe about 500 or so onto Cetra as soon as this comes down for the sky. 1, 2, 3. Bosh. About 600, 700 damage. It's quite a lot of deeps. Cetra's probably going to start crumbling, especially if he's not able to keep his charge bonuses up. But now there's very, very limited amounts of capture weight on point 3, so I'm going to a little bit worried. Warsphinx now struggling. Zamgorz is trying to recover, but wait. The Kitty Cat actually wants that to happen to reduce the amount of infantry on the point. Makes sense to me. I mean, at this stage as well, the second these Chaos Warriors get over here, they're going to be like, lads, this is my house. Get your butts on out of here. I think the Zangors are winning out once again. The second these guys get onto here, it's going to be close.
Oh
Zinch
my
has just
goodness.
wrestled it away. Oh my goodness. So 2
Barely.
taking 3. Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, this is a... Yeah, there you go. The Sphinxes are down. Cetra at basically no HP left. This looks like a pretty decisive Zinch victory, unless they get completely army wiped, and in the next minute, the middle point is captured.
Yeah, so this means that Scrambled Egg Special, if he takes this one down, leads the series to 1-1. So Scrambled Egg Special and then Swab are going to be 1-1 apiece here. And so anybody's game on the next one. This is going to be very interesting to see how this is played out. Very different Zinchian build than what I'm used to. A lot of the time you see spell kiting, but I suppose it's not as effective in domination. Point 1 has been taken, but I think the Zinchian player at this point understands. If I just sit on point 2, keep it in my control, this is well and truly a W on my side. But yeah,
Although,
fantastic
cavalry coming
gameplay.
in. 4 units of cavalry. They got 45 seconds in a dream.
Yeah,
Can
the
they do
beacon
it?
has been lit. The Gondor's beacon has been well and truly lit. All the boys are coming over. The Riders of Rohan look a bit weird today, but they are trying to get towards point 2. I think a couple of infantry units will kind of wrestle control back over. Even the Blues probably will just keep this long enough here. I think it looks like point 1 as well has been won eventually by the Zinchian fights there. I mean, hats off to these Zangors, man. MVPs. Not the greatest goal value, but they're winning fights that they really, really need to win. Oh, and we've got the last replay for this one. So let me go ahead and grab that and throw her into the file while I'm ready.
And is this the final game of the day?
This is the semi-finals. If you've got to go, you've got to go for fully understandables. This is we're going to be casting the last semi-finals. This is the last game of the semi-finals. So the winner of this one goes on to the finals, folks. So best of luck to all these players. And then we're going to have the finalists to determine what is going on here. I mean, Scrambled Egg Special is not a name I've seen a lot of the time, so I'd love to see newer players coming up into the scene and just trying to do some awesome things. I mean, oftentimes when it comes to these things, you know, newer players bring life, bring so many different kind of builds, they bring so much energy, and they bring oxygen into the scene, and this is what I love to see about newer players coming in and just trying to build things a little bit differently. I mean, Entity, you've done tournaments, you're a fantastic player. I think when you were properly doing tournaments, you had an exceptionally high win rate. On what I know on one of the Total Tavern scenes. How often do you think that, you know, you had to adjust your playstyle? Like, you built a little bit differently, and in general, the builds had such an impact on the game. Like, how often do you think that builds matter the most? Or would you say skill reigns supreme?
I would say builds, you gotta make sure it's at least a matchup you're comfortable in. So very often, people just because of how many matchups there are in this game now, a lot of the time, the player who practiced more in that matchup would end up having like a very nice build to pull through.
Yeah.
I would say very often, you know, obviously you need to hit a certain level of skill so you don't make a lot of misplays, but yeah, I would put my money on the person that has actually spent more time working on the build, if they didn't wing it, if they have something pre-selected.
Yeah, makes sense. So I have corrected. Scrambled Egg is a goat of domination, allegedly, so he's not new at all. So that's my bad. I've just not seen his name anytime recently. I'm not sure if he's been in any tournaments. I've definitely stayed close to the scene, and Scrambled Egg is just not a name that I've seen in recent times. but sometimes I may be living under a rock, especially working full-time as well. We've got the 5 zombie core frontline alongside the Grave Guards. A ton of Grave Guards in actual fact, so very, very elite there. Some Vargeist, and then we got the Strigoltsi Ghoul King with the Invocation to Heck and Gaze It in a Gash. The regeneration is going to pay off dividends, but that means the blue fire is going to do a ton of damage, especially. Gaze of Fate as well. I mean, do you want to give me a little bit of a rundown of this composition?
Yeah. What is this? We got Demons of Chaos. We got a Bluebird, some Screamers. We got some Blues, some Bloodletters. Okay, fun. It's a whole mixed bag. It seems like, your usual traditional chunky front line with a little bit of range in the back to burn down the vampire counts. The question is, can they actually defend it? Probably with Screamers, I'd say. There's not a lot of cavalry for the counts. So I'd say the biggest liability is probably the front line. Will it actually hold? Because the moment it dies, all the ranged here will have a very hard time.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be interesting to see at what point do we start pulling the mark, right? At what point do we try and start taking the advantage? I feel like from a melee game, I mean, the Bloodletters of Khorne will absolutely mulch these Grave Guards, right? But equally, I feel like there's a lot more availability of healing and a lot of proactive plays, or reactive plays, excuse me, that the vampires can do. Because, there's no healing at the moment on the side of the demons, so... sometimes, obviously, the gold value can be deceptive, but the first unit coming in is the pink horrors on the side of the Demons of Chaos. Still a lot of resources, so we may see a secondary one. We have seen a triple cap from the Demons of Chaos. Maybe Scrambled Egg is playing a little bit slower, just letting them completely take control of the map a little bit here. And I'd like to see a little bit of a stopping of the bleeding, because, I mean, you are giving so much supplies for free.
Yeah, I guess he's seen the future, and he reckons if he engages now, he will not be able to win the fight or win the match. So he's waiting for something to be summoned to before engaging, at the expense of taking a little bit of chip damage from the magic. So I guess we kind of sit back, relax, and see what he is saving up for.
Yeah, let's see what he's cooking up. I mean, I'm just very intrigued that he's not... Let me just fast forward this one. Let's go ahead and just move it a little bit forward. I mean, what is he wanting to bring to the table? Because I feel like you're just allowing the Zinchian player to just get so much... Well, excuse me, the Demon's Chaos, Zinch Mage to get so much damage. It looks like they're okay. They've summoned another Skeleton Warrior to contest point 1. But once again, another Blue Fire is going to be coming out into the Vargeist. So much free damage. They've just sat here taking 600 free damage, which I just don't think is the play. When are we pulling the trigger? Because I feel like you're going to get to the point where it's going to be a little too late.
Well, he could be trying to go for a full army wipe. A little bit hard with vampire counts, considering their speed and low DPS. Okay, we got some crypt horrors. They're all right. Honestly, I can't fathom a strong enough solution here. But he's definitely confident in waiting.
Yeah, I mean,
And,
now we've pulled the trigger.
it could be something. Okay,
Don't question
trigger pull
Scrambled.
with no other summon.
As someone that's looking from outside in, it is very interesting to wait this long. I mean, going down 600 reserves, I suppose what he's trying to look for is just having the numbers advantage, which I can completely understand there, but I feel like there's other elements where you should be trying of delaying it, because you've basically lost half your HP on Varghasts. You've across both the sides nearly. You're going to have to commit Winds of Magics to recover that one, and you're just effectively giving free value to the opposition here. I just don't think that... It just seems such a strange thing to do, because already he's down 700 victory tickets effectively before he's even going to get remotely close to the points. I mean...
There is an old strategy. Early in Domination, when resources were plentiful, you would see plays where it would be worth it to just not engage, stall for a little bit so the armies get ludicrously big, and what you end up seeing is you can get a triple cap when you push, and the battle takes so long that it doesn't matter that you let your opponent get a bunch of victory points at the beginning. You can simply sit back, relax, and just hold the triple cap because the armies will never kill each other. Now in this case, much fewer resources nowadays, and a lot of damage is being taken, so I don't know if that strategy is going to be working right now.
Yeah, that was a brutal route on the
but,
Vargeist.
yeah.
I mean, this is the reason why the Gate of Phase is so unbelievably punishing, and anything that can root in general, the Vargeist basically have to just look at their death there. You can see a couple Seekers holding point 1, but capture point 2 has now been completely wrestled against them. But, I mean, the thing that I respect so much here is the balls on Scrambled Egg to just say, do you know what, I'm going to go down really heavily here and just completely smoke you in a fight. I'm that confident I'll be able to take this one down. So, you know, hats off to them, well played to them.
Yeah, the fight's going decent.
Yeah, I mean, the value trading is not terrible just yet. We got the crypt, obviously. Point 2 has been wrestled away. Point 3 is in the process of being wrestled away. Point 1's a bit of a contention, and I think point 1, if they continuously control 1 point of Suave, they win the game. So, yeah, it's going to be a triple cap situation that's required. A lot of just free damage across the board. I mean, this is what Zinch is just so unbelievably good at doing. Just throwing out tons of spells, just being such a nuisance. I mean, we can see already, what's the Lord on? The Lord is on 1,000 value, has landed accordingly, potentially wanting to get some better angles of the spells, looking for the Infernal Gateway, which is going to absolutely smoke the zombie. So interesting commitment of resources there. Maybe a Graveguard's in the mix as well. Sorry, guys. Graveguard's in the mix there alongside that one as well. So definitely worthwhile taking that one out, especially with the overcasted Infernal Gateway.
Yeah, that's pretty good value for Demons of Chaos. Let's see here. Most of the range units are getting a lot of value, though. But it seems like what they have in reserves is kind of just more range units. You know, potentially by waiting, he kind of But if you wait, both sides kind of summon everything that they have, and if you don't have enough reserves to, you know, to counter like a very focused build, for example, mass infantry, then you kind of have to start summoning in secondary solutions. So, you know, there's definitely a little bit of teeth here, but oh boy, 1,100 victory points for the Demons of Chaos is spicy.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a situation that's a bit brutal here. I mean, you've just got such an overwhelming thing to come back. I mean, it's just crazy to me that the confidence of, I'm going to lose 700 points before I even get close to you. Now all Zinch has to do, or excuse me, Demons of Chaos have to do is just take terrible trades. As long as you're holding 1 point, it's completely fine. I mean, it looks like point 1 is being wrestled away. Point 3 is firmly in control of the Demons of Chaos. There's a lot of resources over here. Seekers are kind of skirmishing around, doing a great job of doing damage alongside the blues and the pinks. Really frustrating for the Crypt Horrors to deal with, especially with the fire attacks.
But can Demons of Chaos actually hold this 1 point, the last point? They do have to hold for a while. Only 1 capture point left. They have to hold it for 5 whole minutes. That is a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big ask right now. I mean, the trading Scrambled Egg has done has been incredible. I mean, hats off to them. Very, very, very good play there. Heads up play especially. Vargeist have maybe would love a little bit of a cheeky heal here, but it depends on the resources available for the vampires here. We can see point 3 is still firmly in the control. We've got so many resources in point 2, but the only thing I'm worried about is moving and shifting these just forces these blues and pinks to move up to try and get capture weight. Changebringers. The worst nightmare of any armies in the later stage of the game. Brutal.
Yeah, they're going to be very, very high DPS, though they don't really have range on a good target. Oh, actually, they are Melting Graveguard, my bad.
Yeah,
never mind, they're doing great.
Yeah, they're just so strong, man. I mean, it's just such an impactful unit. They have, I mean, bats are coming out to counteract the Changebringers, which is a great job. I mean, the Graveguards, the RR with the regeneration, especially plus fire, is just no bueno. So some great job there. I mean, Crypt Horrors are moving up to point 1 to keep it nice and firmly implanted into their position. Bloodlords of Khorne and the Nurglings. Fiends are going to be routing around. I think Fiends would probably take down the Crypt Horrors in an isolated fight with Devastating Flanker. Yeah, point 3 just firmly in the control of the Demons of Chaos here. And like I said, yeah, I think just 700 points just going down that much is just asking yourself to recover so much. I mean, the units that we saw coming into the battlefield, you know, we saw a lot of the Vargeist dying. So it's the balance between, is it worth losing 700 gold value of my units to then try and overwhelm them? And especially with the Gaze of Fate that happens straight away. I mean, you've got to, you know, predict that this is going to happen, especially because you can see what your opponent has. But yeah, devastating spells coming down here on the Graveguards.
And that more or less seals the fate of the manpower counts.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Yeah,
Demons of
GG's.
Chaos take it.
So yeah, Suave is going into the finals. GG's well played to Scrambled Egg. I mean, I would love to speak with Scrambled Eggs as to why they decided to do what they did there. So hopefully, if they ever see the VOD or anything like that, they could give me some further insight there. Because for me, with the experience that I have, when I played Domination, I was on the ladder. I was top 3 in the world. I mean, obviously, that's not that impressive when it comes to tournaments. But yeah, I just feel like these guys, it was a very, very ballsy thing to do. And I guess the vampires.
So there are situations, benefit of the doubt to the player.
Uh-huh.
There are situations where I've definitely run into where you just end up counterpicked when you see your opponent's build.
Yeah, valid.
Right, you see it, you're like, oh man, this is not what I was trying to counter. It could just be a bad matchup in the first place, so you go all in on one strategy. And then it's like, okay, I know for sure in my head this isn't gonna work. I'll wait for a bit. Try and get into a situation where it's a little bit more complex with larger armies and try and win there. And then potentially it could have just been a very bad situation from the very beginning. I think it would be really interesting if we could hear his opinions on that.
Yeah, I would love it. I mean, it was just one of those things. Is he in the Discord? Hold on, I'm actually gonna message him. I might drag him into this call if he's up for it. Let me message him. Let's message him. Let's see if he's online. I would love to see get his thoughts here. Neurosis, much love, buddy.
Also finding yourself in Vampire Counts versus Demons of Chaos.
Bad matchup, right?
Could just be a bad matchup with all the new units and such.
I mean, if you think about anything and everything there, it's like, what can the vampire player really do to take a significant amount of advantage, especially change bringers and things like that? I feel it's like, oh, you bring this to the table. It's like you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about kind of situation there. But yeah, I mean, fair play.
Cavalry.
Scrambled Egg, great job. Say again, sorry.
Maybe Cavalry could have pulled things through.
Interesting.
Maybe.
Yeah, I've bumped it up now. Thanks for letting me know. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think he's gone offline, so it's a bit of a shame. But hopefully, I can get a conversation with him. It'd be lovely to hear. As this is the beautiful thing about certain multiplayer players, right? Everyone has their own specific playstyles, and Scrambled Egg clearly saw an avenue of what would work, right? They said to themselves in their head, "This is my game plan going into it, and this is what I need to do." I mean, it's a shame. I mean, Black Knights, they used to have magical attacks. I don't think they have any magical attacks anymore. I think vampires did get a lot of love, but unfortunately, they a lot of it got reverted, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
they were very powerful for a good time, I will say.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Do you remember the Hellman Ghost Hellman Ghost cart that was like 300 from Mortis Engine and just being so oppressive? Oh my goodness, that was so frustrating to deal with. It's like, oh, I'm against the vampire counts here. Oh, I wonder if I'm going to see a 300 gold cost Hellman Ghost here. Yeah, crazy.
Though, peak Warhammer. The counter to the Mortis engine is the Fey Enchantress Mortis engine.
Welcome to Australia, gentlemen, indeed. Good to see you, Sponge Rain. Hope you're doing well. I would love to see what these guys are banning. So we're going to get some information relatively shortly. Right, anybody? Right, I'm going to throw this one out there. Who in chat wants to do rock, paper, scissors? Right, who in chat wants to play rock, paper, scissors? I'm going to go against chat this time, man. I think you're going to beat me. We'll see. Right, I'm going to post it in both channels, in both Twitch and YouTube. First person to click it, lads, just join. First person to click can join. I don't know who it is. I won't know. Whoever's the swiftest. I mean, we got a swift opponent now. I'll tell you for free. Let's go for this one. Right. Oh, who is it? Who's the person that's accepted it? I need to know. I've got a very important question to ask you. Very important question to ask you. While we're waiting on the game to load in these players to build their armies.
It was me. No.
I'm not sure who it is, but they've made a pick here. I'm gonna guess with them going as ballsy as they have, that's a paper angle. Fine, okay. I mean, I just felt like very defensive play. Maybe they see that I'm doing this. Might be you, Sponge Brain. Okay, Sponge Brain, do you like anime? Sponge Brain, do you like anime? What's your thoughts? Yay or nay? There's method to my madness here, guys. Love it. Oh, dude, I should have done scissors to begin with. My methodology is if someone likes anime, you go scissors first round. And it would have worked because you went paper. Would have worked. It would have worked. Right, let's just check in on the players to make sure these guys are okay. Yep, all of them okay. 1-0, okay. I mean, sometimes it does be like that. What's better than doubling down? I feel like it's important to sometimes double down. Sponge Rain clearly understands the double down is not the angle. I mean, guys. And shall I triple down?
Always.
I mean, definitely Sponge Rain may have an advantage here. Yeah, we'll go rock again. I knew. No, I should have tripled down. I mind games myself.
I told you, man.
I mind games myself, dude.
You always triple down.
What's going on?
No one
What is
expects to
going
triple
on?
down.
No, they don't. They don't. I know what must be done here. I know what must be done. I'm inside of the Sponge Brain's head. I'm inside of Sponge Brain's head. Trust, guys. I win this one. Guaranteed. Draw again. I thought I was inside of his head, but it's both of us inside of each other's heads. Alright, I'm just checking the players. Yeah, they're picking right now, so it looks like Suave might be playing Zinch for the first matchup. Alright. Oh, Sponge Brain, GG's. GG's. Throwing for content. You know, sometimes they do... Wait, there's Roblox music codes? Pog. Right, sometimes you gotta throw it for content, you know what I mean? It is what it is. GG's. Right, so, Warriors of Chaos versus Zinch. Love to see that. So let's have a look at a wait and see to see out of the Warriors of Chaos and Zinch. I mean, funny enough, they kind of can do very similar things, right? I mean, Warriors of Chaos has the capabilities of bringing forth, I guess, very similar types of magic. Warriors of Chaos has the advantage of getting the Lord with the summon, right? You can get the summon of the spawn, Chaos.
I think that's a Zinch. I think that's a Zinch thing.
Is it Zinch specific? For some reason, why do I think Warriors of Chaos can get it? Is it Zinch specific, folks? I know.
Well, Warriors of Chaos can't get the mark of Zinch Lord.
True, right? And I'm just going to run a quick ad. Give me 1 second, bud. Sorry for the disruption. Right, while we're waiting for this one, guys, I just wanted to give a shout out to the channel sponsor for providing the cash prize for today. I think you guys will enjoy the video. Let's check it out. Pog, Chevron. If you want to level up your game with Holy today, type !Holy. Right, guys, if you want to support the channel sponsor, Holy is insanely delicious. I love these guys. I wouldn't have been sponsored with them otherwise. Basically, they have products that are really good for you, fundamentally. I have issues where I don't drink enough water, and the hydration range specifically helps me out so much, alongside the energy range. So if you need a pick-me-up, this bad boy will do set you right. My favorite flavor at the moment is the Fruity Frog, and my other favorite flavor is the Strawberry Kiwi Hydration alongside pineapples, which is a recent addition. So check out the description on YouTube, boys. Much love, and !Holly, which is the wonderful Disney has already done. Alright. Let's just go ahead and say... Okay. So we're going to give these guys 2 more minutes to pick their armies. So we'll wait and see how that transpires. I think I need to... look over here. Anywho, we'll give these guys a second. We have given them a warning of 2 minutes that the army needs to be built. So let's give these guys a second chance here. It's the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Zinch, which Warriors of Chaos can also take. Shiggy? I thought so, yeah. I thought so. I've seen on both sides of it. I know Crabbling and Berserk both utilized that earlier today. Right. Anticity, if you have to go at any point, I fully understand. Just as an FYI, you've been an absolute legend throughout the entire stream, so I appreciate you.
Yeah, I think I might as well stick around for this match, and then I'll probably head out after.
Not a problem, my friend, not a problem. Right, so we see Suave is actually raring to go here, so it looks like Martinus... Do you know what? I'm going to do a little sneak preview. Not play that one again. Let me have a little sneak preview of their builds. Ooh, okay. Okay. Oh. It's fine. Suave has read it up. But yeah, some interesting builds coming out. These guys are raring to go. Very much excited for this one. We've got Black Ark again, just an El Clasico map. Let's see what happens here. So Ent, we can see on the side of Kairos Fateweaver. Very, very common pick, but it looks like Valkyr is definitely going to be bloody with Kairos' blood here, it seems.
Okay, so armies that are less similar than I thought they'd be. Zinch going pretty heavy on those blues. Got a lot of ranged firepower, unlike Chaos.
Yeah.
Zinch versus Khorne, which is great. I love it. Now, do you reckon Valkyrie is a good pick here?
No. If I'm honest, I think Valkyrie is going to struggle significantly when it comes to actually making a difference here. I think Kairos can pretty much just continuously keep draining, like kiting, and just leveraging the barrier for any time the situations go in here. And hey, the Night Elf, what did Freya get for her birthday? She got a very small piece of steak, is what she got for her birthday. She turned 4 a couple days ago, my awesome pupper, on the 2nd of August. Waiting for Martin to pick up and load back into the game, so we'll have to wait and see how this goes. Double capture point, obviously the 3 capture points are over here and over here. Black Ark is a tasty map. I love Black Ark, it's awesome.
Yeah, it was actually one of the, I would say, top-rated Domination maps way back when it was originally added. Yeah, because I know Turin loved it because it was big, open, very similar to Domination, very similar to land battles. Now we're kind of spoiled for wide open Domination maps, but they used to be way more cramped.
Yeah, so
and this was the first one that was actually open and kind of, I guess, opened the gates for more kite play.
Yeah, I have so many memories of playing Helm and Gorse on this map and just sitting on points and being a nuisance back in the day. Okay, anywho, we've got some Chosen Chaos Warriors, a lot of Marauders. The Knights of the RR, Knights of Oblivion, by Mortal Legends, excuse me, with the Searing Torment, although they have to be in melee to regenerate that. The Marauders, Aspiring Champions. This ain't campaign, so I'm going to be intrigued to see how the Aspiring Champions deal here. And a Sorcerer Lord with Bitter Shades and Enabling Foes, so if they miss position here, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. So, Ent, do you want to do me a favor and just go through these horsemen?
Yeah, we got some skirmishers. We got some marauders. We got some blues, pink unit. We got 2 of them being the RORs. They seem very common. People think of them because they're probably good. And yeah, it's a solid firing line with some skirmish, which seems like it'd be very well fitted for what the Warriors of Chaos have, but if they do get dived in on, it could turn south very quickly.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just getting word from Scrambled Egg here is they wanted a minute and they didn't think they had enough force to fight his position and waiting for all this slow stuff to come out first so that the others would reinforce more quickly. That makes sense from Scrambled side. I can respect that.
Yeah.
So now a little bit of skirmish coming across onto the Sorcerer here, doing a lot of damage. They don't have shields, so hefty amounts of damage from the Marauder Horsemen of Zinch, so love to see that one for the side of Zinch. Chaos Fate was coming in with the blue fire of Zinch along the Scroll of Destiny, so quite a lot of reserves going to be available. Harmonic Convergence is such a nice pick, especially with Intensity. It gives 28-28, meaning that Kairos honestly could probably throw hands against Valkyr pretty nicely, especially with the HP pool difference. I honestly would probably give Kairos potentially the dub there. Depending on how long the fight goes. Ultimately, it goes down to RNG, but I think it definitely will help. Knights are trying to find themselves a situation where they can actually get impactful. Martin's trying to find what they're able to, but ultimately can't land themselves over there. Maybe a blue fire's coming out. Devastating amount of damage, although just tickled out. Yeah, not that bad at all, actually.
Dang. Alright, so far nothing too crazy for Zinch. They got rid of some shields. Kairos is on the run. I think Valkyr's anti-large is a little bit spooky. So, but I don't think Kairos would give her a fair fight.
Yeah, I think like Karis would only ever try and leverage the barrier and then come back in with specifically harmonic convergence. I think the blue fire of Zinch is definitely an option. I don't think Valkyrie is probably the best target for it, but I think casting onto the current.
Yeah, I was gonna note, Kairos has terrible melee stats.
That's why he's got harmonic convergence, just to chuck that himself, and that
puts him about even without bonus first large.
I mean, he's got about 35%-ish hit chance there, so I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's maybe about 40%, so it's pretty sizable. Zinch is now getting a point captured away from the Marauders alongside the Chaos Sorcerer here. Unfortunately, the Horsemen have come in and just kind of contested that on nicely. Point 2 is firmly in the points of Warriors of Chaos, but point 1 obviously is their main capture point, so firmly inside of Zinch. There's a significant amount of melee force here, so I'm going to be a little bit of scared for the range line alongside the tasty amount of Marauders and Zangors to boot. I think the Warriors of Chaos are going to start to realize that, they're going to need to start throwing some Forsaken in here, interesting enough. Don't have magical attacks because it's not Zinchin Forsaken, so it's going to be a little bit struggling there. Yeah, capture point is being wrestled back towards Zinch, it looks like, so maybe a couple more of the Marauders might help out here, I think.
And, okay. First engagement, Valkyrie supporting the southern side. If it just comes down to a southern side stalemate, or, if it's just a southern side fight, I think Zinch is looking pretty good. Like, Warriors of Chaos have to push the initiative here. And that is not a comfortable thing to do into this much range.
Yeah, no, it really isn't. You're not wrong. Marauders are now getting flanked, which means the shields are going to be useless while being attacked from behind. A lot of this skirmish force from Zinch has been a real pain in the thorn, or thorn in the side of the Warriors of Chaos at the moment.
Oh, and there you go. There's some mobility for Zinch. Yeah, it seems like Warriors of Chaos undercommitting a little bit on that on the lower area of the map. Although it is very close. But yeah, look at that mobility coming on in. Kairos is coming into support.
Yeah, I wonder if this is where you try and utilize Enabling Foe and you really try and go heavily into the commitment of Kairos, because there is pretty much nothing that can protect, especially with the Knights of the Doom kind of flanking around here. This is something that I would love to see punished, because I guess the Screamers of Ray come in straight away. But you'd expect the fight still to be losable for the Kairos there, because he's so squishy.
Oh, okay, there we go. So Warriors of Chaos do take the bottom point. They just need a little bit of time.
Yeah, they've now Zinch started to react accordingly. A little bit scary because point 2 is now going to be contested, especially with the amount of resources that pulled away from point 2. Really nice heads-up plays for Swab here.
Ooh, and some cycle charging from the Centaurs. Making use of those very elite cavalry units.
Yeah, just basically trading with barrier. Perfect usage of that. I mean, it's going to be a case of, this is how Zinch plays. Utilize your barrier as much as possible. Take advantages where you're able to. And now you can see that Zinch has basically said, you know what, lads, you've taken point 3. Congratulations. And now swiftly getting a significant amount of pressure on point 2. A little bit scary for Warriors of Chaos at the moment, especially with the barrier charging.
I think you cut out there for a little bit for me, but...
Oh, sorry.
So far, yeah, I will say, it looks maybe a little bit sketchy with the Warriors of Chaos. Like, both players are kind of, they're like posturing about, but that unit of Forsaken going down is not a pretty sight to see at all.
I mean, you've got a Vanguard point right here, so I'm going to be interested to see what the Warriors of Chaos player kind of leverages. I mean, a Chaos Knight coming in is going to be a great opportunity to deal with that one. Zinch has understood that the situation right now is not good for them. So trying to cycle charge with the Centaurs of Zinch while the rest of their troops reinforce and pull back to point 1. Granted, we've got point 3 being wrestled away for Zinch right now. They kind of went for the skirmish play, distracted over here, forced Martin to overcommit, so a fantastic play there. Really smart usage.
Oh no, and a huge AoE.
Where's
Gonna
the
be
damage?
taking out those super expensive Chaos Knights. There we go. Come on, move.
Yeah, the Gaze of Fate. Get out of there, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, the Gaze of Fate.
Undodgeable.
Yeah, that was brutal. I mean, especially since it's not reflected in the balance of power, the gold value, so yeah, brutal there.
So Zinch is, they're totally playing the long trade fight, and unlike other kiting factions that we've seen today, they're actually contesting the points constantly to buy even more time, which is putting them in a really, really good position. Like, I'm really liking how Swarv is playing this game right now.
Yeah, and the thing that I must admit is Suave has got Beastmen to roll back to as well. So starting off this best of 3 really strong. This is the grand finals, by the way, guys. Get hyped. Suave is doing a fantastic job, but the trading is now swiftly moving into the favor of the Warriors of Chaos, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. A little bit of lag on here, but it looks like this Screaming, Shrieking Rays just did a little bit of damage there. Pit of Shades wrapping up a lot of these Marauders. Unfortunately, didn't get the blues in there as well, but you've got to be very careful, my friend, running your chosen elite infantry towards the Pit of Shades there, as that will not be friendly towards you. You can see the blues being shut down by the Chaos Knights, which is a nice addition there, but the Shriekers are on the prowl. Yeah, I don't like this for the Knights here. I definitely don't think the Knights of Zinch should be in a situation where they're trying to fight against this. A fat Final Transmutations drop down on all their infantry here, and this is going to be a little bit scary for the Warriors of Chaos, especially since they're so clumped.
Yeah, and just remember, the trading values are not super duper accurate, especially when it comes to Magic, so Zinch can have pretty mismatched trading value. If you just look at the battlefield, it's a lot of blue. It's a lot of blue everywhere.
Yeah.
Actually, even almost like a full surround on the Warriors of Chaos. And I think primarily it's that basically full night kill that came in from Kairos. Not to mention that final transmutation. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't fully track the damage there, because that was a lot of units that got hit.
Yeah, that most certainly was a lot of units that got hit. I mean, how can we start translating this into pressure? There's so many elite infantry on the battlefield, but I feel like the Centaur's now in a position where the Arcane Charge is fully stacked up there. It's going to be a little bit scary. I mean, Centaurs of Zinch are now trying to kite away here. The speed additions of the Shadow Magic is definitely helping quite a lot, though. But point 1 is trying to be wrestled towards the Warriors of Chaos, which is interesting that they try to go for a little bit of a heads-up play, sacrificing point 2, knowing that reinforcements can come in to protect this.
And you see those poor units of Aspiring Champions just trying to get into the fight?
Yeah, God bless. 32 speed, gotta love them.
Yeah, like all the Zinch units are more or less participating one way or another. And just for another 1,000 gold. Wait, what is that? Oh my gosh!
Stalkers of Corn! Get in there,
there they
lads!
are.
Don't forget about them, send them straight in.
That's like a quarter of the Chaos Army right now. And, you know, they are...
Oh no,
they're
Martin.
spectators just like us.
Yeah, this is not a good spectator support situation. You got to get them into the battle, try and get them into situations where they can do things. That would easily murder the Marauders, but you got to keep in mind, folks, it's easy for us to judge here, but these guys are under high pressure situations where they've got to do a lot of... I'm not sure how many folks are watching, but clearly these guys are under pressure, and in live games, it changes everything, right? You have people watching you. It's a lot harder to make sure that you're playing towards your victory conditions. And you can see that the Skull Crushers hopefully will start moving up soon, but we'll have a look across the map. Knights are trying to chase off the Furies, but that makes sense. Got some Marauders over here just trying to contest against the Zinchians. But we'll have to wait and see. And yeah, 100% has just realized once another spawn has come in, hopefully we can start to recover that situation. But it's an easy mistake to make. It's an easy mistake to make. Honestly, I've done that many times myself. You summon things in and just think they're moving in, but they're not.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt to Martin. I think there is actually like a bug or something where when you summon them in and give a move command immediately, they will sometimes drop that command. And
that makes sense then.
Yeah, if you don't notice, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, that would be an unfortunate situation. I think, I mean, it's Skull Crushers on everything on the map right now. The Skull Crushers have such a good time killing. Got so much pressure in these heroes, but they've got very limited capture weight. We just need something over 0.3, and it's one of the things Suave is once again heads up play, just moving towards the Marauders, saying, you know what, I'm going to come batter you if you're not going to come to me.
Yeah, now, in general, though, right? So far, it seems like Zinch has a lot more tools in this matchup that are pretty useful. Do you think there's any way Warriors of Chaos can leverage a solid advantage here, unit-wise?
Good question. Well, I feel like you've got access to the majority of the gods, right? All the roster of the gods, and I think the main things that massively make a difference, ironically, are Zinchian units. And you can see these poor Forsaken have been gazed at fate. The gods have not smiled upon them this day, and another army ability. It doesn't count as balance of power, which is a bit deceptive, but you can see already. This Forsaken unit is not having a good time. Jesus, that army ability is devastating. But I would say it's a good question, honestly. And I mean, there's obviously you got things that are very powerful, like the Rot Knights. I mean, not as good especially against Zinch, so you wouldn't really pick that. Honestly, Centaurs of Zinch, you know, sometimes mirroring those is really tasty, but you've only got so many marks of Zinch and gods that you can use. So I just think that in this matchup, Zinch has a lot more heads-up plays that they can kind of leverage. So it's a little bit difficult to recover from the situation, as obviously Zinch can pick as many march units as they want.
Yeah, and not to mention the army abilities too, which kind of got like
Yeah.
2,500 gold worth of value this battle. My goodness,
Yeah,
brutal.
I mean, yeah, it was a significant amount. I mean, it looks like Warriors of Chaos are going to wrestle 0.2 away, which is nice to see. Great opportunity there. And so what we'll go ahead and do is see triple cap still. I mean, are they going to wrestle it back into control of Zinch? I think they are, because the Skullcrushers have been routed off. This was the grand savior of the Warriors of Chaos, and unfortunately they just haven't met the mark, especially since they don't have Terror, which is a bit of a disappointing thing, especially for monstrous shot cavalry.
Brutal, absolutely brutal. Well, I guess I guess that's the last match for me, unfortunately.
Yes,
It was a fun one to watch, but yeah.
Yeah, dude, it was an absolute pleasure. If you guys don't know who the wonderful Entity is, he's an absolute legend and a great friend of the channel. He has been someone that I have looked up to, especially as a content creator. He's a great dude. Do you want to give these guys a little rundown into yourself before you drop off?
Yeah, primarily we're streaming right now. I do challenge campaigns in Warhammer. I tried to play semi-competitively in Stormgate, which is a new RTS that has come out recently. And yeah, we got a YouTube channel for both. Anticity Stormgate, Anticity Total War. And
Nice.
we also stream on Twitch. Yeah,
Amazing.
that's a pretty good read. I might becoming a professional. Definitely not. But
Nah,
yeah, we like the positive attitude. If you like good.
Oh, you cut off a little bit there. I'm not sure why. I think Discord's having some issues.
That's all I got.
But yeah, thank you so much, NCC. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to help co-cast this one. Guys, can we get some love in the chat for the wonderful Anticity? GG's, my friend. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, have a good tournament, man. See ya.
Thank you very much. Take care. Right, so we've got, let me just say, we'll solo cast this one to the end. We can see, so we've got some relatively decent values. I mean, the Warriors of Chaos didn't really have anything that kind of stood out to me. I just think the army abilities were the key factor there. Honestly, in this matchup, I'm going to expect Suave to play Beastmen, and then Martin, what's Martin going to default to? Martin may play Wood Elves or try and look for something like Zinch himself, potentially. But we'll have to wait and see. And yeah, Gribbon, much love, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So this is now, what I'll do is, for your guys' readability, let's add a text thing, just so I'll be a professional streamer. So it's Suave on 1, and then Martin is on 0 right now. So we'll reduce the size of that one. What I probably could do, actually, if I'm being a bit of a gamer, put a ton of spaces in it. God, we are gaming hard. Oh, too many. We're gamed a little bit too hard there, it seems. Okay. Bosh. So Suave is on 1 right now, and Martin is on 0. This is the grand final, boys. Get hyped. I'm very happy to see this one. Some of the best gamers have... I mean, the crazy thing to me is, we had a player with, I think, over close to 90% win rate, coming in and then losing in a best of 3 in the semi-finals, I believe. And it was Martin, I believe, that took him down. So really, really, really cool to see. So in this situation, we can see, if we look on the total tavern specific, Alric, who is an insanely good player, got taken down. I mean, it is crazy to me how many of these guys are so insanely good. I mean, if you're talking about specific win rates and you're talking about players that are of the best, all of these guys. And, you know, Martin's in the top 14 in the world for the ladder of total tavern. I think, I'm not sure, Suave is newer to me, if I'm honest, but we'll see. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so what we're going to be doing, Martin is going to be reaching out. So the pick and ban phase, once again, is going to be coming in here. So folks, I do apologize for the delay, but when it comes to the live format, it is what it is. Oh, and Mercy, thanks for the raid, man. I've just realized. Hope you're doing wonderful, Mercy. Much love to you, my dude. Thank you very much for the raid. It's very, very kind of you. I was just saying goodbye to the wonderful Anticity. We're now in the grand finals, my friends. It's been a long, long, long day. But yeah, we're now in the very late stages of it again. We're in the late stages in the final battles. This is the best of 3, which means in the end there, we may see a 2-0 from Suave. I mean, like I said, I think Suave can just default to Beastmen. I think it's just such an easy thing to default to Beastmen here. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see if that is what they end up doing. But, yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities for both of them here. They're in the process of doing pick and bans as we speak. So I'm going to be very interested to see how that goes. But, yeah. Hope you guys are doing wonderful as well. Welcome in all. How long has how long has the stream been today? Let's have a little peeksy, shall we? How long has your boy been live for? Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's going to be close to 7 hours. Mate, Domination Swiss tournaments aren't slow. They take a while. Honestly, what I should probably do is enforce players to pick very quickly. As I was very, very, very generous to allow these players to take as long as they need, especially with the cash prize on the line. But from a content perspective, obviously it doesn't make the best content, but equally, you know, when it comes to making content like this and doing multiplayer things, I'm here to try and set up some cool community events and rally the community around some pretty cool tournaments, and that's the only goal that I have, you know, especially with, you know, getting some really awesome creators that I love speaking to on the broadcast to make some, make an absolute show here. So we'll have to wait and see what Martin comes out with. I know both of these players are exceptionally fantastic, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah. Doubles mind builds expectation. Yeah, definitely. I think this has been a good one. I mean, we're going to be going Black Ark once again. Actually, do you know what? Let's just get them back on Battle for Itza because it's just such a better map. Let's just chuck them on Battle for Itza. I mean, we just had Black Ark, so we don't want to make sure that we're doing another one. So we're given 2 options now for the map, so we're just going to wait for these guys to do that one. But how are you guys doing? Boys, how are you doing? How's everyone doing? Hope all of you guys are doing well. Good to see you. Probably put it all together. Oh, much love, man. Hydration product. If only there's a perfect solution. My goodness, there's a perfect solution for you, lad. And the perfect solution is this. If you want to level up your game with Holy today, type !Holy. Right, there you go. So shout out to Holy for helping sponsor the channel. Much love to those guys. But yeah, I've been... hope you guys have been enjoying this one. I mean, it's been a relatively long day. So yeah, I'm eager to hit the hay. I'm surprised it doesn't respond properly back. So if you do... Oh, it works. Nice. It does work in the chat. Guys, I did a thing on YouTube. Let's go. I'm still very much learning. Let's have a look. Talabheim is okay, then it's for game 3. Says I'm in. No, I don't see. Oh, for the pick bands. The pick bands. Right, we'll see. I would love to see the pick bands because it's one of those things where you very rarely get to see it. So, yeah, we're on the final hurdle here, guys. In the finals. So many games have been done today. It is kind of wild. So much love to all the players that have played today. I really do appreciate everybody that has come out and played. So, yeah, very, very excited to see what this will end up doing. But, yeah, some really fantastic gameplay has happened here. I mean, this has been an absolute treat to watch when these guys have played at such a high level. So, yeah, big fan of it. Big fan of it. As, yeah, so these guys are playing incredibly well. So we're just trying to do some admin work. Hey, Double, good to see you, buddy. Just trying to do some admin work here. Okay, so we'll wait for these guys to do their thing. Like I said, I think Suave. I think we'll just play Beastmen. If I'm going to be completely honest, I think throughout this tournament, Suave has just proven themselves as an exceptionally capable Beastman player, and then Martin as well. I mean, Martin's a bit of a wild card for me. He's been playing a lot of variants here. I mean, he's played. What's he been playing? I think Martin's done a bit of everything. He's played well in that respect. I mean, he does like his Warriors of Chaos as a bit of a staple there, but Tomb Kings, I think he's pulled out a lot of cool stuff. Is UK only? No, Anthony, it's not UK only. It's all around the world. For US shipping, I think you have to spend $75 or so. It is you can do shipping in the US. I just think you have to order a little bit more because they don't have distribution centers there, but they will ship to America. It is everywhere. They'll ship everywhere. As far as I'm aware. Right. Okay, let's give these guys a second here. They're planning a store for NA. Yeah, I think Neurosis, what they're trying to do is just figure out kind of what the market's like for America, I believe. But yeah, I really love the products. I really do. I think they all do awesome stuff. Right, since I've not eaten all day, guys, I'm gonna... My partner got me a Chinese. So while I'm waiting, lads, you know what? I might as well eat a bit of this Cantonese. Tell me about your days, guys. Tell me about your days. Anyone getting up to anything nice? I got PTO coming up. For the first time since I started my new job 6 months ago, I've taken some time off. Jesus. Which would be nice. Ooh, Suave is playing Slanesh. Surprising. Maybe not putting all their eggs in one basket. As, you know, Beastmen seem comfort. I'm going to a hotel with all my family. Thursday, Friday, which would be nice. I haven't been on vacay in a while. Haven't been on the old vacay in a bit. Nice, yeah, it should be good. It's it's about 2 hours away from where I live, but it's a super dope hotel. Right, I've got no idea what these guys are doing. I'm trying to be as respectful as I can, but we'll see. And Harrison, much love. Harrison, do some reps for the homies. Absolutely smash that workout, lad. So it seems like a Slaneshi Nurgle matchup, but we'll have to wait and see how this goes. Right. So these guys are now going to build since they've brought their army. I mean, I don't know. I mean, previously Nurgle seriously struggled against Slanesh, but we'll have to wait and see how this goes. We'll have to wait and see how this goes. Really? Wait, historically horrible? Harrison, back in the day at the release of Warhammer 3, this was like one of the freest matchups for Slanesh because they just never fought you. Nurgle had no mortal units at that time, and so it was so unbelievably brutal to deal with it. Can I have a Great and Clean one or Kugath? Yeah, fair. After Slanesh got that nerf. Oh yeah, Slanesh's nerf was insane. So it's going to be a hard matchup for Slanesh because, yeah, you're right for the call out. I mean, how many Slaneshi range marauders could they bring? Okay. Definitely a second win coming in, eating a little bit of food. Legit haven't eaten for 8 hours. Bam, bam, bam. Got a couple cheeky chippies here. Next all expansion includes Slanesh? No, it doesn't. Yeah, and as Ramis says, it's ogres, greenskins, and corn. Originally, the DLC was supposed to be Slanesh, which makes me wonder, why did they go against that? Guys, would you have liked to see Slaneshi DLC? I guess one of the worry about building and putting a Slanesh DLC in there, very, very quickly, you would probably find yourself with very, very overpowered units. I think that's the worry. There's more Khorne fans? Yeah, I definitely think there's more Khorne fans. I think, obviously, Total War would always be operated on a business model. They have to make money. What do people say, Slanesh? Right, guys, do me a favor. Type 1 in the chat. Type 1 in the chat if you like Slanesh. Type 1 for me if you're a Slanesh enjoyer. Type 2 if you're not. 2 if you're like, do you know what, Slanesh suck. Not a fan. My wording was maybe a little bit poor there. especially since talking about Slanesh. Okay, a lot of ones there. None of you dislike them. Right then, guys. How many of you lads like Khorne then? How many? Get a 1 in the chat if you like Khorne, 2 if you don't. Perfectly neutral. Fair enough. I feel like Khorne is just so much nice. I think way more people like Khorne. I think Khorne is just so cool. Wait, 0.5, really? Why 0.5? So Martin, I think, is on a toilet break. So we're waiting for Martin to get back. Can't wait for the Norska DLC. Well, fun fact about my channel. One of my most popular streams when I was learning to play the game was actually, well, not learning to play the game. When I was streaming Warhammer 2, I did a Norska no loss. This is Total War. My God, it took me so long. No, it wasn't. It wasn't this Total War as well. It was a no loss campaign of Wolfric in Warhammer 2, and it took me 100 hours. That was RNG hell. My God. Who's my favorite faction? My favorite faction is Do not shame your ancestors, die, brethren. For the damaged Kron, brethren, we shall purge all demons scum from the face of the earth. I like elves, as I'm sure you can imagine by the voice I just did there. Love high elves. Love high elves. Yeah, I love dwarves. Favorite faction is dwarves by a long way. For me, it's like a landslide. And one cool thing I can probably mention, I realistically will be voice acting a dwarf mod at some point soon. Why though? Good question. I just love everything about them. Dwarves are just so unbelievably stubborn. Everything about dwarves I love because they're such stubborn buggers. Their roster's awesome. Like, I can play a dwarf campaign at any point. I can play dwarves at any point because their units and everything about them is just so solid. It's like, there's nothing super complicated about the dwarves. You know? Nothing super, super complicated about the dwarves, which is what I like about them. And you can just play, you can just keep playing them. We know, Dizzy, you know that I play a lot of dwarves. In fairness. Norsca was the best Chaos faction, only in Warhammer 1, Ramez. I would disagree with that. No. Then in Warhammer 2, yeah, there was no real other Chaos faction, so that made sense. But in Warhammer 2, they sucked in comparison. Like, hold on, I might have a screenshot of what I was going through recently, which absolutely blew my mind. I'm going to show you guys something that probably will blow your mind. I doubt any of you guys have played Norsca recently. Look at this. This is Warhammer 1, by the way. 15 melee defense for mortal champions. And keep in mind, that's a different separate tree. You can still buff them with Wulfric. 15 melee attack. Like I said, keep in mind, this is just a separate tree. You can get further buffs to them. Like, the amount of level of buffs that you can give them was unbelievable. Like, Warhammer 1 out-creeped Norsca to, like, the 10th. It was wild how big of a power creep it was. Oh, Martin's ready. Let's go. Fuck, let's go. Let's go, boys. Get hyped. This is the best of 3 finals for Domination. I'm excited for this to conclude so I can go to bed, as I've got bloody work in the morning, as this went on for a lot longer than I expected. But I'm happy to be here. More than happy to be here because this is some fantastic gameplay, some fantastic homies in the chat, and you can't really do anything wrong with that. So, I mean, we're going to be speaking to ourselves, what is the answers for the Nurgle blobs here? You know, it's like Kugath is coming in, El Clasico, Double Fiends looking in there. The Marauder Cavalry there makes sense, especially because of the amount of damage with their magical ammunition, so does a lot. Plague Bearers, Exalted Plague Bearers as well. The Exalted Hero of Nurgle is a classic alongside Chaos Warriors of Nurgle. I mean, very, very standard frontline here. We'll have to wait and see the Heroes of Shadow. Shadow Magic, I would just... Shadow Magic is interesting. You're going to be able to deal with, like, cavalry, and the miasma is going to be a real pain in the nuts, but I feel like, just in general, like, what they've got here is just going to be... I don't like what I'm seeing for Martin right now. Excuse me, I don't like what I'm seeing for Sovereign, I think it's called. I remember the name. But yeah, Martin has got a pretty sizable lead here from a composition to begin with. So it'll wait and depend what actually gets thrown out here. So, yeah, Suave, that's the one. So we can see on Martin's side, like we said, what does Kugath actually have here? Kugath has got a lot. Kugath has brought forward a lot. Mortis Engine, tons of damage with the ranged. And then we've got the Exalted Plague Bearers, the Plague Bearers of Nurgle, and the Chaos Warriors. I mean, the Exalted Hero of Nurgle is just an absolute nuisance and a menace in this melee fights. So I'm going to be expecting to see Suave to come in with some pretty hefty amounts of summons and high, like, solid single entities to try and deal with Kugath. Because I think, as we've rightfully called out, I think the build right now is going to struggle so big. Guys, should I have my camera off or on? Do you like the camera off for more of a cinematic gameplay? Do you know, I'll keep it off for this one. So let's go ahead and see. The Marauders are moving in. Kugath is doing their best to slither on forward. Nurgle is not known for their speed, especially with the demonic units. Sinesh, on the other hand, is very much known for their speed. Super, super quick to get to these points. Very quickly capturing themselves the triple cap, I would imagine. The amount of capture weight is decent. Kugath's obviously throwing some, little Nurglings over this side, so we'll have to wait and see what goes on there. Marauders Horsemen and are now converting towards point 2. I don't think they're going to be able to get this point 1 in time. I'd be very surprised if they can commit to this one, especially with the Fiends and Slanesh going to be doing a lot of damage if Nurglings start firing on their way. But point 1 is now taken. The Marauders taking a little bit of damage. The Horsemen aren't too bothered about this one, especially since you'd expect Kugath to be shooting the melee infantry, as it's obviously a significantly better target here. We can now see some range damage coming in. A point-blank Nurgling to the Domium just came through. I mean, Kugath has the availability of a ton of healing with Fleshy Abundance, and just in general, a lot of availability of healing, and is very accessible. Another Marauder Horseman coming in. I mean, one of the best things there is obviously with the magical attacks, Kugath's resistances regarding the physical resistance is basically useless. The Fiends are trying to flank around, especially with having magical attacks. I mean, this is kind of a free real estate for the Nurglings and whatnot. So let's see if they try and break forward this middle formation here. Kugath really can't be moving up by themselves, especially while they're sitting on a triple cap here. So we'll have to wait and see. The Marauder, the Herald of Slaanesh, also has the ability to try and get into this one. Maybe dropping a Enabling Foe once we get close to the point where we can fight. I mean, Kugath has taken so much, like, this is not at all representative of what is actually happening in the fight. Kugath will easily heal all of that up. So any spell that happens, obviously Children of Nurgle is going to help out. Wow, the Nurgling did very limited damage because most of it's explosive, so against large entities, typically speaking, you're not expecting too much there. Marauders of Slaanesh doing a great job skirmishing on the Plague Bearers, and we'll have to wait and see. Fiends of Slaanesh have caught out the Exalted Hero of Nurgle, which is a very interesting thing, especially with the Devoted Marauders that are right next to that, so we should just have to wait and see if that happens there. Seekers of Slaanesh coming around the outside, they've got magical attacks as well. I mean, there's so many demonic units on the side of Nurgle here that it is relatively crazy, but Chaos Dwarfs of Slaanesh, Devoted Marauders as well. Seekers coming around this side. I mean, point 1 is still captured. I mean, there's a lot of contention on the points now, so we'll have to wait and see what transpires there. Slaanesh have the mobility here. Kugath is also being pressurized. I'd love to see some, maybe the Fiends or anything like that, or the Seekers coming around there. But the Battle Trolls are not a situation you want to find yourselves in, because the Seekers don't have any flaming attacks, which will do a significant amount of damage there. Battle Trolls are an interesting pick for the likes of the Nurgles. Fleshy Abundance going to get Kugath nice and topped up, which is kind of expected there. That's exactly what it wants to do. He's a sponge and heals. Really nice kite game here. Suave is playing exceptionally well when it comes to the kite game. Just not committing to anything and just ensuring that consistently, continuously baiting out fights. I mean, we've got a double Seeker situation here. This is going to be a very dead Plague Bearer of Nurgle if they so choose to be. Otherwise, the Chaos Warriors of Nurgle as well can be decided here. The Seekers and the Slaanesh army here has so many options. Chaos Warriors coming out as a summon. Let's see where they go and send themselves. Maybe an enabling flow over here. It looks like the Marauders of Throwing Axes variant are starting to be targeted. The Seekers are starting to move through. The Chaos Furies are finding their mark there. Let's have a wait and see what the Marauders of Horsemen are doing on the flank. The Furies are trying to catch them out, but it looks like they're a little bit too quick for that one. It looks like the poison attacks may be very beneficial, but they've kind of given up with a chase as they've realized that the Marauders of Horsemen are just getting absolutely roasted here. It looks like Kugath's done a fantastic job to kind of keep up the pressure and just sponge damage where possible. But as he's now capturing away point 2, you can see that on point 1, unfortunately, these Plague Bearers of Nurgle are not long for this world. This is a charge that is not ideal for them, especially because the magical attacks coming through and just yeeting them over there. My goodness, these poor buggers absolutely being thrown and tossed around. That is not a situation you want to find yourselves in, because they will just try and transport themselves back to the Chaos Waste. We can also see that the Marauders of Horsemen on the outside doing a great job. Devoted Marauders are not going to be trading up too nicely against Plague Bearers because they have such a significant amount of melee weapon strength there. Miasma coming down on one of the Chaos Heroes, which is a great selection, especially because it will allow the Marauder Horseman to kite away, because the speed reduction is the biggest kicker there. Also, the Herald of Slaanesh is trying to skirmish around, sees another opportunity to try and get active. Battle Trolls have been effectively routed out. The double Seekers have done a fantastic job. And then we can see the Hell Scourges also doing a great job. So let's have a wait and see where we've got the Hellstriders here. Seekers are now moving around. Unfortunately, the Nurglings are probably not long for this world, especially because this situation, this is what I normally expected, right? This is the kind of things that I was talking about to begin with, that the Slaanesh has so many options on the battlefield, especially this map. It is such a wide open map that makes it so difficult for Nurgle to actually start using those blobs, which makes Nurgle so difficult to contend with. But some more Marauder Horsemen coming in there. A really good smart heads-up play there. I think the healing is obviously not necessarily receptive. Like, obviously, a lot of the damage that I would imagine Slaanesh have done is not exactly the most impactful because the amount of healing that is available to Nurgle. But Plague Bearers are coming in, and we'll have to wait and see. But I think the plays that are coming out from Suave right now is just absolutely Suave, as part of the name. It's super clean, super crisp, no real mistakes played anywhere. And I'm just very, very pleased to see this level of gameplay coming out of Suave here. You know, Martin is not a chump. He's an Artex member, very, very solid player. And so, but just on this day, you know, Suave is just playing towards the victory conditions of ensuring that they're doing everything they can to win this one. Plaguetoad's not exactly the most ideal target against the Seekers, but they still will trade nicely. Furies will be able to chop them apart because they've got relatively limited armor. Plaguetoad's and Nurgle coming in to try and maybe get some pressure onto point 1, but Kugath is completely fine, honestly, mates. Like, fecundity and all the healing available to him, not a problem. Dotted Hero of Nurgle's in a little bit of a squishy situation. Doesn't want to be in a situation where they're crunched like that. Have to wait and see what's actually going to be thrown in as part of the supplies being available to them. So a Marauder Horseman's coming in, maybe to kind of reinforce point 1, which makes perfect sense. Let's see what the reaction of the Nurgle player is here. I'll be very intrigued to see what that may be, especially since a lot of your Nurglings that are being thrown out just aren't hitting the mark. I would be very afraid to bring out more Nurglings here. Yes, you need capture weight, but you need something that's actually going to be able to kill these Seekers, and there's nothing really available for that. Seeker's going to be getting another devastating flank onto the Toads here. Honestly, Suave is playing unbelievable. I will not... I'm not even joking with you. Suave is playing unbelievable. Taking pressure points and just absolutely forcing it at all points. Wow. This is some insanely high-level Nurgle... excuse me, high-level Slanesh play. Norris, thanks for the bits, buddy. Yeah, GG's. And that is the winner. Yeah, GG. So let's have a look at Kugath. Didn't really kind of get the level of value that you kind of usually expect. A lot of the Plague Bearers, it's a very interesting one. The Plague Bearers just kind of didn't really do much, especially since Slanesh had so much damage on these horsemen, man. Kind of crazy, especially with the Fiends. But, boys, what a banger. So that is the champion of the Battlesey Brawl is indeed Suave, coming in with a 2-0 sweep against Martin. GG's to Martin. Excellent play there. And the Slaneshi micromanagement there was just unbelievable. I mean, Slanesh is one of those things that the faction that you can see when the player is incredible. You can just see so much micromanagement, so many macro decisions, just moving around the map, just completely playing towards your victory conditions there. But yeah, much love to Martin, much love to Suave, GG's, and obviously shout out to Martin for helping with the communication. But yeah, absolute banger, boys. What an absolute show these guys put on. By the Exalted Demonettes, but just the Seekers are what was needed there, especially alongside the Marauders. Yeah, let's have a little look-see here. Chaos Furies, nah, not too bad. I mean, I can see where they're coming from. Alright. Okay. Well done, boys. GG. Fantastic game. Well played to Swap, winning the Battlesey Brawl, taking down the prize. Folks. Oh, sorry, advert. Keep forgetting this is in here. If you want to level up your game with Holy today, type !Holy. So yeah, shout out to Holy for being the sponsor of the stream. Folks, my Domium is now radiant. You guys are being flashbanged. So we'll close it out here. Thank you so goddamn much for hanging out. This is the Battlesey Brawl. Yeah, honestly, tournaments are hard, man. If you guys want to support in any way on Twitch side, you know, make sure to follow. On YouTube side, make sure to sub. If you can give any money, by all means, it'll just go into prize pools for the next tournaments. But you guys are incredible. You guys are amazing. Thank you so very much for hanging out, for being here, for being bearing witness to the tournament. You know, I had so much fun casting it, so much fun hosting it. I think we had like 7-8 hours of tournament straight. So do you know what the first thing I'm going to do, guys? That's correct. I'm going to get some water, as I am what they call a little bit parched. But yeah, much love to all of you wholesome hunks. Hope everyone has a fantastic rest of your morning, night, evenings, wherever you may be within the world. I appreciate you spending the time with me today. I had so much fun commentating this one. It was an absolute banger. And yeah, make sure to take care of yourselves. As advice I like to give is you can't draw from an empty cup, so make sure to look after yourselves, alright lads? What we'll do is we'll go find somebody to raid. But yeah, you guys are amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Have a fantastic, good one. Look after yourselves. What we'll do is we'll go and find some wholesome hunk on the tubers. if I know the video to raid. If not, no worries. Fortunately not. Anywho, guys, take it easy, boys. Thanks for watching. You guys are incredible. Appreciate each and one of you. Hope you enjoyed. Your boy's going to head straight to bed. It's 11 p.m. Your boy's starting to work tomorrow. But yeah, you guys are amazing. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you didn't check out the one we did yesterday, we had Legend of Total War, Sotek, Okoye in there. Had some incredible content creators. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the bits. Thank you for all the subs, the super chats, the members. I appreciate all of you. Thank you guys for ordering Holy as well. It massively helps support the content. Let me just check something, because I think we got a cheeky order. Yeah, we did. We got a referral. So whoever it was, I don't have to know the names, but I can see what you ordered. The Holy Energy starter set with a thermo shaker. Yo, with a thermo shaker, that's such a good value for 35 quid for the energy set. The thermo shaker is so good. It's what I'm using here. Such a good bottle. But yeah, whoever you are, enjoy it. But yeah, guys, take care. All the best, and have a good one. Appreciate you all. You all are amazing. Hope you guys enjoyed it. All I care about is putting on a good show for you guys to enjoy. That's literally all I care about, you know. So, bye for now, boys.